well water is stagnant, pungent with algae and rot. A public health crisis in the making.
You see a vision. Your lifeless body wrapped in fungal tendrils. The sovereign is threatening you.
Useless. The pain floods your nerves no matter what. You clench your jaw until it eases, with almost no struggle. She has gone out like a light. Your murderous impulses have caught this guard's attention. It seems your sentence is about to get cut short. As are you, Dawnmaster Versailles. Time and the elements have left the plaque unreadable. Your sudden departure has rather interrupted the conversation's flow. You embody an officer of the City Watch. A comrade died because of you. The dead man's face fades away. But the identities of informants vanish as well. And Will as the Grand Duke of Baldur's Gate? Well, that's just ridiculous. He'll have to go. The beast reeks of brimstone and offal. Every breath is thick with blood. The tiefling's blood pulses hot as lava, pungent with a harrowing, life-ending power. There is a crack of thunder, a gust of wind, and a dragon's white head appears in the storm. Show reverence before your deity and open your soul to their divine power. Its mind grips your own like a vice. You feel it locking you into obedience. He pauses, looks down at your eye, and recoils slightly as it sinks into the mud. What happens next will be by your design, and yours alone. If the orb is the only way to ensure victory, you'll have no choice but to use it. You are half an illithid, half a god. Below, the gawking onlookers line up to die. The veil of rage wavers. Your blood seems to cool in your veins. An overwhelming satisfaction, both innate and exterior, runs across your being. Your patron is pleased.
The sovereign drones a new melody. Cautious, but insistent.
You were warned about coming here. It seems you're about to be punished. He loves all living creatures. You wonder if he will forgive his own maggots. You wonder if your ability to walk in the sun is a side effect of the tadpole the mind flayer put in your eye. It must be. She sees the goblins walking free, and a burning rage fans across your mind like wildfire. The ensuing silence is deafening. You don't know what to make of it. Karlak seems practical enough. Perhaps you'll understand. It will not be without sadness that you depart your friends. But at least they will be safe.
As you near the rubble, a fragmented voice clutches at your mind.
Though Karsus could only have worn the crown for mere moments, he managed to destroy an empire, killing thousands in the process. Your life is laid bare among those that came before. Your innermost thoughts are turned to silver thread and relayed to the astral sea. He flutters into the air without another word, setting off at a determined pace. You've been caught in the act. So much for the perfect crime. A whisper that says it is the vestige of Velioth murmurs, "Let me go." It's no use. You feel control slipping away. The grand design shall not be denied. You were dining with folk on some nameless frontier when the invitation came to you. An invitation to look back to where all of this began. You take a moment to fully appreciate your masterpiece.
The mark glows, but you feel nothing in response. Your illithid power is beyond reach until you rest.
Your father's tadpole clenches as your memories flow into him. Mistra has already spoken. There is nothing else for you here. Her mind focuses. The Gith's suspicion cannot be aroused. They cannot discover that the weapon they seek is right within their grasp. Here rests Eric Crivens, sole inheritor of the Crivens family. May the gods forgive him. Your attitude might impress some, but it won't get you far here. Perhaps the guards will appreciate it. The lantern flickers ever so briefly, and you hear a slight twitter. Or perhaps it's simply your imagination. A flicker of warmth had spread from her mind to yours. It is snuffed out in an instant. Ellie May. You've seen this name before. The orb pulses within you still. Elminster's magic is all that keeps it contained. As long as the magic remains, so do you. It is the source of the voice. She will obey it. She will obey you. His mind attempts to connect with yours and finds nothing. You have no tadpole and no welcome in this place. He listens rapt, hanging on every word. An infernal gem seething in its cage, protecting the secrets of its master, the apple. The painting depicts a red-haired man stealing a shiny apple from a cart in an open-air market. The Druid Halcyon sounds like a remarkable talent. He can still the parasite, you're sure of it. The magic around the sigil hisses like a cornered cat. Your only option now is to grab the hand and pull. Should the Githzerai join you, you could vanquish Flakith in a red dragon's blink. Your brain hurls an image towards you, your own head, blood gushing down in front of your eyes. You focus on that spot of pain from when it slipped behind your eye to where it now lurks. The prism quivers once more. Ravengard falters. The blood in your head thrums and pounds. A vessel wobbles on the lake's murky waters. The inscription on this bust reads Mother Superior V. A curious object to find in a secular therapy centre. The corpse pauses, perhaps resisting the truth. The situation is quickly resolved. Clearly, you're not the one responsible. Someone caught you stealing. Best give them a good reason not to kill you. Though you are an outcast, Shah's dogma remains firmly entrenched in your mind. You know what this altar seeks. Blood. A mailed fist in the Firecam armor style. The rat bristles with an offended hiss. Her smile is broad, her eyes twinkling. Her face the very picture of innocence. She's clearly lying. You drive the wood into his chest, but it glances off a rib. The very fabric of her being is torn apart and reformed in an agonizing process that is over all too soon. She will be executed 2 days hence. Fungal roots weave through your mind, poking you, warning you. Perhaps you should leave before someone notices. His eyes flicker to yours for an instant, then away, as if it hurts to look at you. In taking control of the crown, the Dead Three's chosen enslaved an elder brain, infecting half the Sword Coast with tadpoles. And that was without a true understanding of Karsa's powers. The Zaithisk device doesn't cleanse the parasite. It's used for extracting memories and killing the infected. Irritation eclipses his suspicions, and Ragslin's mind rests. Returning the stolen items, while commendable, still amounts to a confession. A prison cell beckons. It shudders, twisted by your brutal honesty. You lean into him, losing yourself. You can feel your blood racing, coursing through both your bodies. A gentle, numb feeling starts to spread. Beady, malicious eyes stare at you. The rat probably wants to feast on your corpse along with its friends. Moonrise towers. It makes the urge hiss within. It was part of your disgrace. But how? Northeast, Bloomridge Park. Southeast, the Steeps. Northwest, Baldur's Gate. Thoughts flittering. You prepare to be hated. You feel a touch of the hag's magic, but whatever this door once held is gone. As the Githyanki prince takes his blade, a silent cry pierces your head. A psionic scream to the astral plane. Your life is your own now, and you are already becoming someone new. Yet what of your lover? Would Lady Shah approve of that distraction? Perhaps you can earn the right to share your heart if you excel in all other areas of service. Your eyes turn to the control panel next to the pod. It has 2 devices marked with elithid symbols. Your tadpole responds to them eagerly. Confusion. Alarm.
Then the presence withdraws, leaving a dull black mirror once more.
As your lips touch filthy flesh, you catch a whiff of lavender?
Beneath the resilient veneer, a touch of fragility. They need comfort. And in this dream world, you can touch without fear of harming them. As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
There is more to Korga's tale. The grove must hide her secrets. She sees the entrance to the grove as the adventurers retreat inside, joining the tieflings. You feel the rat twitching on the edge of panic. Something waits in the great hollow below.
The world is yours for the taking. A world you have made your own.
You sense her fear that he will try to take the heirloom.
One night, a courier arrived with a letter addressed to Shadowheart, a name few call you anymore. Baldur's Gate ship captain Morgan Redlocks wed a man thrice her age. After the wedding, the groom suffered a heart attack. Redlocks converted his merchant ships into a pirate fleet.
You remember a Sharon maxim. Go forth and sow doubt, but do not compel it. For only the willing may know the lady's embrace. The creature huffs in irritation as she closes her eyes. There are no openings, but for a brief moment you think you feel something stir within.
You are one with Spore. Your throat tightens, then relaxes. The air is serene, your mind untroubled.
You don't rest well, flitting between dreams and nightmares.
Nortale's shelter, refugees welcome. Not to rule as a tyrant, of course. You don't need a throne. You can rule quietly from the shadows. You recognize this image projection spell from your studies, though you'd expect a great wizard to execute it less shoddily. There are many, many more kills ahead of you. That is you. A killer. The humble home of Frank Peartree. The presence deep in your mind is awake, unblinking. This is it. A single word pervades your consciousness. Soon.
Your confession is accepted. You can take comfort in dying with your conscience clean. It remains firmly closed as the presence huddles within.
Can your people really celebrate you in such a form as this? Your sworn duty was to slay a geik, not become one.
Your tingling urge knows her face. This is the cleric Narrator sent you to kill.
In years past, you brought this man low, foiled his plot to become a god. Now you stand before him once again. Saravok Anchev. The cat remains cautious, but there's a look in its eyes. Worry. You consider how he's likely to react. You haven't seen eye to eye on many things so far. There are others who you can trust. Those who stood with you against the Absolute. Friends, allies, accomplices.
You've been seen disarming a trap. Your incarceration could be heading for a swift and violent end.
A wave of disappointment, stronger than any you've ever felt. And then stillness. You have resisted your illicit instincts. For now. Not the artistic breakthrough you were hoping for, but it has a certain unorthodox charm.
Your body locks, but it moves no further. You can feel Cazador trying to control you, but you fight the magic to a standstill.
A burden you will carry for the rest of your days. But fortunately, you will not have to carry it alone.
The flask is cold and heavy in your hand. Your wanton criminality is attracting attention. Perhaps you should diffuse the situation before things turn ugly. Beneath your monstrous skin lives a hero. Some people may fear you, but to protect the Sword Coast is your calling. You cannot turn your back.
A strange sensation courses through you, and your companion's mind unfolds, secrets half revealed.
Now you are what he fears most. A starved ratling, an itching prowler, a reminder of his worst self. best left to history.
Perhaps it's best to just lie low for a while. Go out and see the world, maybe.
The cat seems to be trying very hard to remain aloof, and not wholly succeeding. The scholar's brow tenses. His voice spills into your skull, the spores connecting mind to mind. You manage to clear the printer's load. It is ready for a new headline. You catch a waft of something foul, metallic, and sickly sweet. A quiet contentment settles in your chest. Perhaps a life without power would not be so terrible.
No more contracts, no more debts. The master of the house has been put to sleep for good. You've witnessed firsthand the absolute depravity. It's quite something to know you now have the power to wipe it from existence with a snap of your fingers.
You see Draw Ragslin writhe. A tadpole clings to the Mind Flayer's fingers.
It's hopeless. Their hold on you is as warm as a blush, and as tight as a manacle.
Your contrition and the returned goods are enough to put things right. Just a simple misunderstanding. You've started a panic. Word of your actions is about to spread. Your offer appears to be of interest. Best make it a good one. This mighty drum is powerful enough to be heard for miles. You need only strike it.
You are helpless as it explores your very being. It knows the secrets of your craven heart.
The meat is trapped, terrified, but protected by fire. When the fire dies, the meat will die too. You tug at the dagger until the blade snaps in two. The sharp end is still stuck inside the meat. The rat is otherwise silent in the face of your accusation. You picture the Feywild in its colourful glory, the joy of all seasons flourishing at once.
Make your donation to him and you'll likely feel more vigilant, more resilient to the unexpected.
Your actions are pushing tempers to the limit. Persist, and things may get out of hand. Dark, empty pods flicker across your vision. They demand new flesh.
And what of the orb? Will you still be able to control when it explodes, when you can barely control yourself? You think back on the Cambion you slayed a 10-day ago. It carried a map with directions and blueprints for Zariel's own private forge.
This is more than a lapse, you sense. Something's been done to the man's memories. The dog flashes its teeth in a snarl. He wants you gone, free of his rules. The answer lies in darkness.
A prickling hum runs through your very being. Your patron does not trust this clown. Not one bit. A moment passes. Will's eyes glance up to his horns. He might wait days or years, but he will come for you. Your reckoning is inevitable.
She pauses for a moment, but keeps her mouth shut. It seems you're free to enter. Your refusal has made this a matter for the guards. A coldness seeps through your veins as the tadpole awakens, its yearning almost unbearable. Your mind is a veritable feast. The owlbear coos softly. He doesn't understand, but he trusts you. You're not sure how long your time together lasted, but it was long enough. By the end, you felt like you were floating in the dark, utterly at peace. A pile of crushed bones of varying shapes, sizes, and creatures. You cannot make sense of this complex machine. As you writhe with sickly dreams, a deep dread floods you. It seems you owe compensation for the item you just damaged. You mentally shuffle through places likely to have an expert in mind flayers. Candlekeep, Neverwinter, Menzoberranzan, Baldur's Gate. This is the flute Gale kept on his person. A faint magical aura envelops its wooden surface. Freshly turned soil shifts beneath your feet as you approach the grave. Your life is your own. No wriggling tadpole is going to change that. A spike of rage, quickly muffled. Minsk's mind still lingers near your own, and he does not like what is coming to pass. This stone on this vandalized tomb reads,
Cry a rain of tears so flowers may bloom over iris.
Caught in the act. Your touch isn't as light as you'd hoped.
Or is her silence merely the hope that you may yet follow the self-destructive path she desires, without the need to force your hand?
But now an ill, twisting feeling lingers in her gut, one that has nothing to do with the wine.
You've picked up a few pleasant memories on your journey amongst your struggles. Your companion is otherwise engaged. You'll need to dismiss them at a more convenient moment.
Your words have only made things worse. This will be settled here and now. You cannot imagine what purpose such a creature could possibly serve.
An antique globe of Toril. The location of Baldur's Gate is easy to find. It's marked by a bloody thumbprint.
Another part of your glimmering birthright, for you to abuse as you please. Through a narrow crack in the wall, you hear something shift against stone. The pulse of a crawling, living thing. Your refusal is not accepted. The items will be retrieved. From your corpse, if necessary. Alarmed by your companion's approach, the cub flees into the forest.
Eldoth Cron. Raise a glass to the poor bastard.
You only dream of what cerebellum tastes like when it sends the signals to his vestibular system to keep him from wobbling.
The guard is busy with their patrol and has no time for idle chatter.
Although elaborately designed, it appears to be nothing more than a mundane drinking vessel. The lantern flickers ever so briefly, and you hear a slight twitter. Or perhaps it's simply your imagination. The fright choir fades. A single memory rises above the others, brassy and commanding.
Old questions give way to a new one. Shouldn't you have begun to change by now?
Fungus and mold glaze the servant's face and body. Through music and vision, the sovereign reveals its origins.
As a cleric, you may sacrifice wealth to your deity and expect to receive a boon. As the maelstrom howls, Missoura's lips press to your ear. She will destroy Baldur's Gate. Grant me your soul and I will give you the power to save it, she whispers.
Disarming someone else's trap is a one-way ticket to the cells. This guard seems more than willing to escort you.
Joy floods through you. You were dazed on the Nautiloid, but now you are truly awake. Alive. Bonecloak's apothecary.
You feel Shadowheart's anxiety. The weapon that Voss seeks is the same one the Absolute's followers are hunting. It's the artifact that she carries, a pattern of blank minds newly born. They carry only a bare shred of memory, inherited from something older. You feel Ragslin's suspicions. A true soul should never ask about the master. You are the blade of frontiers racing through the wastes of Avernus. Just ahead, a diabolical figure, red skin, single-curled horn, blazes with flame, bloodied great axe held high. His arms are too tight and too low for a comfortable hug, as if he's meant to be embracing someone slightly shorter, and for a moment you do hear it. The brain tendril you encountered, shifting through the tower walls. Looking closer, you recognize the writing. It's the same Kozakuran script from the dictionary you found.
Kill them all, Mad Balban. Kill them all.
The dark urge. Whatever that is you. Soon you will not be able to trust yourself at all. You will be a monstrosity beyond redemption. The girl is hiding something from the other one. She has candy in her pocket.
The guard is fast asleep. Will burns in the fires of Avernus. The lightning storms of Dis strike his flesh. His soul passes through each layer of the hells, gaining their essence and their torment. The glyphs scream, branding your mind with strange runes. You see time rewritten, fate undone. Your future thrumming with power. There is no answer from the presence. You relinquish the spoils of your thievery. Never mind.
There's more where that came from. The drum sits in silence. Nothing in the appearance of the device betrays its purpose. It could do anything. How many times have you dreamed of this moment? An audience with the goddess who loved you, who abandoned you. All you have to do is reach for it. But you had nothing to fear. This was one message you were glad to receive. An invitation from a friend. The wolf focuses on you, calmed in your presence. Her hands slip under your clothes, running down your chest, your stomach, between your legs. For the first time in memory, you're without magic. You feel the brain lifts from the skull, but you notice an opportunity. You could cripple the strange creature, making it more subservient, should it prove a threat. She hastily tucks away an ornate box, one covered in strange symbols you don't understand. You feel the touch of the Emperor's mind peeling at the edge of yours, trying to gain access. And succeeding. The glow around the mace sparkles with beautiful disaster. Fungal roots weave through your mind, seeking your true intent. Perhaps this is a test. Mother Superior would have you make for Baldur's Gate without delay. But the call of the Dark Shah cannot go ignored. Mazora's words may be flippant, but they are tinged with desperation. She cannot afford for you to fail this mission. The door is rigged to the Foundry's alarm system. Opening it will set it off. His unseeing eyes are a testament to the lawful life he lived and what it cost him. Make a sacrifice out of your own pocket, and you may yet be blessed. Saravok Anchev, a relic of your cursed line, a Baal spawn who failed to become chosen. It simply watches you. You remember it. Elturel and all its citizens were dragged into Avernus, then back out again. The final lyrics linger in your mind. There is a trick buried within them, a clause that cannot easily be fulfilled. Halcyon has spent years studying the Shadow Curse. Perhaps he will know something that can help. Your attention wanders for a moment, and you miss the import of Velioth's ghostly whisper. As you look at the skeletons, you realize they are all clad in the same dark armor. Your companion is otherwise engaged. You'll need to dismiss them at a more convenient moment. To your relief, your projection holds. It took 12 Gish's talents, a few stolen psi crystals, and 2 10 days of effort to conjure it. The crown is in the depths of the Chiontha. You will salvage the stones and reforge the crown. The power of Netheril in your hands at last. A low growl builds in his throat as his eyes track the movement of your tail. It's agitating him. The book's index reveals corpse roses may grow near tombs, mausoleums, and particularly redolent cadavers. The Annals of Carsus. Where better to learn the secrets of the crown than in a book written by the greatest of Netherese wizards? Your skull throbs, your muscles ache. Memories of the last day swim through your head before taking form. You continue forward in silence until the lights of a camp twinkle through the murk. Dawnmaster Stockhold. This pod has a different air to its chitinous cavern. Dust and dirt gather on the inside. 6 months have passed since you defeated the Netherbrain. And since then, you have seen more of life than you ever thought possible. A pointed glare informs you that you shouldn't go anywhere near the Wave Servant's body. The shelves at Sorceress Sundries have been known to house the odd book on Netherese magic. It's time you paid them a visit to learn the truth about the crown and what it could yet be capable of. Best keep your hands to yourself. You're being watched. You feel it too. The Underdark's magical energy, the Fezres, slipping from your grasp. A calm settles over you. The Elder Brain is a menace, but with the Blade of Frontiers at your side, you know you can triumph. As she continues to lavish herself upon your helpless form, you stop breathing. Your heart stops beating, and your mind begins to clear entirely. It was hardly a 10-day ago that you and Will finally confronted Mazora. and you've been searching for a way out of Avernus ever since.
With an enthusiastic chitter, he urges you to follow.
Your parasite binds your mind to Will's. Your memories of talking with Ravengard become his.
You think you hear a whisper, but perhaps it was just wind drafting through a dull and empty thing. Then, visions. Dark dwarves, Dwergar, chopping fungal tendrils with their axes. It appears content to let you leave in peace. Your parasite stirs briefly, then goes still. The Dwergar is not infected. The monstrosity doesn't seem to notice you.
Here lies the Houndmaster of the Durinbolds, surrounded by his loyal pack, good boys and girls all.
You are enveloped in myriad sensations all at once. Flaming desire and icy despair, the strength of iron and the haze of thick swamp mist.
You're reminded of the Bay Knight's submersible. Could they be connected?
Vlaakith knows this too.
Perhaps the Zaith'isk will cleanse you, or perhaps the Undying Queen will see that it kills you.
So many brothers and sisters sacrificed for it. Only you remain. If your intention was to make the situation worse, you certainly succeeded.
The hive mind allows you to feel each kill as if it were your own. The pleasure is almost too much to bear. Though expressed in an ancient tongue, you are able to decipher the mummy's intention. She is trying to thank you.
It's time for a family reunion.
The shelves at Sorcerer's Sundries have been known to house the odd book on Netherese magic. It's time you made a return visit to learn the truth about the crown and what it could yet be capable of.
Through waves of torment, you search for the parasite's lurking presence.
But she knows, too, when the battlefield has simply changed. Lady Shah sent you on this mission. Did she know that this is where it would lead?
You see a name etched into the leather. Scratch. If not the best sex of your life, it was certainly some of the most memorable. Shadowheart's mind is drenched in drink and confusion. She's killed before, enjoyed it even. Another vision. Karlach's blade rays slicing through devils, Zariel's servants, as her eyes dart around, seeking escape. You remember the stories of Elturel's fall. The city was dragged into the hells at Zariel's behest, and Ravengard along with it. You consider the Rite of Thorns, a rare art plucked from illicit domains.
The door does not stir. It will not answer to the cult's demands. Both far away and all too close, you feel your patron's grin. A job well done. You pause for just a moment, reflecting on the partner you leave behind, and the reunion you will share once the Lich Queen has fallen.
Compassion.
But the vessel only stares blankly. You'll need to make room in your party first.
All you have to do is turn the tables. Cage the creature before it cages you. You seem to have rather aggravated the situation. The guards are being summoned. The device possesses immense but unfocused power. If you fail to direct it towards the tadpole, your faculties could face permanent harm. Breaking into other people's property is a crime. You're being reported. It looks like they were victorious. And yet, the monsters have returned. Seized inventory.
There's an acute sadness in her voice. It seems she's even more invested in this story than she'd like to admit. A faded advertisement, its message still faintly legible. Fresh veg and fancy fruit. Buy 2, get 1 free.
The drow says nothing more, his eyes wide with shock.
But you know there is work yet to be done. The people will be shaken. The city will hurt. Love. The word hangs in the air for a moment, before Lae'zel continues, unfazed.
Your abrupt exit from that conversation has caused some offence. Shiver of impact, crack of bone. He removes the brains, digs free the squirming tadpoles, the unworthy ones given over to the illithids. To become. Suddenly you see what she sees, feel what she feels. Distrust, hostility. because you are Gith.
Your head has been thoroughly searched. Since no parasite was found, it has been decided that you no longer need it.
L. Brenton, beloved, you can hear how weak your voice is. So can he. But he doesn't care. He's long past caring. Your lies have been seen through. Your crime won't go unpunished.
Your heart swells with silver and shadow alike, and the undying love of countless followers. At last, you are whole.
The voice is irresistible. You recognize the overwhelming authority that you've used on others, only infinitely stronger. The scrying eye doesn't blink. Your limbs are unresponsive, cut off by the device's magic. You can't move. Your patron pricks and pierces the back of your mind eagerly. It knows a thing or two about turning people. He seems unaware of you or his surroundings. It seems the goblin is no longer content to let you have your fun. This might get messy.
Snatching a holy weapon from a godly dungeon would be mischievous indeed, but the consequences... disastrous. The reddish symbol is vile and repellent, but you're not sure where you've seen it before.
And then sees the corpses of those who have already died.
Her presence haunts your every decision. The ones she would endorse and those she would disdain. Defy her doctrines while she watches, and you would not be merely disobedient. You would be dangerous.
You stifle a chuckle and drop the amulet. The urge to laugh passes. As you enjoy yourself with the drow, the image of Gale tuts disapprovingly. But the orb in his naked chest glows with telltale excitement. Suddenly vanishing and reappearing does not seem to be winning you any friends.
The mistress of magic blesses you with an enhanced attunement to the weave. Praise her.
Images of illithids torturing and tormenting your people quells the urge to laugh. For now,
Fine jewels and ornaments, handcrafted by the masters of Athkatla. Chamber of command. Whether the stories were true or fabrications, it matters no longer. Orpheus is fallen. This is no ordinary darkness. It feels powerful and familiar. These lands have been blessed by Lady Shah. You must learn more about her presence here.
you suddenly feel a strange anxiety take hold. Not your own, but that of the artifact you carry. Somehow, it's afraid.
Power courses through you, far greater than the gelded gifts Mistra once offered. Even the orb seems satisfied.
Memories of your father casting you, his hell's-touched son, out of your beloved city. You feel the barest touch of magic, wild and chaotic, beneath the twisted surface of the door.
Her thoughts invade your own, hunting for recognition. Your parasite offers it, readily.
Your words resolve the matter. You will not be disturbed further.
But it'll all be for nothing if you don't find help soon.
Images of the battle at the gate shimmer into view, along with the adventurers pleading to be let inside. You can feel the power it held. Weak, but still divine. These soldiers were protected from the shadows by a blessing of Selûne.
Absolute. Jaheira seems to believe that all is not right with these harpers, that they're somehow connected to the cult. Floodtide is the Umberlant holy day celebrating the arrival of the winter storms, with the sacrifice of a withered crone.
Despite your best attempts to be subtle, the mind flare's awareness is everywhere. You blunder in its presence like a warg pup learning to walk.
The air crackles with power, before fizzing out. The child has power but lacks control.
Bones snap as the hyena is hollowed from the inside out, forming a vessel for something new. Nothing stands out to you. There's no doubt this creature is responsible for your parasite, and it's waiting for your questions. The rat seems agitated, afraid. It must know that you killed some of its peers.
Your patron tugs briefly at the back of your mind. Lady Shah has left a boon in this altar for her faithful. The parasite was inserted into your head and your body crammed into a pod long before you were moved to the Nautiloid. You may have resisted once, but your hunger remains unsated. And this is a truly fine specimen. Best not to tempt fate.
Githyanki Tirsu, the script of your people, is etched on the slate, forming an array of arcs and circles. This man is definitely lying, and he's really hoping you don't pry any further.
A mystical map glows before you, revealing the Githyanki creche within a temple at the mountain pass.
The glyph screams, searing your mind. You feel lost, tossed in a sea of arcane power you can neither control nor comprehend. The hideous corpse rises, tentacles writhing. The creature from the wreckage. You opted for violence. Now you'll receive violence in turn.
Searing pain erupts from the wound on your hand. A strange, half-familiar image comes to you. A dead mouse, seen through a veil of tears. Your tears. The image fades.
The cat glares at you with utter hatred. You took the tadpole, its prey, and it will remember this slight.
A faded memory of a boy and girl sharing their first kiss. Your own heart almost flutters in tune with theirs.
A shame your mind has other ideas.
We faithful cure mortals of burdensome life.
It shies away, croaking a warning, eyes wide in terror.
You pause for just a moment, reflecting on moments past and contemplating moments to come.
You can't read the text carved into his flesh, but you recognize the script. Any warlock would. It's infernal, the language of the hells.
The slate also reveals the local creche's mission. They are combing the Sword Coast in search of a polyhedric relic of great importance to your queen. At the back of the crevice lies a bag enfolded in the chitinous squabbling of spiders. A shiny gold coin pokes from its mouth.
It seems you aren't allowed to be here. It might be wise to walk away.
And what of the orb? Already you sense Elminster's enchantment fading. Will you still be able to prevent its explosion when you can barely control yourself? Astarian's sweet brain may be a bit less wrinkled than the rest, but you hunger for its teasing cells. This man is not long for this world. Suddenly they seem so small.
The metal is coarse and riddled with imperfections.
But the bonds of friendship and heroism still have meaning. And they are truly without limit. Your threats have no effect. This is an unflappable pigeon.
Blood spilling from her lips. No time for last words.
And come they most certainly will. Whoever this dream figure, Vlaakith would clearly sacrifice her own faithful to slay them. The dread is as real as the first time. The oppression just as unbearable. The Neurositer is a mix of Gondian ingenuity and illithid cruelty. The name strikes a dim memory. A monument to a hero on one of the city's squares, which had turned out to be the hero himself, frozen in stone until the city's hour of need.
Fidia Pengist, a noble lance board player to the last. If you didn't seem guilty before, you certainly do now. Turn yourself in or face the consequences. If the drow's corpse is to be believed, it's something else entirely.
The inscription reads, "Fresh supplies for the steel watch, courtesy of necromancer Balthazar."
You can feel the power it held. Weak, but still divine. These soldiers were protected from the shadows by your own lady Seluna.
This is Joel's house. No letters, no clerics, no herb sellers, no potion peddlers, and no steel watch. You feel his mind buckling, yielding. Against his better judgment, he trusts you. The raw hate of life reared from the miracle of death. A tear almost springs to your eye.
You sense watchful eyes upon you. Perhaps some locks are better left unpicked.
Whatever death means for others, you know it means something far, far worse for Gale. And yourself, if he is not brought back to life.
Your mind swoons with possibilities. This blessed loon may murder the same soul as many times as he wishes.
You attune your mind to it. The artifact does not want to part from you. It does not want to fall into the Gith Raiders' hands.
Someone's been casting dangerous magic nearby. You're under suspicion. Tread carefully.
A most cherished client. The corpse does not stir. It will answer no more questions. Your mother and father are in no fit state for a life on the road. But once they have somewhere they can be comfortable and you take care to visit often, what harm? Gauntlets of hill giant strength. As its blight fades, you feel a lightness rush in to take its place. Mistra, a taste of what you lost, and of what awaits you for fulfilling her purpose.
But slips away before it comes into focus.
This magic is too bizarre in form. It resembles nothing you've studied. For now, you have no answers. But you do have a pledge.
The corpse remains silent. It does not know. By claw and tooth, from root to thorn, the old oak's grove to wildlings sworn, you drink in the sight until the dawn.
Jahira's meaning is clear. Marcus was a traitor laying a trap. The same, it seems, is happening here.
The enchantment is clearly the work of an advanced caster. The body may have wasted away, but the mind that inhabited it is imprinted on the skull. You immediately recognize the symbol of the Dark Lady, and you realize you know these uniforms. There is a tremor of shared ecstasy as she finds a mirror to her own desire.
To project your image through the cosmos. Such is the skill of the Prince of the Comet. You have no doubt it can be done.
The box is inscribed with glyphs, similar to those used by the Githyanki. Perhaps this child will live to maturity after all. You're being left alone. The battered man lies crumpled on the ground, unconscious. Gods. These are the names of gods, once lost but now restored after the second sundering. Rexlin's rage scorches your mind, hot and black. It squeezes you, suffocates you. Your mind extends outward and grasps at nothing. The air is still. Your mind, however, is another matter.
Will you liberate the true souls from their parasites and their religious delusions? Or will you use the power you gain for your own purposes?
Acrid sand grinds beneath your teeth as you try to snag the ring. The goblin jerks back his foot.
Kitchen. Visitors kindly keep to common areas. Food will be served at mealtimes.
A familiar feeling, like a kind word and a kind touch at the same time. It's warm and comfortable.
Its teeth, its claws, it's unstoppable as it digs through and becomes part of you. And gods, is it ever hungry. Almost as an afterthought, you notice you lost the powers Mizora gave you. But it doesn't matter anymore. You've never felt so potent. You embody a heartbroken heiress, desperate to forget an unrequited love. The sadness flees from you, along with a string of numbers. A safe combination? 2 souls hang in the balance. Kill Karlak, fulfill your contract, and condemn a possible innocent to the hells. Or spare her and face the repercussions with Mizora.
Your gaze follows the drow footprints around the courtyard and south. Out of the inn, the casing is fragile. The slightest touch could cause it to crumble. The creature approaches. This ground is forbidden to your kind. Your silent gesture vanishes into a pitiless, dark void. Your heart aches faintly with an inexplicable feeling of loss. Its casing crumbles beneath your hands, sloshing volatile brine as it collapses. You peer inside the lantern and see a tangle of blood, bones, and 2 broken wings. No openings you can see, yet you sense something inside it.
You don't know why, but you are really good at this.
He chases you across the Hell's battlefields, ignited with rancor. He sees you as an infernal war devil, a threat to the living, evil incarnate.
Rest in peace at last, dear Connor, and I hope you are happy now.
The tadpole quivers. A different magic is building within it. This one is ancient, rotten. The weave connects you. The moment feels intimate.
Yes, perhaps it is best if they were removed from the equation.
The stone trembles with evils, warm as father's hate.
There are dozens and dozens of wounds on the corpse.
The killer did not stop savaging it, even when she was long gone.
At the mention of the word meat, his stance softens. North, Rosy Morn Monastery. You once thought Mother Gith's son was the rightful heir to the Githyanki throne. But how wrong you were. A comet will rise on the Empire, this much is true, but it will be known by another name.
Lae'zel of Kalir, God Regent of the Githyanki.
It's a heretical tale. Your Vash taught that Orpheus died at Voss's hands, and for good reason. He would have usurped the throne and weakened the Empire. Few mortals are truly capable of ascending to godhood. Carsus famously failed, but that doesn't mean you would share his fate. Frago's Flophouse. Enter as strangers, leave as friends. No vacancies at this time.
The monstrosity stares blankly forward.
Each day you sing his hymns, each night you dream in red.
A choking sulphur stench wafts from the twigs Barcus is cautiously assembling. Explosive arrows. It feels no pain and knows no morality. It will act on behalf of its master and perish when the magic that binds it is severed.
Crime scene, not open to public. By order of the Flaming Fist.
Your actions have consequences. In this case, a violent confrontation. The place is expansive, beautiful, but unfamiliar. Could all this have fit inside the artifact?
No matter how much of your memory was surrendered to the Night Singer, you cannot forget about her legendary justiciars. Her most loyal servants and finest warriors.
It feels 10 times its size. Alive, awake, almost smug. The price of freedom runs higher than you thought. A prison cell beckons.
Your vision thrums green and gold for a moment as your patron borrows your eye to see the vision before you. She will be executed 4 days hence. He requested your attendance in Faerun to gather with your friends and allies, those who stood against the Absolute at your side. Unable to decipher the arcane symbols, you have to admit defeat and give yourself over to the pain. You did as the Undying Queen asked.
Laughter builds deep in your chest. It is irresistible. What remains are simple instructions written in a spare hand. The secret to forging adamantine.
The blessing of Talos empowers you with the surging fury of storm. Fear not, for none can stand against you.
A curious ornate box. Its many sides are engraved with Githyanki scripture. It shivers, overwhelmed by alien sights. It surges and twists, lashing out against that which would dare to intrude.
The Myconid Circle does not recognize your mercy,
but you will know its justice. Several spiders rest in the rear of the crevice.
You feel the touch of the Emperor's mind peeling at the edge of yours, trying to gain access. The cult of the dragon, a fractured religion. Some believers hold that undead dragons will inherit the world, a name known and feared throughout the city's underworld. The mysterious Keen runs the guild, which in turn runs every criminal enterprise in the city.
She shies away in fear, not understanding.
You feel a dark hunger gnawing at you. It needs to be fed items connected to the weave, or it will consume you. The pod lies empty, echoing. No mind to draw on within. Her smirk hides her intent. She's toying with you. The ground in front of this tombstone has been dug up, exposing the scattered skeleton of a large dog. This creature does not belong here in the Dark Lady's sacred realm. He could ruin your chance to prove yourself to her. Your heart swells with fury and defiance as the iron will of Grumpsh One-Eye infuses you with orcish power. Repay his blessing with blood. You take in every scent the night breeze carries. Sweet honeysuckle, tender violets, and an earthy fragrance you can't quite recognize. Here lies the Grand Mason, his bones and lies exposed. It seems Moll was as good as her word. She's reported that you've been threatening children. He holds you carefully, delicately, until he strikes. A last cascade of pleasure washes over you, greater than the feelings before. But it draws you back into reality. The bedroll becomes a warm, swampy cocoon of gall and fluids. You gather nothing from his intense stare unless you understand it, master it. Which means finding an expert. Something stirs deep within you, hungry and alert. It's taking something you'll never get back. There is a great pause, as if the entire universe had gone quiet. And the connection is severed. Lae'zel has failed Vlaakith. You will not ascend. The urge, the deplorably brutal urge, sickens within you. When you level the world over, that dead world must be yours alone. You feel her mind flare in anger. She sensed your intrusion. Mighty Branwem, the foe hammer grants you honor in death. Your muscles tingle and your mouth twitches as the laughing madness spreads through you. As you gaze upwards at the monstrosity above you, the orb in your chest seems to pulse like a dark second heart. The artifact connects with her, pulling your minds together and showing her all that you have seen. You move quickly, but not quickly enough. The Lady of Loss blesses you. Be troubled by neither memory nor misgiving. You try to sound convincing without success. It appears a prison cell beckons. You dive forward but miss the ring entirely. The Tressim flies away and the ring disappears with her. The Duergar listens to your tall tale. Though skeptical of the more suspect details, they seem amused enough by the story. You sense it waits for the right words. It requires permission to open. The visions cloud your inner eye for a brief moment once again. You see the hobgoblin bowing before the armored elf you'd glimpsed before. You should return to the Githyanki creche and enter the Zaithisk. It is imperative that your infection is cleansed. But even in reverie, worry gnaws at you like a tadpole at its host. Can this be true? Is the Githyanki prince really a threat to his own people? Or simply a challenge to Vlaakith's rule? From the far distance you hear a blast of goblin voices. An altar to Shah. It appears to seek prey and a blood offering. Your blood. Images of the Underdark's famed torments sometimes flicker in your head. But your place amongst your kin seems long lost. Dedicated to Hugo Hobbs, cobbler. Hobbs the Cobbs to his friends. Moonrise is your destiny. That is where the truth will finally out. It's inside of you. A mighty darkness radiating from your chest. You feel yourself weakening even further. The power nestled within you needs to feed on the weave. And soon, you have defiled the creature's land. You must be disciplined. You are a steel watcher, charging through the streets in pursuit of a young girl. She is screaming. You sense a fading echo of the person who once was, a dockhand. He did not ask for this. Your mind swirls with information about the prison.
The small levers behind the warden's desk open every cell, while the larger one triggers the alarm. A touch of bitter nips at your tongue. It is vile. It is luscious. Apples and ashes, fresh honey and bone dust. You ache for another taste.
You are helpless as it explores your very being. It knows the secrets of your jealous heart. You are, and yet you are not. You are an ascended soul, Vlaakith's favoured, yet nothing but a mote floating between planes. Decree of public execution of the traitor Floric, former councillor, condemned to death this 10-day. Your offering is accepted, but more evidence of devotion is required.
Private residence of Oliver Tafoco. If I'm not here, I'm waiting to greet you downstairs at Beehive Goods and Wares. The Harper demands an explanation. Why did you travel with cultists?
It suddenly dawns on you. This creature is of the hells. They could touch without being harmed, if you want them to.
The bowl contains an ancient rust-coloured bloodstain. It forms a neat disc, as if spilled calmly and willingly. A body has been discovered. You're accused of being the cause of death.
The circus of the last days has returned. See Dryads, Gin, and Dribbles the Clown back with a new act.
Your mind reels, stomach churns, legs struggle to find their footing. Fire and chaos assail every sense.
You catch something squirming in the shadows of the container, but then it is gone.
The body comes loose, revealing a tunnel. Perhaps you can escape where he failed. Cazador, your master, your lord, your creator. His will tightens around you once again, and it is as if you never escaped him. The door stays silent.
You raise a mighty leg.
An act of vandalism has taken place. You might want to clear up this particular mess.
The engine inside you is silent. You will live. In this strange new form, a young elf wearing an ivory mask in the guise of a skinless skull handed you a note as he passed you in the crowd.
The briefest hesitation as Saris wars with old loyalties and wins. His breaths are shallow, his wounds deep. He doesn't respond to your voice. You spot explosives placed around the cavern. The Zent are ready to bring the place down. With a shock of psychic pain, the pack leader's mind clamps onto yours. You want to deny the parasite has any sort of hold on you, but somehow you can't. Jahira spots your confusion, and her eyes narrow.
What better reunion than this eternal bond?
Your parasite resists, flailing as you crawl into Ragslin's mind murk. Your contrition isn't enough. The guards will decide your punishment. Your companion's frown is fleeting but unmissable. Without a word, they turn away. Here, House of Healing. West, Baldur's Gate. East, Central Square. Confident thoughts. You almost believe them. Not for communal use, it seems. Best show some respect. Or some more cunning.
It will be a solitary existence, the kind you might have appreciated once. No unnecessary chatter, no menial tasks for whinging wastrels. A new beginning, ushered in by your hand.
You were seen picking a lock. Prison guards are rarely happy to let such behaviour slide.
Hope. For so long you scarcely dared to think the word, never mind feel it. But you dare to feel it now. How could you not? You are loved. And you are at peace.
The broken helmet bears the mark of Shah, the Dark Lady. Tadpoles. Sleeping and scarcely aware, but echoing yours 100-fold. The growl only deepens. The hound isn't reassured. Or perhaps it is simply taking no chances. No more dreams await you in sleep this night. Only the warm knowledge that indeed you are not alone. Her hands and mouth are all over your body, each touch sending a flush of new sensations racing across your skin. Though it is scuffed and smeared with blood, you realize the lute belonged to Alfira, the tiefling bard.
A ring coursing with magic. The Nethery's orb within you shudders, longing to consume, to devour. It must be satisfied.
You fall back, glorious blood coating your throat.
And how glad you are that the plane of limbo remains untouched by the sun. It seems to be intrigued by you. In the hands of the dead three's chosen, it threatens to do much the same. You must find a way to stop them, to render the crown harmless. Detonating the power of the Karsite weave if necessary. You slept like a babe straight through the night, dreamless, thoughtless, and almost entirely free.
Commendable as your honesty is, it hasn't convinced this guard. You're about to be locked up. He spent a long time in the Shadowfell, a Sharan realm without colour or light. It's had a terrible effect on him.
Why let its host's memories go to waste? The tadpole has absorbed it all. Its experience could nourish you, strengthen you.
You're surprised to learn you can't pay your way out of this one. Violence it is.
This necromancer has Kethric's trust. Helping him could be just what you need to gain access to the man himself.
The sovereign's song twists into images. Dwergar changing size, slipping in and out of invisibility, invoking craven divinity.
You recall the urban myth that trickled through the lower city fest halls some years back. A hero who had been turned into a statue, returning to life in the city's hour of need.
Like dwarves, Dwergar have innate resistance to poison, and thus no need for intricate brews. The creature is lost in devotion. You might as well not exist.
There's an almost endless world for you to explore, even if you can only see it at night. Gale's right. The very air around the statue crackles with magic. It sets your teeth on edge.
As you turn to leave, you realize the other child does too. She looks nervous.
Northeast, Baldur's Gate. Northwest, House of Grief.
The tangle of corpses gape at you, lifelessly.
A year of horror. Then the release. He will never disobey again.
Her presence fills your mind, caressing, stroking, kissing. Then clawing, biting, cutting. The pain deepens as you take in the world around you.
The ink has barely dried, yet you feel a growing disquiet at what exactly you just signed. Perhaps a Diabolus can offer some comfort. Or a way out. For a devil's bargain is a hard one to break.
The Myconid calms. You may go in peace. Mizora treated you as a pet.
She made your soul a mere plaything and bid you choose between your father and your freedom. The memories resurface, a lifetime of battles blurring into one. A single constant is Minsk, launching into the fray no matter the foe, be they god, monster, or man.
You feel a spark between the two of you, Stygia's spark, ignited by Averna's heat.
In her blood be anointed, dark Justicia, even if it's just at night.
Some honesty from a criminal, how refreshing. It won't stop you being arrested, though.
Sire a new legion of Baal spawn and set them upon self-slaughter. Your progeny must succeed where you fell.
You know a fury more beautiful, more devastating than any. It wraps you in a comforting embrace.
Will takes a sharp breath. He's keeping something from you. Courage, insight, strategy, justice. These were the lessons your father taught you, and the ones by which you will guide your fair city. Your head tingles. Will wants to show you what happened.
As you lose yourself in the fragments of a past you barely recognize, you feel a dull ache spread from your right hand.
The pain fades.
but you remain troubled. What just happened?
Lae'zel has been ostracized by your queen. Why should she not feel bitter?
You have fulfilled her will, retrieved the artifact for her. Everyone has perished but you. Your skull pounds in response to the prisoner's white-hot stare. Her lips don't move, yet you hear her voice.
This is the way. This is your queen's command.
The squirrel's tail twitches in a lukewarm salute. Try as you might, you can't think of any relevant teachings.
Worlds beyond worlds flash before your eyes. Empires of a grand design traversed by ships just like this. The controls are open to your tadpole's command, to your authority. Seek no permission. Take all that benefits you. The blog has a broadsheet article engraved upon it. It speaks positively of you.
There's been a murder, and it looks like you're a suspect. You lie back and feel her lips on your skin, leaving a trail of gentle kisses as her hand pushes further. You're being reported for theft. Time to get your explanation in order.
The tadpole reveals your mind to Lae'zel. She knows you bargained with Raphael.
You're stopped by a guard. It seems your presence here is forbidden. A great heat roars through you. Her heat, fiery as the hells. An almost childlike joy enters Omeluum's ichor-laced eyes.
The pity gags in your gullet. Yes, they will die. Yes. Just for you.
Your parasite trembles. Even in sleep, your companions know your path and cry out in victory.
The dead three, Merkel, Bane, and Baal, lords of deathly tenets and traitors to Ao, god of gods. You've admitted being the criminal responsible. The guards will want to hear about this.
6 months since you sacrificed it all. Rebirthed into something new. Something superior.
With a start, you realize you're talking to an intellect devourer, a minion of the mind flayers who abducted you. Baldur's Gate is your home, and you are its servant, relentless in your pursuit of the greatest good.
The bird coos its approval. The guard's words are clear but spoken without thought or intent. Behind her eyes you see nothing. She's a drone under some magical charm, private estate of the Honourable Janeth family.
You were seen killing someone. Perhaps unsurprisingly, this guard wants a word.
Velioth recalls when Cazador rebelled against him. Cazador suffered 11 years of impalement because he failed.
You see nothing nearby that might appeal to a displacer beast's desires.
Fearless Gordis, who would chase any prey and helped bring in our greatest trophies.
Your attempt at pickpocketing has yielded nothing but a fight.
Your muscles loosen. The tadpole breaks free of its deceased host. Your mind is your own again. For now.
Underdark fauna is a topic much written on, but this title has never appeared in any collection you've seen. Tempers are rising. It's clear not everything you find is at your disposal. A criminal act is being investigated. You might want to explain the extent of your involvement.
Several other children are huddled behind the one receiving the apple, hands outstretched.
But you've spent too long reading people not to see what's behind her eyes. Scorn, stark behind her mask of deference.
Especially if you have the blade of Avernus on your side.
Then you see visions. Dwegar like yourself, chopping Myconid remains with their axes. The Merrigan stares through you. It knows only to attend to its master.
And now that Shadowheart has the ear of her god, yes, perhaps it's best if they were removed from the equation. The artifact. You and others were to seize it from the Githyanki. She may prove to be a foe, but for now offers aid. Whether you settle in the Underdark or find somewhere more fitting, you're sure the future won't be easy.
The spell's power wanes. You can ask no more questions.
It's hard to say what your companions make of you now. Their faces betray only confusion, though one face is notably missing. Karlag,
The deep dark should lull you to sleep, yet your eyes refuse to stay closed.
this shopkeeper would like to remind everyone that Angeline's crafts are the finest in the realms and worth every copper. The thought of putting your fangs to her neck makes you feel sick. You recall Harlep's words. Every time I make love in your shape, you will know. You will know. Then stillness, as she stands transformed, once again closed off from the Netherbrain's mind.
An illithid console, dull and inert, to you at least. The wound splits open further, a fresh trickle of blood spilling out.
Here lies Sion Greencloak. She loved the forest. May she find it once again.
But that is all. Problem solved. Curious. Despite your magic, the creature doesn't understand you. The foul stench of slaughter turns suddenly sweet through the rat's nose.
Your mind is full, bursting with ecstasy and terror. Finally, it is coming. You are becoming.
Mizora's life rests in your hands. Perhaps you could end this pact, here and now.
It's time you sought out her shrine. There, she will acknowledge the secrets she's kept from you, and this time, she will not deny you anything.
Your head twinges. Is it the tadpole, you wonder? Had you imagined it? Or were you soon to turn? You recall the tale of a Sharan fortress armed with impenetrable adamantine, a metal created by a gnomish mage.
Setting a trap is one way to enrage your captors. Your incarceration could be heading for a swift and violent end. But amidst the cacophony of taunting, faceless wraiths is one clear figure. A young tiefling boy, short of horn and purple of hair.
A warm swell rises through you. Acceptance. You are worthy. The servant says what it can. Absolutely nothing.
You flee, stumbling through blinding light, your skin intolerably hot. Beehive goods and wares. He stands with you against the onslaught. Somehow you know you share much with this boy. Pain, joy, friendship.
It seems some vain wizard took living magic and twisted it into a forgotten curio.
You can make no sense of the symbol. The oath you awoke with is some faded instinct. What does it even stand for?
You notice nothing out of the ordinary.
So it was that we were free from Gake shackles and turned our blades on each other. The heavens were shattered, and one great empire was divided in two.
The corpse remains silent. You did not ask it a question. Confidence surges through you. You feel like there is nothing you can't do, no one you can't win over. The statue seems to agree and approve.
Why ever not? After all, you are an illithid. Whatever flaws plagued you as a human are long behind you now.
The towers seized, the battle done. The moonrise broke the darkest one.
No respite shall be had at this pitiful smorgasbord. Carve the blessing from it, your patron pleads. Make it ours. Lionheart Xena, fierce watchdog. At night, no one dared to pass her post. There is a crack of thunder, a gust of wind, and a dragon's white head appears in the storm. The first of Tiamat's 5 heads.
You can tell you're missing something, though. You spot a reference to the family signet. Ansel wends his way through your mind like an unstoppable river. Your body is unmoving, yet thought flows effortlessly between you. Unfortunately, your admission doesn't absolve you of your crimes. Only time in the cells will do that. You managed to get away with it. Better not try your luck too often.
For 6 months, Lae'zel has been learning the ways of Faerun by your side as you travelled together far and wide.
Decaying legs protrude from the hole. A failed escape, it seems. Your pickpocketing has caused quite a stir. The alarm is being raised. You are safe. You are nestled in the cup of her hand.
An unusually cautious fairy tickle runs across the back of your mind and the edge of your soul.
Here lies the guardian of tombs. Through knowledge comes atonement.
Her mind touches yours, feather light and hesitant. A stark contrast to the confidence with which her thoughts intruded on yours in the past. Or you could find some other place to deploy them. Some other purpose. Some other cause more befitting a mind flayer.
Ragslin's thoughts roil, then still. Your words will be his. You feel a joy so sudden, so intense that you nearly collapse from the force of it. The true Raven Guard lurks somewhere in this infected mind, seeking freedom, seeking victory.
A few scraps of the past come back to you now and then, but you can never quite tell where the knowledge comes from.
The altar's purpose is unclear, but the dagger upon it looks valuable.
Ice tears through your veins. Raphael knows you've taken what was his.
Her mournful eyes take in every detail of the room, but the hound looks right through you. She's lost in thoughts and memories.
The magic you called on will have its uses, but you can't shake the feeling you lost something of yourself in the bargain. Dear sister must die by your hand. An offering in Baal's sanctum.
You feel a pang of divine guilt. Musical prayers went out of fashion among bards when Melil, lord of song, offended the god Cyric and was ejected from the pantheon. At one time, these caverns must have been their banquet hall. The creatures are either long gone or waiting patiently in the darkness.
You devoured any book you could get your hands on, hungry for more. Sometimes you felt like you read the same thing over and over, yet the knowledge within always seemed new.
The fires of Avernus roar within you. You are twisting, changing, shrinking. Your soul is forfeit to the hells.
You've butchered so many before, each death a gift to your father. But this one, you will take from him. This one is just for you.
The rat doesn't respond. It simply bares its teeth.
Second Tide is the Umberland holy day when the timber harvest for shipbuilding is blessed by the sacrifice of a juvenile kraken.
Disarming traps is dangerous, but angering guards can be deadly. What will you do?
Withers, who raised you when your father struck you down. He bids you join him at a gathering of your allies and friends.
You sense the guards will be hearing of this.
Lae'zel believes a Zaithisk device cleanses the parasite, but it's used for extracting memories and killing the infected.
Come, all who are weary. Sleep and forget.
You've been granted free passage. What you do with that privilege is up to you.
Among the many crimes tallied against them, their reckless experimentation with illithid breeding stock. The pod simply thrums, unheeding of your command. It shivers in understanding. Night and shadow have claimed this place. Turn back.
You're used to stares of this nature. Not many have seen underdwellers before. You failed to fulfill Mizora's mission. She was Zariel's asset you were meant to rescue, and the Absolute's cult has destroyed her. Will has failed his patron, and the Hells now demand their prize.
As you turn him over, there is a strange crunching beneath you from the wriggling creatures he dropped earlier.
Infirmary. Justice endures, even in suffering. There are many in the city and beyond who are in desperate need of Lady Shah's embrace. You shall help them, of course, and relish every moment of it. Accept, and you must kill Gortash. Refuse, and your companion's life may be forfeit, as might your own. Orin's assassins will hunt you like prey for slaughter. The chapter ends there. This disc might be of some interest to Lae'zel.
You could end its life here and now, If only you didn't feel.
Can the rumors be true? Is this really the mind flayer who could save the city?
You remember the ill-tempered skeleton Godi, though you may wish to forget him. The rat seems agitated, like it doesn't want you to leave. Not without getting what it wants.
The dark power within you grips tight. If you do not feed it something of the weave, it will soon devour you instead.
Frago's Flophouse. When the prayer ends, vines curl upwards from the earth, and thorns sprout forth. Then the beast shakes its head, a ferocious warhound once more, though perhaps not quite as ferocious as before. You were robbed, and by the feel of your pack, not for the first time.
The lady, Nim, moves your hand to where the clasps of her blouse lie.
Another blank stare. There is no personality, no free will, only loyalty to a master.
Your engine screeches and grinds within your chest. The inferno is here, and there's no holding it back.
A giggle almost erupts from your throat. This moment strikes you as terribly funny.
Prince Orpheus is dead. With his death, Queen Vlaakith's glory is secured. And so is your own.
You were seen picking a lock. Now this guard's picking a fight.
Setting traps requires a subtle hand.
This guard's punishment for you will require no subtlety whatsoever. But as you sit on his lap, resting afterwards, you look into his eyes and see no trace of joy. Just an intensity that makes you shiver. You glimpse the lifelong destiny promised by your father. Enslave, dominate, ruin. You set your eyes on the various formulas and copious notes. The passage narrows and bends. You're shoulder deep when your fingers brush against a fleshy tentacle.
To be unseen is to be welcomed everywhere. She cowers, terrified of you. You have met some very powerful people recently. Even called some of them friends. Perhaps they could be convinced.
You remember this girl, Arabella from the Druid's Grove. The thief Corga tried to punish.
Please wait here. A staff member will retrieve your items. Tyr blesses you with the judgment to know right from wrong and the strength to mete out retribution for injustice. Something stirs behind the corpse's eye, something alive. It breaks to the surface, plops to the ground, and quickly squirms away.
Your cavalier attitude to personal property is not always shared. For instance, this witness seems rather put out by your vandalism. You can't determine the nature of his ailment.
A sharp pain, like your eye being carved out, washes over you as your patron borrows your vision momentarily. Your gears whine in protest, but you force your body to one side, gesturing for the family to enter the city.
You note that the hope in his voice is tinged with weariness. It's the voice of a man who's fought the inevitable for a long time. You won't get away with vandalism around here. This witness will make sure of it, as will the guards. You've been noticed outside of your cell. You'll need to deal with this the easy way or the very painful way.
The annals of Carsus would no doubt have much to say about the crown's true nature. If only you could read them.
Mizora responds with knowing silence and a wide smile. You remember seeing this symbol in a book about the denizens of the astral plane. Your kill of that poor cleric can mean only one thing. The vile Sceleritas will be here soon enough.
Anticipation. She is testing you somehow. About Raphael, you recognize the funeral rites of the Gur people, a tribe of monster hunters you've had dealings with before. Their leader is burning the possessions of those who have fallen. Whatever happens next will be by your design, and yours alone.
Suffering is not a curse, but a gift. So Kithrak Erlorn had taught you. Sensing your presence, the Knoll's tadpole writhes in ecstasy, echoing your command. A sweet melody plays above the waves, beckoning you, drowning out all logical thought.
She always listens, and she always replies, leading you to new adventures and enlightenment.
The end awaits. The last sights you'll ever see. The last words you'll ever utter. The last action you'll ever take. Best make them count.
Is this the Shadow Weave's presence? Or a darkness within you from the beginning, waiting to be called? It is the smell that strikes you first. Spiced ceremonial oils cut through with the copper tang of blood.
You do not recognize the language on the plaque. Your eye finds the source of the gleam. A small mote of black metal. Adamantine.
As a young warrior on Kalir, you never once questioned your queen. This dock is closed until further notice, by order of Lord Gortash. Your mind bursts with vicious images of Githyanki knights tearing through scores of mind flayers.
Devils and demons swarm your thoughts. Soon they will be swarming your dreams.
If you plan to command the world, no one will suspect a thing. Until it is too late.
There's a time and a place for smashing, but it appears this isn't it. You're getting locked up.
Your stomach drops. Your chest constricts. Your thoughts begin to splinter.
You hurl your plea as a javelin into realms of unbounded darkness.
But it misses its mark. No response.
Pain bursts from the wound on your hand.
You see yourself kneeling in a dark hall surrounded by initiates. A female voice preaches against Selûne and all she stands for. You nod, rapt.
The vat is still, placid. Thousands of tadpoles happily awaiting their hosts.
No name has been engraved, but the message beneath is clear. Should have left those orphans on the street where they belonged.
Your candor does little to improve your situation. The guards will handle this.
The moment you even began to think of it, it was already over.
The dagger still juts from the meat before it retreats out of reach. It has seen the deep shadows of Grimforge, and the stone floors left bloodied. Lacking any evidence to the contrary, you assume you look amazing.
Carsus himself was said to have forged such a crown, though you've never known it spoken of as anything but myth.
The elevator lies ready to carry you back up to the palace. But would Shah agree? Would she see it as accepting Selûnite gifts? Difficult to say. Control panels melting. Flesh pods spilled open. Your mind upends. Somehow, in the decayed soup of this creature's brain, a tadpole lives. Another presence nurtures it, manipulates it like a puppet. It appears the more you talk, the less trustworthy you seem. Get ready to fight. You see the telltale signs. This is a victim of a powerful spell. It seems you're being accused of casting it.
Long did you live in your famed father's shadow. Long did you toil thanklessly for the common people. But now, you know true power. The Sword Coast is yours to command, and the many lands beyond.
Gale's never been so quiet.
Peaceful as it may be, you'd best not leave him like that for too long, or you'll never hear the end of it.
You suddenly feel a strange anxiety take hold. Not your own, but that of the artifact you carry. Somehow, it's afraid. Magical energy courses through the slate. You are flooded with understanding.
Your thoughts come up short.
You discern no information or intention in the sovereign's song.
The Lich Queen doesn't intend to reward Lae'zel, but to devour her. Vlaakith speaks only in lies.
You return to your bedroll and sleep like the dead. Shadowheart keeps one hand on something hidden beneath her clothing.
Surely he will understand. You've developed a strong bond with him already. But perhaps you've waited too long. The revelation could damage the trust you've built. Darkness once more swallows Astarion. But you will find him again, as you always do.
Your mind connects to the Grand Dukes. He is still infected, but his parasite is weak, shielded from the absolute by the astral prism. The spell's power wanes. You can ask no more questions. You sense little else in the Merrigan's skull. No personality, no thoughts, just raw obedience. You heard its like described before. A memory shard used to store brief mental impressions from the user's mind. Here lies Canon. He gave his life defending others. He will be missed.
The rat utters a defiant hiss. Bloodlust fills its little black eyes.
There is a fleeting connection. Your parasite communes with his, then falls quiet. Doubt clouds Ragslin's skull. Does he feel your guidance? As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority. Your companion smiles, but it doesn't reach their eyes. Without a word, they turn away.
Inexplicable, violent yearnings overwhelm all other thoughts. Who could you possibly be to be their vessel?
Your years of hunting and tracking have taught you to recognize a territorial animal when you see it.
The curse has been lifted, the lands cleansed of the shadows. Kethric's reign of living death is over.
Your bribe only reveals the truth. You're the criminal, and criminals belong in a cell.
Congratulations, you've convinced them to give you access. Now what?
This man's indignant demeanor barely masks a seething anxiety. There's more to this situation than he's letting on. Its form flickers, and you realize that the door is transparent.
Suffering.
It rises from the foul ichor of the vast plains of Dis. The pain of the damned is your pleasure. Your soul cries for more, more, more. The chamber melts away to reveal a dark, endless nowhere. In it you see a vision. The drow listens as a pale-eyed young woman whispers in her ear.
You have earned your place amongst the legends of the Sword Coast. Although you're well acquainted with most blades, implements of medicine aren't really your speciality. You and Gale have made a home for yourselves in Waterdeep. Sometimes it isn't clear what he loves more, his research or you.
Your body grows cold, its warmth sapped by the cold metal seat. The machine awakens. The spell's power wanes. You can ask no more questions.
The events of the last days weigh heavily upon you. Sleep's rest is slow to come to one whose mind is so full.
You once again inhabit your own mind. Shah worshippers value traits like stealth, martial prowess, and navigating their goddess's darkness. The trials may test such skills.
Josie Ann Fountainhead, outstanding manip of the fists. The temptation to push on is strong, but without the Emperor's gift, the parasite, you will have no means to evolve. You've convinced them, for now. But transgress again, and no amount of talking will get you out of trouble. Your prayers fade away into the nothingness of the mirror. Unacknowledged.
You observe the urge to laugh from afar, letting it fade with each breath.
Your darling would never agree to breed a spawn with you. The defiance begets death.
You flinch, but the tentacle is limp and cold. You push it aside and retrieve something loose, lying beneath.
Hunters, killers, tormentors. But you need not fear. This letter is an invitation, and it comes from a friend. Research notes. They describe a powerful venom extracted from a rare purple worm. Distiller Thizabald Thorm sought to create a fatal poison using the worm's gullet. You focus on the source of the power, but it is quiet and still. You can only watch as you reach for your sword. What can silence the night song? You recognize the redcap, a fey creature known for its bloodlust.
The wine scent is almost sickly sweet, with an acrid note just on the periphery. Poison.
Gith's son Orpheus still lives and plans to depose Vlaakith. A ludicrous claim.
Your awareness unfolds, expanding through every wall in the tower, every mind.
When the tyrannized and the tormented cry out, you will listen. No one should suffer at the hands of man or monster.
With the withdrawal of Orpheus's power, your mind is rushed with the full force of the Netherbrain. You've been caught red-handed. Hopefully you're a better fighter than you are a pickpocket.
Blood smell. Life smell. Not like the great hollow below, which smells only of death. In the looming shadow of the mount, 5 groups of 5 figures each encircle a lofty totem.
You take a worried pause. You didn't free the devil Mizora sent you for. If you walk through the door, you will die. And your soul will be hers eternally.
What is this astral prism? Who is this dream figure? And what makes Vlaakith so desperate to slay them?
You try to think of something else, but it's no good. The acidic liquid tightens your throat, burning on the way down. It's a bolt of agony straight to your stomach.
Zareth Menyar Agith. You've heard the name. The immortal god king of the Githzerai, and the ruler of their capital, Shrakdalor.
The telescope points to the right.
You recognize the words. Ger funeral rites. To hear them is rare. The Ger monster hunters are as formidable as they are secretive. Grand Duke Ravengard, one of Baldur's Gate's most influential and beloved figures. Every Baldurian knows his name. The world is yours for the taking. A world you have made your own.
The potion is disgusting beyond description. The only mercy is that it goes down quickly.
Looking, it appears, is crime enough.
Tampering with that lock might be the last thing you ever do. This witness will make sure of that.
Restricted area. Entrance only with Lord Gortash's permission. Violators will be executed. You may resist now, but it's too late. You already embraced the powers the parasite gave you. You leveraged them to manipulate, to dominate, to survive.
You detect a distinct quiver in every note. These creatures have experienced recent tragedy. The Merrigan observes you blankly. Another near-empty mind. You notice nothing more than meets the eye. You recognize telltale flecks of werejackal blood. It's a potion of sleep. The bear whines, lonely and afraid.
As you place your hand on the pod, you hear something. A presence connected to the pod, commanding the person inside to change.
His eyes meet yours. There's no recognition there. Just a sick intensity as his voice reverberates in your mind. The drow gasp as Halsin raises you up, your legs catching on his hips, as he clasps you close to his pelvis.
Your disgrace has something to do with this Ketheric. You yearn to flay him until he forgets himself, as you have. Downstairs, the glitter gala. Upstairs, the chromatic scale.
Your lockpicking has landed you in trouble. You're being reported.
You've been caught lurking around the Sword Coast's most secure bank without permission. The guards are understandably upset.
Glyphs shift gently before your eyes. Words slip into your mind, onto your lips, forming words you don't understand. And something is trying to reply. A strange symbol glows, marked on their flesh. And something within you stirs in response. In its silence, you feel your own thoughts falter. Its presence alone seems to draw the warmth from your bones. You know the scene. You've seen its like before. An altar to the grand design, as close to god worship as any Illithid colony gets.
You don't need the hell's gifts to be mighty.
It replies with an echoing screech, and returns its gaze to the corpse.
For all its terrors, you missed it. Baldur's Gate is not a bad place for a vampire to live, to flourish. And flourish you will.
The rat has a thick coat and dark, staring eyes. Old, but in good health. You feel sated. more than sated, complete, and ready to face the netherbrain. As the colourful man starts scribbling, the bear sneaks a quick look at the page.
She's not just reticent to share her theory, she's hiding a physical object. A document of some sort, straight from field to plate. Eat local and support your community.
The tether connecting this man to his soul is frail as frost. Too frail to be of use to you.
You are forgiven. This time, sated by his meal, the beast's eyes shine with gratitude. The brain is on the cusp of its final thought, and it's taking all of the Emperor's strength to keep it there. An opportunity, perhaps. This pod has a different air to its chitinous cavern. Dust and dirt are gathered on the inside. The gathering will not be in the city that you saved, though. It will be where your adventures together began.
All you can see are those symbols. All you can hear are the whispers. There is nothing else. Everything is in motion. All within these walls are doomed to destruction unless you act.
She's tense, that much is clear to see. But her professional veneer is simply too resistant to amateur probing.
Agony bursts behind your eyes, and the whole world goes dark.
Try as you might to breach his inner thoughts, Gale swats your efforts away with infuriating ease.
You cannot speak, but you have command over your own cruelty.
And you'll need to do it quickly.
Nir's voice fades, but your head still tingles with his anger and fear.
A list of politely phrased advisories from the Fellowship of Financiers.
You kneel before him, eagerly feigning reverence. She chatters back, louder and at length.
This man is of common stock. Only the poorest of men need settle for the spectacle of their own gore. The clock seems caught between a tick and a tock, as if time is holding its breath.
But some promises even the blade of frontiers can't keep.
The thought fades, and you cross the border between waking and dream.
The pain brings the world into focus. Whatever this place, you know Vlakith's protocol. You must locate a Githyanki creche. Decaying cities, cinder forests. All that was once whole has collapsed into memories. Your body and mind dissolve into fragments, each as pure as the next. You are the perfection of form.
Your magic is drawing the wrong kind of attention. Continue, and there will be trouble.
Your words are suitably convincing. A thief? Of course you aren't.
The penitent looks at you silently, expectantly.
You feel the creature's thoughts stumble against your magic, your will to resist.
No doubt the Githyanki will seek to reclaim that which is theirs.
The door remains intact, despite your efforts. You look the rocks over, but find no sign of a way through. As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority. Your conversation has been cut short. These prisoners are for disciple Balthazar's attention only.
This headstone has been vandalized, altered to read, "Rotting Place of Gothric Rillin."
The prisoner smiles through the pain, then spits in your direction.
Perhaps Mistra will recognize you for your humility. Perhaps not.
A faint spark of arcane power flickers across the surface of the pillar.
From there, you choose the road to follow. The blade of frontiers. A man of his own making. Tempus, the lord of honorable battle, calls upon you to confront and defeat your enemies, and blesses you with the will to victory.
It seems things keep getting broken around here. You're about to get the blame, but your will is iron, and you brush past these shades of the past, devouring every secret the book has to offer. And as quickly as you tore down his defenses, you shore them back up. His mind is blank and blissfully ignorant once more.
Your head spins as you gather yourself. Fresh air and firm ground feel almost alien to you.
You find no meaning in her mutterings.
Your tadpole eagerly responds to the parasite in the brain jar. You blink, to find yourself standing at Worm's Crossing.
You see a dragon circling like a bird of prey, hunting.
Against all odds, the Netherbrain is defeated. The day won, the future of Faerun secured. Your mind is blissfully free of illithid infection. Your presence is therefore undesired. The figure shimmers brightly. Your words seem to have piqued her curiosity.
Calmness greets you upon exiting the submersible. Unlike the Iron Throne, you remain intact. Whispers, moans, disharmony. They drift through you like an unknown language. Your prayers fade away. Nothing comes to you in return. No soothing presence, no spiritual embrace. Only darkness and silence. The moonrise must be your lady's wretched sister, Saluna. Your belly rumbles as the vile brew fills it. Yet your mind remains miraculously steady. You've tried everything. The chains still hold you. Dark holes bite at the edges of your vision. But the void cannot draw you in.
Of one thing you may be assured. The world will be safe from the Crown's power thanks to you, Gale of Waterdeep, the wizard who defeated a Netherbrain.
A pool of warmth spreads through your mind as she settles on the memory of you commanding the goblins to die.
You are an illithid, your body ravaged by ceremorphosis, your mind prey to unfamiliar desires to consume, to devour.
For the first time since the Nautiloid, your mind is clear. It's unsettling. Alas, this child is a telltale. The grown-ups will love hearing this. The Rothe looks at you with big, soft eyes. Then it lowers its head obediently.
Through sheer, mindless bliss, your courage has been tested, and in this, at least, you have triumphed. Mistra would no more forgive Elminster for defying her than she was willing to forgive you. His hands are tied, as, it seems, are yours.
You stash the bag. Something clinks among the coins. Your violence hasn't gone unnoticed. It's about to be returned in kind.
This is the moment to strike. You will not have another. If you leave now, then everything you've worked toward falls to waste. You take a worried pause. Mizora is still trapped in her pod. If you walk through the door, will die, and his soul will be hers eternally. The trader appears encouraged by your interest in this item, though of course you'll need to pay for it. In the distant reaches of your mind, Vlaakith calls out her eternal promise. You will know the names of the stars and the will of the cosmos. You will ascend. Sorceress Sundries must be your next port of call. You recognize this as a trial where initiates would prove themselves to Lady Shah. This one would test their ability to navigate her sacred darkness.
A gentle thing, full of promise, full of potential. It wants to evolve you.
You've stood afore this very throne before. In demand, not supplication.
The sounds of battle do not disturb the creature. She seems to be in another time, another place. The cub pecks at a crimson splash on his leg.
The image soon fades, but a shadow of his presence remains. He was here in this pod not long ago. Minsk, the mad ranger who fought alongside Jaheira during the time of troubles. A hero of Baldur's Gate, a hated enemy of your people.
Suddenly you see what she sees, feel what she feels. Confusion, resolve, and a hint of gratitude. You have been enslaved like your ancestors. Rage sparks to hatred, and it shatters your will entirely, smashing your defenses and leaving you broken and gasping for air. You cannot deny him.
Here rest the remains of Ronnie Morello, cause of death, starvation. You feel its presence gently probing the palace of your mind. As it finds a mostly vacant spot, power and knowledge flood your brain. unlocking a new secret.
Local history, written in riddles.
It's a name you know. Nine Fingers is the head of the Guild, a criminal organization operating inside Baldur's Gate. The punishment for tampering with the idol a second time is simple. Death.
You search for anything you can identify and recognize a couple of symbols associated with the hells. You suspect it's written in Infernal.
Will's a wild card. He seems to like you well enough, but it's hard to know how the Sword Coast's dashing champion might respond. Rashomar, a native of Rashomon, the far eastern land known for its wild inhabitants and the witches who rule them. The statue gives no response. Father claws into your heart and stops it for a single moment. As you begin to fear for your life, you know his love is close. One day, Halsin returns from a patrol of the borders with a letter held in his jaw. You read it to him as you scratch behind his ear. Scratch yaps a request you know well. Fetch!
The scrutiny proves too much. The lurid text melts away before your eyes. An illusion.
You fail to fulfill Mizora's mission, and the Absolute's cult has destroyed her.
With a deep, heartbroken whine, the dog bows his head.
You feel the vision granted to you by Shard dull. This is not the kind of darkness the lady cares for. You feel your patron bristle with 1,000 briars at the rejection. It places some barbed words on your tongue. A weapon, should you need it.
There is a moment's pause. The presence reevaluates you.
The skull says nothing. Perhaps it rests at long last.
As if you don't have enough problems already.
Yet there are mountains for climbing, ogre blood for spilling, and fellow warriors for fraternizing. Yes, you could get used to that life.
He acts before you can intervene. The craft is ready to sail.
Your own Mother Superior revived the tradition and created new justiciars. How you long to become one of them. Yet she always denied you. Incomprehensible Gith runes adorn the artifact. It lifts the pain from you, pushing the voice away. Do not taunt or tease the aquatic spectator sentries outside the dome. They have a job to do just like you.
Caught red-handed. Perhaps you should practice on a mannequin or a corpse.
Someone else must have attacked you in the midst of whatever you were doing down here.
You look carefully, but discover nothing. These beings are Kuatoa, former Gake playthings that manifest their gods through sheer belief.
For Lord Gortash's inspection, a panoply of 8 displays that show how Foundry production is meeting or exceeding all quotas. You have no one left to judge you for your sins.
It seems your attack will have consequences. Immediate, violent consequences.
Something in the air grows colder, sharper. Mistra's patience is extensive but not infinite. She will not wait forever. If you take her at her word, you can't possibly fulfill your mission in good conscience. But break the terms of your pact and the consequences will be unfathomable.
Your mind spins, your heart races. There is only endless void, and you are caught in the undying queen's orbit. Something stirs deep within you, hungry and alert. It's taking something you'll never get back.
This tombstone has been vandalized, its original wording replaced with Vampires are real. Much is uncertain, but you know one thing for sure. The darkness will strike again. Unless you find a light.
The Blood War. You saw it from above as the Nautiloid passed through Avernus. This woman was on the front line. The Merrigan resists your efforts. Most would be angry at such an intrusion, but this creature has no reaction at all.
As far as you can tell, it is a simple construct designed to provide additional security. Zereth Menya Agith. How well you know the name. The immortal god king of the Githzerai, and the ruler of their capital, Shraktalor. You may have talked your way out of this one, but there will be no repeat performance.
This area is off limits. Perhaps the guard can be convinced otherwise.
You see an older woman on her knees scrubbing the floor of an inn. The patrons made a mess of things again the night before.
You fall into fitful sleep, your dreams dominated by the blood lakes of hell and snarling geek.
The sensation goes, but it could return at any point. How many hundreds of times will Harlep use your person? And most likely, their deaths.
The cup becomes more agitated, running away with a squawk.
The artifact pulses softly, sending out a warning. It is afraid.
You sense confessing your sins here was not enough. The guards will be hearing of this.
Time to get out of here. And then you can shed light on the dark of the matter of yourself. You can think of no way to void a devil's pact.
You can't tell if the mind flayer is smiling or not. A symptom of your wider problem.
You realize he prays to Kalimvor, Lord of Death.
Your mind burns hot with excitement.
Your words are snatched away in the tempest of the parasite's power as it activates the Steel Watcher. His fingertips sport calluses and toughened skin, as if from manual labor, or playing a stringed instrument, perhaps.
The world swims as you close, then reopen your eyes. How long have you been waiting here? A moment, a night, a 10-day? Your apparent naivety is not convincing enough. Accident or not, you're about to be arrested.
Grint Thorg, fighter, lost in Durlag's tower. We couldn't recover your bodies, so we buried your 10-foot pole.
You can feel the power it held. Weak, but still divine. These soldiers were protected from your lady's shadows by her wretched sister, Seluna. You see a red dragon. Tyrannical, greedy, and vain, they hunt without pity. Interfering with a corpse is a good way to become a corpse yourself, especially when you get caught in the act. There you will find your kin. The tadpole will be removed, and you will be purified. In darkest hour, a concord made, twixt harp and wild against the shade. The guard isn't interested, except in locking you away. Again.
Freed from the ghost of your past, you can finally rest and dream of brilliant futures. You shall soon amass an illithid army to bring slaughter across Faerun. But now, it is time to unleash Baal's adoration upon his beloved city. It stirs softly. Soon it will hunger, and when that time comes, it must be fed. Starve it, and you risk triggering a cataclysmic explosion of raw, unfettered weave. The tension dissipates. Your companions begin to relax. You feel the warmth of their relief, their joy, their peace in each other's company.
The squirrel moves too quickly. Your foot finds only air and smiles as she carves her name across your chest.
Having a mind of your own should be an advantage, but it seems they'd rather talk to someone harboring a parasite. Repairs and alterations available. Note, clothing from Facemaker Fashion is not accepted. I don't have time for hopeless garments.
The printing press is running at full tilt. You don't see any way to interfere with it now without losing several fingers. You deflect the accusation and are free to go on your murderous way once more. Silent, still. The armor does not react to your presence.
There is no chamber pot down here, but the guards are more than willing to escort your corpse to the harbor.
You were seen interfering with a trap. This guard is ready to teach you what happens to prisoners who do that.
A pocket of psionic energy reaches out from your mind to Orpheus's honor guard. Your plea has been heard. You are welcomed, even in this illithid form. In memory of Eberk Trollbleeder, his tall tales shall be greatly missed. Using the cipher you found, you might be able to reveal the disc's meaning. His eyes meet yours. There's recognition there, a sick intensity as his voice reverberates in your mind. Saravok Anchev, a Baal spawn who failed to become chosen long ago. Spilled stain of Father's divine essence left out to dry. The sheep's voice warbles. You realize it's trying to say bar. The cold blades lose their edge. You are stalwart, turning that tide of fear against itself. Setting that trap has earned you a trip to the cells. This guard appears more than ready to escort you. This fight could have been avoided, but now you've made it inevitable. The creature seems unaware of your interference. It relaxes in your hands. You shiver, perhaps out of fear, excitement, elation, or all three. For a brief moment, uncertainty clouds his mind, then dissipates. The astral prism vibrates in concord. The mind flayer's corpse twitches, then collapses again. It will speak no more. The body of that scared girl who asked for nothing more than a night of shelter. You drag your tongue in a winding line from beneath her earlobe down along her collarbone. You almost succeeded. The crown sits atop the elder brain, and the Karsite weave rests within your chest. Incomplete, but already capable of immense destruction. As the corpse rises, your parasite squirms in recognition. Your deception fails. You sense the mirror would snatch something true from you, but you have nothing it desires. His eyes search your ally, interrogating it for signs of genuine emotion. And finds it, and 200,012 rats. There is no death too small for Baal. After all, your willpower prevails. You remain in control. If the grand design is to unfold, it shall only do so at your command. But it is not the only choice that tempts you. Here lies Becklin Ironlaw. May the gods usher him to his reward. With your people gone, there's nothing left but the silence of the city. Smouldering, waiting to be rebuilt. The orb hums with cerebral magic, permeable, but impenetrable. Vlaakith has upended Lae'zel's whole existence. Everything she knew to be true, every plan and aspiration she ever held has been painfully ripped away. A strange symbol glows, marked on their flesh, and something within you stirs in response. They are left as scabs of life, while she spits on the beauty their death would sow. Road closed. Detour ahead. You note nothing unusual about the sisters, aside from their menace. Yet it too roamed the nautiloid. It would have seen you, known you. The screech quiets, the howl fades. Your mind is hollow, save one lone voice. The air is heavy. Moisture drips down your forehead. Pain shoots through your fingers. This is highly illogical. There are plenty of other craniums awaiting your suction. And this is a prize ally. Years spent in worship of Baal, leading his savage congregation in prayer, sacrifice, and slaughter. Right now, your resolve feels firm, but there is no knowing how you will feel when the moment comes. But you feel secure in your fate. You know there is something beyond ascension. Liberation. Lower City Cemetery. Do honor to the dead, for their strivings in life brought us to where we are. Warily, it watches you approach. There's no flesh or fur to scratch at, only bone and cold metal. But the virtues of immortality are as undeniable as they are limitless. But within the recesses of your mind, another possibility sparks. With the withdrawal of Orpheus's power, Karlak's mind is rushed with the full force of the Netherbrain. You don't have the gold to buy your way out of this situation. Your offer is of no interest. This will be settled with blood, not gold. He brings over a small chest and opens it on top of you. There are gentle pricks all over your body,
as an unknown writhing takes over. You should save your arguments for the guards. It's getting you nowhere at the moment. Zarel's mind is a steel trap, but you cautiously ease your way in. You just need to shift her focus a little. Advocatus diaboli, a devil's advocate, a champion in the blood war between diabolical forces and demons. This is the pool it came from. The gay parasite that has violated your mind. She cackles. The man's remaining flesh twisted and contorted. Is this a good idea, you wonder? You and Shadowheart have a certain rapport, but is it strong enough to weather such a revelation? An air of decay hangs over the stooped beggar's form, the same that tainted mystic Carrion's chambers. This is one of his runaway servants, Andreas Lothar, beloved of Cirolali. May we keep your hearth warm. The water elemental's form shivers before you, a damp patina dripping off your skin. Your companion's look is quizzical, but there's a smile underneath it. There's no question that they're happy for you. To reveal the truth would be no small matter. Many balk to hear the Dark Lady's name uttered, but Gale is worldly enough to handle it, and has some faith in you. You think? The Elf Song Tavern, a rogue mind flayer, like the Emperor. Murder is forbidden, unless you regard, in which case it's called meting out justice. You're about to pay for your crimes. Your blood swims hot at the very prospect. A chill runs down your spine. Lady Shah's twin and nemesis, the moon goddess Seluna, was once worshipped here. Whatever time is left is yours, and yours alone. The skull holds fast. Your minds fuse, lusting for something that is gone. The rat issues a defensive, high-pitched squeak. Written in a frail hand, it requests your presence at a gathering of your former allies, those who stood with you against the absolute. You push on, knowing full well how it will end, how it will all end, with you and your folly. Pierce the moon. Your memories are foggy, as your mission requires them to be. Shah's secrets are precious. You approach the dying monster. This is the thing that abducted you. The flames sputter away. The sickle is yours for the taking. The fire fades, a meaningless distraction. You hold the cup again, ignoring the crack along its belly, and drink. Her time is running short, and so too is your window to say goodbye. It appears to be protected by an energy field of some kind, but you're not familiar with this magic. The Neurocitor awaits your input. The dog is unable to speak through the small bag he holds in his mouth. This song differs from others you've studied. The final couplet contains a trick, a clause not easily fulfilled. Felioth recalls Cazador boiling the flesh from his skull, and then, to mock him, clamping his schooling scroll in Velioth's jaws. Mystra, mother of all magic, is the patron of wizards, and often called upon by other spellcasters as well. She's said to be a jealous goddess. The newborn zombie gazes at you hungrily, pus drooling from its slack jaw. This squirrel might be the single most adorable creature you can recall in all your stunted memory. A hero of Baldur's Gate who fought alongside Jaheira during the time of troubles. Minsk is a legend. The amount you've offered proves your piety and devotion. You may now pray here once a day for a divine blessing. If you speak with Orpheus, you might unveil an option you have yet to consider. The boat floats in the murky waters. The spell's power wanes. You can ask no more questions. Today, you'd been kidnapped by mind flayers, chased through hell by dragons, and thrown out of a burning ship. Love. The word hangs in the air for a moment, before Lae'zel continues. Unfazed. A soft step is better than any armor. The reconsecration of the monastery, conducted by Dawnmaster Seed. A shiver runs across your mind.
You feel sated. While most know of Elminster the legend, few know him as you have. He plucked you from obscurity, offered you his guidance, his faith, and most recently, his pity.
Gold saves you from many confrontations, but not this one.
There is something about her. It would be wonderful to kill her. A perfect tragedy.
The rat stares, ever so slightly calmed. The sheep stares at you with unsettling malice.
Once again, your mind opens to Lae'zel, and she considers the disc.
Your refusal has only made things worse. The guards will be hearing of this.
Now you must leave them for a brief while and return to the surface, for you have received an invitation to meet with friends and allies once more. The individual descriptions could refer to many things, but taken together, she can only be referring to something vampiric in nature.
A shiver runs across your mind. You feel sated.
A pattern emerges. You've cracked the code. The scales are still glistening with seawater. These fish were freshly caught.
The letter and flute inside are now forever beyond your grasp. Last light in west. Moonrise towers southwest.
Once you forgot to break the neck you cradled. You will not make the same mistake again.
It's written in archaic Kozikuran, a rare version of an already obscure language. Her mind focuses. The Gith's suspicions cannot be aroused. They cannot discover that the weapon they seek is right within their grasp. The corpse does not stir. It will answer no more questions. 2 styles, 2 eras. The statue was carved from newer stone and erected by latecomers to this ancient fortress. You are the blade of frontiers racing through the wastes of Avernus. Just ahead, a familiar figure. Red skin, single-curled horn, blazes with flame, bloodied great axe held high.
Though you have the power to see in the dark, in the face of lust, you can't help but close your eyes.
A thick layer of dust coats the bottom of the lantern. Something is amiss about the boy, but exactly what eludes you. It could even transform the occupant of the pod. Like what happened before. They want the ones from the ship. Darkness and sun, barely contained, but you'll know all about it soon enough. In 7 days, you'll be a mind flayer yourself. When evil's shadow darkened the Sword Coast, you brought your light. You are the people's protector. To fell monsters and guard the meek is your calling.
Beloved little Tan, never forgotten. Kalimvor guide your soul. The mirror's emptiness seems to draw you into a stupefying embrace. Your thoughts, feelings, memories, they grow slow and drowsy, drifting away from each other. This is it. With the Mind Flayer's parasite dead, your time in the sun is over.
The visions fade and the voice falters as a strange energy swells around you. The many-sided artifact. Somehow you understand it's repelling the presence.
The very air around you seems to quiver and cool, as if disturbed by some presence. An invisible, formless, welcoming presence. A huge polished disc looms before you. A mirror, but one that offers no reflection. All you see is a void of endless darkness. You and Gale find it hard enough to tolerate each other as it is. It seems unlikely that a revelation like this will do anything but widen the gulf between you.
The hyena shirks from you, afraid.
The execution of Florig, convicted traitor and seditionist, has been delayed for an indeterminate time.
Moon modes. They bring Saluna's light to dark places and offer guidance to those in need. Your parents still watch over you.
This guard would prefer you serve your time in silent contemplation.
That will make her especially chewy. Just how you like a cortex to be.
Someone's been breaking things around here.
This child has no intention of taking the blame. You peer inside the moon lantern. It's dull inside, like whatever made it glow has vanished. Your push for entry is angering those nearby. Now you'll pay the price. The Rothe chews slowly, its eyes drooping from exhaustion. Mystra, goddess of magic, is offended that you would rob her altar. Her disapproval hovers heavily around you. Best to keep your hands to yourself. The wolf bares his teeth. He doesn't take orders from you. He would chase you down if not for his master. Your breath catches. The remains of the Saluna statue are defaced with Sharan markings. Again, you feel her tadpole, but something's off. You recognize the symbol of your lady. You know these uniforms. The Myconid knows of your transgressions. They must be punished. Nothing. Just old parchment covered in arcane symbols. The magic sleeps. There is a darkness to these warriors that endures even now, long after their lives were spent. But who did they serve? Didn't know her name, we just called her Grimishka. Your refined patter is not enough this time. You're going back to your cell. Should you transgress again, your efforts to talk yourself out of trouble will be of little use. Your spellcasting has angered one of the guards. You're headed for the cells. Vengeance, the most delectable of poisons. Your lockpicking is attracting attention. Tread carefully. With your prize discarded, the matter can rest. Why should you be the one to make the sacrifice? Karlak offered. You could let her take the fall, and when the moment comes, kill her and take control. Your notoriety precedes you. Prices have been moderated to reflect your less than welcome presence in the city. There's been a violent assault in the area. You may want to confirm your innocence. Or your guilt. It curls its way up your leg, squeezing tight. A scene appears in your mind. 2 paladins and a cleric marching through the door, shrouded in the glow of the divine. You manage to calm the situation down, though next time it may not be so simple. There is no stopping it. The truth bubbles over, flooding first your mind, then your father's. Joy in stone, compliments of stony and bony. Several of the pictured Dawnmasters remind you of monks who would dedicate their lives to mastering specific weapons of war. Your peace offering is not enough. Your crime must be punished. But like everything, there was a cost. Lae'zel hardly thinks highly of you. The truth could further damage your alliance. You recognize the newborn mind flare from the windmill before. It seems it has been busy. The questions fill your mind to bursting. Only time holds the answers. But in the here and now, that is no comfort at all. Your blood runs quicker, feeding the gnawing absence at the center of your mind. The steel watch's powerful spring-loaded leg components enable it to leap with surprising agility. Like it or not, you are still chained to Mizora. You can't risk killing a devil whose loyalty is to her mistress, Zariel. In Mizora's infernal embrace, you are lost to Malbolgia. Her flesh is an endless landscape of craggy hills and deep valleys to survey. You can carry yourself tall, knowing you were loyal in both deed and intent. You are no heretic. Through the telescope, a sinister vista sprawls before you. Boiling rivers and sheer crags. A sight of the hells that you'll never forget. You've paid the price for your vandalism. The matter is resolved. You were caught casting a forbidden spell. This guard's come to make sure you don't do it again. Ragzlin scowls, shocked by his own words, and a jolt shoots through your skull. History will remember you. The city will remember you. The Tressym stares at you expectantly. You sense uncertainty in Will's voice. He questions his father's explanation. The pain in your head swells, pushing out any thoughts.
The three figures fade away.
The scars on your back flare to life, as if you can feel the knife in your flesh all over again. But the orb is not your only concern. Here lies Largo Crivens the Younger, taken along with his family on the same grim night. May their deaths be avenged.
Dragons, Gith, and the hells themselves have come after you. Yet it is this creature that lingers in your skull.
Darktide is the Umberlant holy day celebrating the late summer neap tide with the sacrifice of a black hippocampus.
A single strike will end his suffering. You swing, but connect with nothing.
But you are not alone in this fight. Your tadpole is aggressively territorial, and you are its territory.
Your voice echoes in the chamber, but nothing happens. The door remains resolutely shut.
The pain rips through you, obliterating all thought, all feeling. This is the private abode of Alexander Rainforest. Friends make appointments. Clients respect office hours.
The front lines of the blood war. With every swing of her axe, Karlak fulfills Mistress Zariel's purpose.
Angle iron blades are extremely sharp, obviously, and will cut you if mishandled. You have been warned. You consider how he's likely to react. You're not friends, but he doesn't seem to hate you either. It might be worth the risk.
It cringes in response to your sunny vision.
Don't know your weave moss from your mugwort. Don't be shy. The ever-stylish Horst is at your service.
The little worm seems silent. The Grand Duke sees Mizora and her infernal sisters. He sees the agony in Will's face as an impossible choice is set before him.
With Isabel dead, the whole sanctuary will be flooded with blood. A far finer future than her taken alive. It's been a long time since you stood in judgment over others, holding their lives in your hands. But after everything you've done, doesn't this feel right?
The machine lashes out aimlessly. Your right temple burns, then numbs. Part of you is gone. A part you can no longer recall.
You are a mind flayer, the very thing you sought to eradicate. Whatever self you still possess is quickly ebbing away.
You can make no sense of the symbol.
To say Gale keeps a tenuous grasp on his mortality would be an understatement. You know what he expects of you, to resurrect him. If only it didn't need to happen quite so often. You have made a fortress in the Underdark, along with other outcast vampire spawn. It is not civilized. It is not safe. But it is home, an empty mind flayer vessel. If its occupant survived, then nowhere to be seen. These bones appear to have come from a collection of different skeletons. Your stomach rudely announces itself to you with a twinge. Unfortunately, you cannot eat sunlight. Time you found some prey.
You do your best to wipe the dirt from your face and look presentable. Adventuring is murder on one's wardrobe, though.
And in your own heart, the restless, biting sadness that burns within you, threatening to break.
Your tongue slithers over your glory like the snake it is, tasting each misdeed once again.
Your scholarship of religion tells you no more.
You decipher the symbol. It's an illithid sigil, meaning unleash.
An invitation to a gathering of friends, those allies who stood with you against the Netherbrain, those who thwarted the grand design.
But as you close the book, a nagging doubt whispers in your mind. What consequences will there be for calling the dead from their rest?
Another restless night beckons. Your mind flits from memory to memory. The deeds you've done and left undone in the wake of Mistress' instruction. Memories flood back. Snatches of your story written in the blood of 1,000 victims.
You feel different, powerful. Your strength and intellect enhanced. Your mind braced to survive.
With the offending articles out of sight, the bird is back at ease. No harm done. You were basking beneath the silver moon after a midnight swim one night when you notice a letter among your discarded clothes.
You consider the cadence of his singing. An instrument would make this song whole. You can think of no way to void a devil's pact. This crevice is empty, save a bit of dust.
Steel watchers in operation during the coronation of Lord Gortash. Please refrain from criminal activity and be courteous to the flaming fists.
The creature's eyes roll back in its head, equal parts bliss and agony.
The fist examines your illithid ally with suspicion. He was not expecting the saviour of Baldur's Gate to be accompanied by a mind flayer.
Cazador's presence fills your mind like blood in a blister. Once inside, it seeks a vulnerability to exploit, a weakness to latch onto. The hideous corpse rises, tentacles writhing.
As the pile of sawdust on the floor grows larger, the cabinet gradually takes shape. The carpenter's pride washes over you. You spot a curious metal contraption in the water, a submersible.
The wound is superficial, the edges torn and jagged. Probably a Knoll's crude blade.
Will's frontal lobe, which processes his judgment and measured words, would be a delicacy befitting his nobility. It's time the mother of all magic heard what you have to say. Time for you to find her shrine and claim a long-withheld audience. Be wary of casting such spells, or you might find yourself in hot water.
He lets out a tentative chirp. Gaining confidence, he starts a song, abandoning his nest-building efforts.
A distant memory of a man stretching his back with a groan. Another day of hauling masonry blocks done.
Your admission just booked you a trip to the cells.
You lack an illithid infection. You are not welcome here, nor anywhere in existence, it seems. With their help, you have uncovered the cult for what it really is, a plan of conquest, orchestrated by the gods of death themselves.
You watch Korga closely. If she is moved by your plea, she gives no sign.
The overbearing heat, the ever-looming threat of Zariel's forces. You've been seeking any chance for respite.
Suspicion floods Ragslin's mind. Your brain howls as you consider your final question.
There is hesitation in his eye for one moment. A passing thought of all times spent together you'll never remember. Your violent behaviour is proving unpopular. Tread carefully, or things may get out of hand.
You were seen committing an assault.
This guard appears ready to respond in kind. Perhaps the underdog. With your death, you might even eradicate others of your kind from the face of this realm.
The projection exudes immense psionic energy. Only 5,000 Senjasi and 5,000 Gish gathered in Tunarath could convey such an image.
Doomguide of Kelemvor, receive his blessing. The death of fear, anxiety, and hesitation. For all must die and come to judgment.
Around his neck is a collar, etched with a name. Scratch. In an instant, Shadowheart hides the box from view.
You will triumph with a sword in your hand and a bow at your back. You don't need the Hell's gifts to be mighty.
Vlaakith's greatest threat stands before you. But to end him would condemn you and your allies to be the Netherbrain's eternal thralls.
Even though you do not follow her, you feel her power resonating from the statue. She is the one true spell at the heart of all spells. The weave could not be in better hands.
Somewhere in the corner of your heart, you suspect he might be dreaming of you, too.
Tentacles, horror, blood, oblivion. Only some of those sound appealing. While quite vague, drunk lizards could well point to kobolds, who tend to operate in packs. Courage, conviction, defiance. Even as her organs began to dissolve, she believed she could resist. Your pride in the citizens humbles you. In the wake of the Absolute's horror, they have come together to rebuild and to shelter one another. Lord Gortash's name opens many doors, but it does not open this one. The creature fixes you with an eerie gaze. It doesn't just see you, it sees through you.
It burns relentlessly, like a red dragon's breath scorching you from the inside out.
There's something strange in your old friend's mouth. What is it? Rare is the interruption that can drag you from your studies. But an invitation written in a frail hand does precisely that, killing. Now that sounds like your first good idea. And what of your father? Will you tear him away from the Elderbrain's clutches, or allow him to suffer?
You see a vision, your lifeless body wrapped in fungal tendrils. The Sovereign is threatening you. As you tell your story, fatigue fills your body. Your head swims with the worst headache you've known. You feel a cold hand caress your mind as the drow appraises you. The box doesn't yield. You'll need more than a lockpick to get yourself out of this. You're being attacked. It now belongs to the Circle. It will obey the Sovereign. Your words are compelling. You will not be disturbed further. Within the Underdark's bowels, beyond an ancient stronghold, hovers a giant hammer, waiting to fall.
Now you feel only impatience for these blood sacks to sleep, so you can strike with the death dream.
An invitation to a gathering of your friends and allies, those who stood with you against the Absolute.
You have cultivated these crusted companions, wrenching, ripping, scraping. But you do have a favorite.
Your father's power stops your heart for one horrible, terrible moment, then starts it again with a lash of duty. You've dedicated your life to your queen. Through her, your mind is silver, and your body steel.
You can see the fear in his eyes, but also the hunger. The thick smell of blood in the air and the promise of power being so close is intoxicating to him.
But beyond the terror,
there is hope.
You see a beaming raven guard presiding over the sunlit city, applauded by the people. A people at peace.
But there are others in the pods. Those not yet infected, not yet elithid, terrified, desperate to escape.
You notice one of these corrections scrawled in the margins. Whoever's tampering with the printer, stop it. You're wasting my time.
Without hope's disguise, the damned soul realizes you are an imposter in their hells, and is about to raise the alarm.
You try to examine the book, but the longer you stare, the more those piercing amethyst eyes draw you in.
You recall an old incantation from a children's story, said to void a devil's contract. Abi diabole et nunquam redi.
Forge your blade in the fires, and raise it in the mistress's name. You sense hesitation. The Dwegar talks tough, but fears you. These spiders aren't wild. They've been raised by local Dwegar and are fiercely loyal to them.
However, it seems truth is not the only thing behind her words. Something is being hidden.
The bird hops around, scanning sticks and flowers, looking for a nice addition to his nest. Calmness greets you as the submersible slows to a halt. Unlike the Iron Throne, you remain intact.
It's over. And it's all because of you.
She is but the hack doctor who half pieced you together after whatever caused your head to get in this mess.
The eye focuses on you, taking in every detail of your appearance.
You've been caught in the act. This time, however, there is no talking your way out of it. As you approach your camp, the raucous celebrations have already begun. The world loses its edges, its finer boundaries. You are fluid, but trapped like a creature suspended in amber. It is only a matter of days before tentacles split your lips and your skin turns to gore.
The time has come. You can call out to the astral and ascend.
Your minds connect. And before you can stop him, the Drider is inside your head, scrabbling through your secrets. You back away from the trap, but it's too late. The guards will be hearing of this.
At least you would not be alone. If only Karlak's heart were healed. The magic you consumed gives a small amount of relief, but the necrotic power within shall soon gnaw at you again.
The corpse remains silent. It doesn't understand the question. Sulfur, decay, and a thin whiff of something unexpectedly fragrant.
Your thoughts turn to Mizora. Will she stand in your way? And if so, will you dare resist?
It seems you're not fooling anyone. Time to defend yourself. Such feelings serve no purpose. You must cast them aside. Lady Shah will reveal all in time. Even now you sense she is guiding you towards something. Whatever this place, you know Vlakith's protocol. You must locate a Githyanki creche.
His eyes are unseeing, his voice silenced. But even with his mind caged, you can feel his power. Your vision throbs with ink-black darkness as your patron borrows your gaze, beholding the vision in front of you.
You spot a man crouching between the shelves, just as he spots you. Your spell was noticed. You suspect the grown-ups will have something to say about it. Here they come now.
You should get some rest, but you simply can't. All you can think of is the brain that was beneath Moonrise Towers. And more importantly, what it was said to possess.
You can smell the sweetness of his skin, hear the beat of his pulse.
But when you meet his eye for a moment, there's a look about him that reveals he's a million realms away.
The chicken's head bobs, eyes darting around at the leering goblin faces. She's terrified.
Lae'zel's other reasons for refusing her own assimilation come into focus.
You notice the telltale clumsiness of goblins, alongside something more light-footed. Drow, the goblin king, bows, obedient. The flesh of his tribe becomes the flesh of the Absolute.
In spite of your reservations, she's telling the truth. A glowing orb. But its purpose is unclear.
Your silence does you few favors. It seems another way must be found to loosen your tongue.
Your body aches pleasingly with the memory of past bruises. Perhaps it is the same for her.
You glower at the fresco. Moonrise, a disgusting tribute to Saluna's past glories.
In darkness, truth. In shadows, justice. In the Dark Lady's name. Always.
You led the cultists of Baal and orchestrated the Absolute plot. It was your genius, your cruelty, your design. Some say freedom is priceless. At least now you know better. The names of settlements are crossed out. Breachstone, Sinkhole, Salson, Lolth, Old Kell, demons. You realize the weave is making you one. You have but to imagine your desire, and Gale will know it. Her teeth, a row of deadly needles, shine as they dive into your throat, blood spraying.
The location is revealed, and it seems you have already discovered the package. You focus on the source of the power, but it is quiet and still. You can only watch as the little girl rounds a corner to find a dead end.
You've heard of such devils. Sisters of justice, adjudicators of diabolical contracts and bargains. Your parasites resonate. You feel Lae'zel's ecstasy as she moves to kneel before your undying queen. The mirror glints in the light. His mind opens up, revealing cracked and quivering memories. At their heart, you see dark eyes commanding you to feed. Halflings and gnomes order here. A thief's been emptying pockets around here. You might want to allay some suspicions before things get out of hand. As Ameluam's mind pierces yours, the tadpole pulses with power. You are Karlak, tearing through demons across a blood-red landscape of fire and volcanic cinder. To the tiefling scout, Gith are monsters. To you, they are a sign. You are nearing the creche. The place has a quiet sense of calm. You can't see anything strange.
A strange writing on the door glints in the candlelight. Perhaps it's significant. Is this to be how the Baldurians meet their fate?
You feel the quake of its heavy footsteps before you see it. An owlbear, its beaked face looming out of the darkness.
The urge to laugh dwindles, though you can't help but chuckle. You withstood the monk's madness and earned Tasha's hideous laughter. That you still live and breathe is a miracle in itself. A sign that Mistra may be unwilling to directly intervene.
Nothing. No instruction or encouragement from the Dark Lady. The silence devours all. The dog remains at the dead man's side, as if in mourning.
Every time Halcyon speaks of balance, your thoughts cannot behave.
Velioth's first lesson is always to dominate. Allow none to be your equal. You remember an ancient scroll rescued from an Amcathran monastery. It spoke of Balthazar, the monastic order's leader. Specifically, it recorded his death. Sometimes it isn't clear if he loves the wonderful places his curiosity leads him to more than he loves you.
Suddenly, a suffocating wave of divine rage surges through the spider pit. The Morning Lord's wrath awaits, heretic. Retreat whilst thou can. As the threads become undone, the pouch itself evaporates.
This time, the symbols easily resolve into coherent words and sentences. The story of Orpheus further unfolds.
You don't know how you've come to be in this place, but you know there is comfort here, beyond the unknowing to which you must return.
The corpse regards you lifelessly. A soft melody resounds through your head. Illustre's divine gratitude.
Familiar as it sounds, the reference eludes you. This is the end of the line, the threshold where the others cannot follow. And you have no choice but to walk it. Alone, the name is as familiar as Jahira's own. A hero of the time of troubles, who saved the city more than once. Your relationship is in good standing. Surely Lae'zel will reaffirm her allegiance. A current of deception carries Voss's words. Wherever he flies, it is not to Vlaakith. Here there is little comfort. There is only conflict, danger, and war against impossible odds. But there is also joy, shadow hot. Her death weighs upon you still. Your bond with Gale grows stronger every day. This kind of honesty might build a new level of trust between you. So long as you tell him in the right way, your tadpole resonates with your father's. He is a flurry of emotion, both grateful to see his son and angry at his return. Will freezes at the sight. His own father, Duke Ulder Ravengard, seized by the Chosen. Yet for now, there's little he can do. You've grown accustomed to the rock. Else maybe, just maybe, you're even fond of it.
You know no creature like this. One that is more brain than person. Shaking with the goddess's fury, the spider shrieks, then attacks. A splinter of ice works its way into your mind, drowning out the goblin's battle cries. As the purple thread becomes undone, the pouch opens to reveal a letter and flute inside.
Will's mind calls out to you unbidden. His heart thumps and his spirit quivers.
You killed another prisoner, and judging by the look in this guard's eye, you're about to be executed for it. You do not discover truth. In these symbols you see only death. It shivers in resonance with your remembered pain.
Flim cargo. All imports and exports duly handled in accordance with the Trades Act as decreed by the Council.
The depravities don't end there. The Sharans then sacrifice a follower of the Moon Maiden in order to complete their initiation. A charm on the hag's body flashes a faint glow.
At first, she seems to invite you inside. But then a coldness settles across your mind like morning frost, and you lose contact with her.
They were majestic in their fury. Could they too be vanquished by something as small as a tadpole?
The parasite is stubborn. It refuses both to leave or to allow itself to be used as you desire.
You have to rid yourself of the tadpole. Shah herself is counting on you. Of course, you might already be a mind flayer by the time you return to Cazador. You were unconvincing. You're being taken back to your cell.
The histories tell us that Commander Voss, Gestil Kithrak, pierced Prince Orpheus clean through with his sword of silver, that his flesh was torn and fed to the great red dragon, Ephelaman. You feel a familiar squirm deep in your mind. She has a tadpole, but something grasps at it. Something powerful. You see an altar dedicated to Mistra. You are flooded with memories of the distant past. Creatures slain, lovers reunited, spells crackling through the air.
You don't have permission to be here. You're about to be ejected. Convinced that you're harmless, he turns his attention back to the corpse.
For the briefest moment, you feel the touch of a reassuring hand on your shoulder. Mistra has noted your service.
You took a life, now yours will be taken in turn. A fair exchange, perhaps.
And it finds nothing. You expel him from your mind as if he were an unpleasant clot in a fine vintage. The crying gods faithful thought it a sign. They summoned Will the very next day. It's risky to enter Moonrise with an unwelcome companion. You can pass as a true soul, but they cannot.
Gluttony. The rat squeaks in interest. The creatures clutch the pouch possessively. You have no doubt. A spider egg is nestled within.
This is no physical ailment. It is a spiritual malaise. The man's mind has been gripped by the Shadowfell. Yet it has not broken. Athkatla, fortunes await.
You're being reported. It seems breaking and entering isn't permitted.
You see a mother sitting by her child's bedside, listening to his sickly breathing as he sleeps.
Your murderous actions have given this guard the perfect excuse to eviscerate you. Any last words? Yet in a wink, you are reformed as the devil you are. For one depraved night, you feast on the sins of the body, the mind, and the soul.
The hanging. A red-haired man is depicted hanging from a gallows as a crowd looks on. The last thing you hear before you disconnect is the dwarf screaming and the squelch of flesh beneath metal.
He'll believe you if you tell him what happened. But he won't forgive. Just a few more steps, and you can lose yourself in that sweet song.
Fallen druids of the Emerald Enclave. They died trying to stop Catherick Thorm long ago. You promised your queen you would do this.
You defeated the Netherbrain and freed Faerun from the threat of the Illithid Empire.
Tiny grooves spider across the eye's surface. It resembles a sending stone, used to confer with distant contacts. He healed up a treat. He could enjoy your cuts forever and a day.
The majestic shark. Relentless, aggressive, and unfortunately delicious.
This one's days of predation are now over. An echo of the past shows a man hunched over a ledger, quill in hand. Tolls collected on the risen road, destined for moonrise. The guard sees through your deception. You'll have to battle your way out of this mess.
As the Mellowam's mind pierces yours, the tadpole pulses with power. You awake in pain. Your back, your hands, even your tongue ache. Your blood runs quicker, feeding the gnawing absence at the center of your mind, until something descended down into the darkness, and the dreamer awoke.
A valiant but misguided attempt. You will leave this area now. Vlaakith, show us truth. Vlaakith, make me pure. Vlaakith, I seek entry. Vlaakith, I am reborn.
But you sense more. A warm swell of embarrassment. Freedom demands a high price, and your speech was not valuable enough. You're headed for the cells. You notice a pin on the woman's chest, identical to the one you found in Grimforge. She is a harper.
You breathe a little easier. The magic you consumed has staved off the dark hunger within you. For now,
The room swims back into focus. Inside your head, you feel a familiar squirm. You escaped, but so did your tadpole.
here lies Flying Martha, who couldn't.
You realize you are talking to a brain rather than a person. But you know no creature like this.
But an emperor needs a right hand. A conqueror needs a general. And who could be better suited than you? Useless. The pain grips tight, sapping all composure out of you.
You open the book where you left off, the glyphs dancing before your eyes.
While your arrival appears unexpected, you are recognized, and thus allowed to proceed. Your patron's true sight does not reveal any simple glamours or illusions at play.
Your gold was more than enough to diffuse the situation. You're free to go.
Doozy takes the ring, staring in amazement. No words escape his lips. The figure bid you to journey to Moonrise Towers. That is your destiny. That is where the truth will finally out. Avernus's powers still course through you. You will continue to use them to help those who can't help themselves. For a monk, you do hyperventilate an awful lot.
Screams of terror pierce the air. He takes a hesitant step toward you, his beak chittering hungrily. The American watches you. No doubt its mind is stripped back to the basest of instinct, like all the others. You try your best, but your best just isn't good enough.
The quiet, unassuming shadow to Jahira's strength, Khalid was another warrior who helped end the Baalspawn crisis. Shortly after, he was murdered by the mad mage John Irenicus. You stare at the body before you. You have no idea what just happened. You know that pain well. She's feeling the same hunger that's plagued you for 200 years.
Suddenly you see what she sees, feel what she feels. Anger, bitterness, a will to survive. The coin disappears into the well. After a moment, you hear a soft clink, not a splash.
The portal does not react.
Each swig is as painful as the last. But you remain in otherwise sound mind and body. You feel the presence waver. One moment a god of awesome power, the next a common redcap. You feel something strange, like a kind word and a kind touch at the same time. It's warm and comfortable. You won't be allowed to get away with that. Swift and violent retribution is headed your way. A thief's been picking pockets near here. This would be a good moment to explain yourself.
The blood you noticed earlier still remains on the floor. Catherick Thorm's forebears. He defiled their remains to make this effigy. But to what end? As the Inquisition departs, you are left alone with a familiar headache.
You feel different. Your body has never felt more connected. Your mind present in every flex of a joint or muscle.
The worm in your head has never slept more peacefully. You know in your heart it was something deeper, hungrier. Sample tombstone, modest edition. Maximum engraving length, 3 words. You cannot ignore it any longer. There are signs that dark justiciars were once a presence in this region.
Still, they could be traded for something valuable.
You feel a telltale ache coming from the wound in your hand. Pain will soon grip you for what you have done. The letter is written in Elminster's crabbed hand, and given his usual verbosity, is rather succinct.
You and the vile creature inside you. The mere thought of it makes you shiver.
But now doubt gnaws at your skull, like a tadpole gnaws at its host. The armor appears inanimate, though a spark of life force still radiates from the disjointed metal.
There is a great divine energy indeed, but the source is unclear.
For Logir's fireworks, once it's lit, you commit. What is this astral prism? Who is this dream figure? And what makes Vlaakith so desperate to slay her?
You owned up to your mistake. Unfortunately for you, that means the grown-ups have to be told. The book remains open, exposing its annihilated text for all to see. He's indeed surrounded by Bibberbang. The spores of those mushrooms are both toxic and flammable.
You feared the worst when the messenger found you. Few know your name, or where you rest while the tyrant's sun is in the sky. The magic you just consumed quells the necrotic hunger lurking within. You let out a sigh of relief.
He's trying to tell you something, but you can't make any sense of it. Then a light, sharper than the truest blade, brighter than a star. It fills you with awe, forcing you to your knees.
All living things that possess a mind are yours to manipulate, to consume. Even as you think the thought, you feel hungry. There will be many more to come. These harpers are clearly enemies of the Absolute. They could be worthwhile allies. But defend the guide and you may preserve your cover as a true soul. Their origins are shrouded in mystery.
Ravengard thrusts you from his mind.
Arskel Stockhold, Dawnmaster, from death, life. You, who were destined to become a thrall. You are the savior of Baldur's Gate.
The captive's mouth is still, yet her voice is clear. You recognize the description. The burning tiefling you met by the river.
Since the death of Gortash, the flaming fists seem as tense as cocked crossbows. It wouldn't take much to set them off.
You hoped you'd get away with that. Unfortunately, you haven't.
You should find the Githyanki Creche and enter its Zaithisk. It is imperative that your infection is cleansed.
The rats are describing a dark Justicia's memories. The Orthon's quarry was here all along, scattered and hidden in plain sight.
The denizens of Last Light are fed up with your reckless torch dousing in the face of the shadow curse.
You see a clawed hand open a holding pod to reveal a face. Yours. You feel a whisper of thanks as the door's prisoner fades away. Your conviction is enough. This will be taken no further. Nonetheless, this area remains forbidden. You find yourself thrust into Shadowheart's mind. But it's different than before. There's more than you or she can comprehend. A flood of restored memories, finished thoughts, revealed secrets.
All who carry the tadpole are governed by the brain, and by extension the chosen. It will take but one order to transform them into an army of mind flayers.
You strike quickly, but not quickly enough. She shrieks, thrashing helplessly.
The skull's eyes flash a final time, and its jaws sag open. The scroll with all of Cazador's rituals is yours. Velioth is no more.
Murder. Glorious murder.
You take a worried pause. You didn't free the devil Mizora sent Will for. If you walk through the door, he will die, and his soul will be Mizora's eternally. The Death's Head stares at you, eyes full of anticipation. There is only one man who would make such a brazen claim about Mystra. His suspicions confirmed, Lorroakan's curiosity settles into a sneer. This is Gale of Waterdeep, however else he might appear. The next day, you receive an invitation written in a frail hand, inviting you to a gathering, back in the place where your journey together began.
Your movement angers the cub. He readies himself to charge.
You find only darkness. Will's thoughts are closed to you.
You scrub yourself until your hands are cold and raw.
She will become a footnote once you take her place. Your glory will be unparalleled, in memory of Largo Crivens, taken along with his family on the same grim night. May their deaths be avenged.
You are Baal's stallion. Many of your own Baal spawn have been born to die in this half year.
The corpse is frozen in her final moment of agony. Well, at least you tried.
She's suddenly nervous, on edge. Talking about the relic makes her anxious.
Gith travelled to the Hells to broker help for her people, her cause. Vlaakith would have you believe Mother Gith proclaimed her our queen.
You see the gallery, its walls lined with the hag's victims, their bodies and minds twisted beyond ruin.
You should take the disc to Lae'zel. She might know more about it. She offers you nothing.
You shall dine well tonight.
Lae'zel's life is laid bare among those that came before. Her thoughts are turned to silver thread and relayed to the astral sea. As you edge closer to the mirror, a pale face appears, contorted in fear. Fists slam against the mirror's surface again and again.
The cell. A stern prison guard slides a warm meal into the thief's cell.
The potion is poisoned, but your virtuous resolve is stronger than the toxins.
Your mind turns to the turbulent future. Does happiness lurk in the bowels of the city? Does it lurk anywhere at all for a man stuck in the skin of a monster?
You feel a surge of power from the wand. The air suddenly tastes acrid. It wants to be used.
You pause. A sharp, tingling sensation is spreading from your fingertips. You feel Shadowheart bristling. This is important to her. Any attempts to dissuade her from doing her duty will be a damning blow to your bond.
All is greater than you could have dreamed. You are a spawn of Baal, his heir, his scion. Time for the final act. Your tragedy has become mankind's.
It feels 10 times its size. Alive, awake, almost smug. He gives in and surrenders his find to you. It's the scent of a furnace. As soon as the dreams cross the threshold of your imagination, you snap back to realize they have all come true.
You have thwarted the illithid grand design. You have honored your people. You have secured their future. Your duty is fulfilled.
Hell surrounds you, flames licking at your body. The tadpole in your head convulses.
You can think of no way to void a devil's pact.
A feast fit for an ogre. You notice a peculiar dagger protruding from the tough, leathery meat. Your party is gathered. You are ready. Or so you hope. Beneath the rampant joy, you sense the monk's fear and sincerity. He doesn't wish to harm you, but that doesn't mean he won't.
A child's drawing in a basement full of toys and traps.
You open your mouth and bite down, not into a tender neck, but into the twisting body of a rat. The only thing your master lets you eat.
But beneath the skin, flesh and bone, there is a much more unpleasant sensation. Something nibbles and burrows where it does not belong. The tadpole nestled in your brain. Your tadpole quivers, revealing your discussion with Mizora to Will.
You clench your eyes tighter and search for sleep in the darkness.
You have come so far. Once you feared Ceramorphosis, but no more.
It has granted you ultimate power,
and now ushers your dreams towards reality. Are you dreaming of your past or your future? The dark mirror seems to turn dormant. Its hunger sated. A moment passes as Zevlor contemplates Will's words. He then turns his attentions to you. You are a lapdog, Lae'zel's to command. Never has domination tasted so good and felt so freeing.
Shadowheart says nothing, but the glimmer of interest in her eyes is unmistakable.
Mikkel Hornkiss gave all to the lepers, fell to the malady himself. He is a beacon to us all. Within the recesses of your mind, another possibility sparks.
You, however, are unable to speak. Her hesitation turns to impatience, while 2 others lie dead at Nia's feet, their flesh scorched by powerful magic.
Flaming Fist investigation underway. Stay back.
The ox tenses. horns lowered in your direction. The world spins as Ravengard's dizziness flows into you. The corpse does not stir. It will answer no more questions. Perhaps you're innocent after all. This won't go any further.
Your companion is otherwise engaged. You'll need to dismiss them at a more convenient moment.
An artifact, a crown, positively reeking of Netherese magic. More than you ever felt before. More than you ever dreamed was possible.
They are gathering, back where your adventure began, and you have been invited. You slipped away from the cloister to be with them once more.
Only a few people wear such a ring. Cazador and Godi, your old kennel master. He doesn't finish the thought. It slides away as the light fades from his eyes.
Perhaps parts of you were scattered in this spire. Time to knit yourself together.
Your mind lurches into her thoughts. Her gratitude is mixed with wariness, because you look like a gith.
A glint of light catches your eye. Crates hidden by an illusion. It seems just the barest glimpse of what the man before you has seen and done, but enough to know that he has no right to still be alive.
The last light in does not permit the bearing of arms. For the safety of all patrons, please leave your weapons at the door.
It jams shut, trapping her within. Mistra has forgotten how carefully mortals tend to their brief and fragile lives, and what lengths they will go to protect them. And who's to say that if you faced him, you wouldn't still be able to resist? If all this has taught you nothing else, it's that anything is possible.
Catherick Thorm's forebears. He defiled their remains so he could pay homage to Merkel.
The time has come. You have thwarted the grand design. You can call out to the astral and ascend. When you next speak to the Emperor, you might still convince Lae'zel to accept Orpheus's assimilation. You'll fell great beasts and monsters. You'll be hailed as a hero, and you'll march forth with pride, knowing you've earned the right.
Her hands hide her face, preventing you from reading her expression. The glint fades before your eye finds its source.
An exarch of Ogma, the minor deity Melil, once took song prayers before the trickster god Cyric banished him from the pantheon.
The arm component wields the mighty Watcher's sword, but is also fitted with a fold-out harpoon bow for ranged combat.
The phrase sounds familiar, but you can't quite recall where you heard it.
Flaming Fist. Please speak to Blaze Portier to avail of a special discount in thanks for your service. A strange feeling of resentment comes to you. A travelling merchant, sick of this route, sick of the tolls eating away his profits.
Minsk. You know the legends of the hero who fought alongside Jaheira during the time of troubles, alongside his miniature giant space hamster Boo.
You're well acquainted with ruses like this. The elf is trying to distract you. This area is strictly off-limits. It seems you're about to learn that the hard way.
The dog's excited fervour wanes at your beckoning. It looks around for its master, ready to leave. It hurts just to think, but you need to get your bearings. You went to Avernus as a hunter, but you've left it as prey. Not to devils, but to the tadpole in your brain.
You feel Shadowheart's anxiety. The weapon the Absolute seeks, it's the artifact that she carries. The same one that protected you as you entered the goblin camp.
Beyond the campsite, the city waits in uneasy silence. One sleep away. The two forces fuse violently together, your brain their conduit. Your body and mind drift apart. You are being undone.
The city has been saved, from the Illithids at least. Its citizens aren't so sure about you. A calm settles over you. The Elder Brain is a menace, but with the blade of Avernus at your side, you know you will triumph.
You consider the differences, but they mean nothing to you.
The engraving on this tombstone was abandoned partway through.
It says simply Nisha. For now they believe you sweet and innocent, having triumphed against such evil. Gazing into the broken mirror serves no purpose. The reflection it offers is like a dizzying kaleidoscope. You try to pull the goblin away, but it's too late. She's gone. Yet this place clearly fell to ruins long before goblins infested it. Perhaps due to the dark justiciars you found signs of. You examine them closely, but can't make much sense of them. Bual is not a recorded Kuatoa god, but the species is susceptible to mind control and trickery. This wouldn't be their first pretender god. You retain a trace of free will, but it is one drop in the ocean of their desire. It will not last. As he continues to lavish himself upon your helpless form, you stop breathing, your heart stops beating, and your mind begins to clear entirely. Through her eyes you see yourself, skin glistening with sweat, hands bound. Ecstasy or terror? Maybe both. The flames cool, dispelled as the image you know emerges again. Blood and darkness. The door is covered in intricate text, but you can't see anywhere a key might fit. Only a small round hollow engraved with the Sar family crest. Warding runes. You feel them drawing energy from the console near to the pod. Teeth bared, the creature is near rabid in his bloodlust. It seems this statue has nothing to offer. Its challenge has been surmounted. Will's brows furrow as your minds connect. He sees the burning embers of Joaquin's rest. Then Floric's face as she tells you of Ravenguard's abduction. You'll fell great beasts and monsters. You'll be hailed as a hero. And you'll always wonder if you've earned the right. As you approach Minthara, you feel her mind reaching out to yours, tentative and curious. Then it retreats, soft as a whisper. A moment passes. In the stillness, you find a mote of tranquility. A raging pain tears through your head as thoughts and instincts do battle within it. Then, silence. Your mind opens, and all resistance evaporates. Your pulse races, your heart strains. Then, as suddenly as it began, the pain becomes overwhelming pleasure. A little urge, not even an adolescent, stands with a tiny dagger atop a bloody heap. The spell's power wanes. You can ask no more questions. The druid realizes you're the thief. The idol will not be allowed to leave. Neither will you. The Neurocitor is the epicenter of the Steel Watch, controlling and connecting every single watcher in the city. And again, you've disagreed enough so far. Maybe another dispute could be the last. Your confession is accepted. At least you'll die with your conscience clean. Your skull briefly aches, and you are her. You feel the woman's momentary relief over her revival, and her loathing of the parasite lodged in her brain. They sigh and offer to guide you to a nearby refuge. Which path calls to you? Darkness or light? You have to rid yourself of the tadpole. Then Shah will come to you, honor you as you honor her. On consuming a brain, you become one with its owner. Every memory blends with yours. The masked creature eyes you dispassionately. Its only thoughts are of killing and servitude. Lae'zel's fear grips you. Not fear of death, but fear of insignificance. As he empties himself of his latest slew of thoughts, you take the opportunity to slip away. The current plan? Sneak in, grab a smith, and force him to repair or replace your heart so you can live outside Avernus. Lae'zel's promised purification at Githyanki Crash, and she's given you no reason to disbelieve her. Thoughts of baby names. She did not wish for her firstborn to be named after her mother-in-law. Muldred. Ugh, a ghoulish display. It is clear the victim suffered greatly before dying and being put on show.
All trace of restraint is gone. Barnabas has tasted blood and wants more.
Music to yours and everyone's ears. Premium instruments made with only the finest Cormanthoran wood. Yet you will labour under Mazur's shadow. What fiendish plans could she be concocting?
Your assault has caused panic. You may soon face greater odds than you had bargained for.
Whatever lies at the heart of the Absolute, it's powerful enough to inspire the fear of the gods themselves. What else could it be capable of? That's why you're going back to where all of this began, answering an invitation from a familiar friend.
Your mind joins with Shadowheart's. Something pulls at you both, bringing you elsewhere. A flicker of anxiety comes to you as you look upon the altar. Why was it so difficult to receive Shah's blessing?
There was always going to be a moment when your sacrifice caught up with you, a threshold beyond which you would have to venture alone. This is that moment.
The harper acknowledges your explanation, grateful to see you in one piece. The door pulses in recognition. An ashen scent fills the air. The barrel is filled with smoke powder. Your repeated approach has ruffled the eagle's feathers the wrong way.
Chewy, cerebral, and delicious. Never in your life have you tasted something so delightful. The disc from Crash Yellick was distinctly similar to this one. If you can match the symbols, you might find a legible pattern. The chase. A red-haired man is depicted running through the city streets, a flaming fist officer chasing just behind.
There is no ledger to hint at a destination, only a seal stamped on the lid. Unknown to you, the door gives way with a loud crack.
Musical prayers were once offered to Melil, Lord of Song, a minor deity whose worship faded after offending the trickster god Cyric. The disc is formed from slate and engraved with Githyanki writing. A pocket of psionic energy reaches out from your mind to the astral plane. Lae'zel has spoken and been heard.
Blood has been spilled on holy earth. The creature demands you answer for it. Beneath the allure, you feel the faintest echo of torment. There is great power in this book, but also great suffering. The man coughs hard, but his eyes shoot open, and the colour returns to his cheeks.
Belfry, bell ringers only past this point. The time has come. You may be an illithid, but you thwarted the grand design. Perhaps your queen may yet ascend you for your deeds alone.
They ready for battle.
A reprieve from the blood war. A few hours of respite with the stars above and good company to cheer you. His voice catches. Something's wrong here.
This is a restricted area. You sense the guards might be about to join you.
So, once again, you return to the place where you formed your first memories.
As your hand approaches her body, it wavers. It longs to close around her throat.
You drift away from the camp, hunting for anything with a pulse.
Suspicious, the creature leans in for another sniff, and for a moment its tail wags, as if remembering a scent from long ago. Among the scars on his face is one you recognize. It's identical to one of the runes carved into your back. The bird is singing as loudly as his lungs will allow, practicing fervently.
Stormshore Tabernacle. Mistra chose you for this task, not Elminster. Could jealousy lie at the heart of his insistence that you intentionally fail in your duty?
The guard insists that you meet with their leader, a harper by the name of Jaheira.
That pounding blood obscures who you are. An overwhelming loss of memory.
In the darkness, he instinctively caresses your neck before realizing he must do worse. He squeezes your rear with a limp grasp. Nothing comes to you. You recall that few of your grey cousins tend to drink, lest they kindle ancestral memories of mind flayer torture.
The infuriated spiders pour in all directions like sand. The swarm is coming. Brilgor fell to a plot of the Absolute, dying without cause. May he find peace with Ilmater, an opportunity for closure, if not joyful reverie. The rages in your heart arise as an ancient instinct. Your skill in the fray is but a long-lost muscle memory. Sprinkle and stamp goes the soil, piling on top of the coffin packed cosily back into the earth. As far as you can tell, he's in perfectly good health. This one's suffering is forever enshrined in the harrowing arrangement of its bones. Within you, the orb strains against its confines. You sense Elminster's enchantment is beginning to fade. It will not be contained much longer. But that doesn't matter now. Come in from the cold. Its inhabitant is long gone, and not peacefully. You have defiled a holy place. The gods will speak to you no more. You embody Aves, the merchant you met, deep in mourning. His wife died, and he cannot bear to go on. Only the House of Grief can help him. The hobgoblin turns to you, and the parasite squirms in your skull. Past teachings come into focus. The Rite of Thorns is a rare practice, outlawed in most circles, for causing more harm than it eases. The statue looms silently. Whatever hidden purpose it has will remain a secret, keeping Baldurians fed since 1479 DR. He whimpers in gratitude and falls on the morsel instantly. Not many thorns have such unique poison. It has to be Kelemvor's kiss, a plant from the Dale lands. There is a cure, but try as you might, you can't recall it. The corpse remains silent. It waits for you to ask a question. Gazing up at the night sky, you try to will yourself to sleep. It sends out a wall of telepathic force, shattering Cazador's will. His hold on you is broken once more. You've been seen stealing from your cell. It's a low point, but this guard might be about to make things even worse. Your mind and body are muted on approach. A privacy denser than any stone prevents you from entering. You draw her closer, with all the vim of a lover's first embrace. You are the saviors of Baldur's Gate. It is a request to join a gathering of your friends and allies, those who stood with you against the Absolute. Brave the gauntlet of your Lady Shah, surmount her trials, and rise a dark justiciar. If only you could explain yourself, but this will be settled with violence, not words. The inscription speaks of moonrise, a reference to vile Saluna, no doubt. Gortash's eyes blink in a consistent rhythm. He stands calmly, confidently. He fully intends to share his kingdom with you. Mystra forbids the use of such magic. She would insist the sigils be destroyed, the circle's evil dissipated. But she is not here, and you are. Your companion is otherwise engaged. You'll need to dismiss them at a more convenient moment. You feel your parasite stir. You try to pick your way silently through the loose rocks and broken masonry, but to no avail. She startles, and you miss the ring. She flies away before you can make a second attempt. In her former life, this girl played in the nearby woods. She was always the best at climbing trees. You must press forward and see what is revealed to you. Your generosity is rebuffed. You're headed back to your cell. Her excitement is palpable. She lingers on thoughts of victory, of unbelievers' blood spilled. The Sovereign shows one more vision. A wall of vines parting to reveal glowing light. Maybe you've got more time to find a cure than you thought. Your guilt is only compounded by your attempted bribery. This will be resolved here and now. Her rage and desperation seep into you. She is a victim of the blood war, not an agent of it. Perhaps that lock was better left intact. This character does not wish to consume tadpoles. Without a cure, you cannot restore your honor before Vlaakith. Someone's reported a theft in this area. It seems you're the likely culprit.
What will you do?
Your dedication has brought you far already. Who is to say what greatness awaits? Downstairs, Danthelon's dancing axe. Upstairs, the velveteen elixir. It seems Raphael is not always the best host. You and Shadowheart found your peace in a country farmstead with a pack of pets and a garden of night orchids.
You feel a rush of outrage. This woman worshipped Shah to the end. So why does the Night Singer's curse not spare her?
The drow are filled with awe at your and Halsin's habits throughout the night. Time and time again. Yours is not the mind it was expecting.
The pain rips through you, obliterating all thought, all feeling. Your tadpole burns in your brain.
You spot a shiny trinket on one of the corpses. With Gortash dead, Orin awaits you in the temple's nauseating sanctum.
A thrill of fear tingles your spine as you realize that a single mistake will mean that you end up as a hanging target for Barless daggers.
Thulf's fur bristles. He wants to jump, wants to bite.
That which you seek is still so close, yet so far.
Lady Shah's symbol, her face etched in stone. Robed figures with faces you should know. All of it linked by pain. All of it linked to Lady Shah. You feel the biomechanical brain of the console process your command and reject it. A calm settles over you. The elder brain is a menace, but you are the blade of Avernus. No abomination is too powerful for you to overcome. Their families are still trapped in the Steel Watch Foundry. Freeing them would allow the Gondians to reunite as a people. Your gold was more than enough to defuse the situation. You're free to go. Sleep claims you. Determination buoyed by gentle dreams.
The pigeon carries itself with an air of dignity, its mannerisms stern and commanding.
You know this symbol from the Mind Flayer ship. It means annihilate. Your finger traces the arc of your lips. Wetness, sweat, blood, and saliva mixed into one viscous liquid.
The torturer behind this cruel prank will meet your malice when you get out of here.
The flavor is exquisite as spiced wine, terrible as rotting offal. It does not quench your lust. It only stokes it. It seems this Merrigan is using potions to charm a beast on behalf of its master. Your skull pounds in response to the Githyanki's white-hot stare. Her lips don't move. Yet you hear her voice. The man's eyes fall on you and recognition sets in. He knows you, and you know him, the so-called hero known as the Blade of Frontiers. Hunter of monsters and devils. You try to control yourself, but it's too much. The hunger takes over. Again, the sickening slither of flesh on stone, barely an arm's length away. The corpse does not stir. It will answer no more questions.
Yet your mind and muscles are restless. Your new home of Faerun is laid out before you, vast and daunting.
The sky splits open and nautiloids pour out of a void that consumes the stars. You realize the device is hunting your parasite, but it's doing so blindly. Without direction, your faculties could be permanently damaged. Ketheric Thorm, an inescapable name. His legacy has shadowed the region, above ground and under. You've been caught trespassing. You're about to be taught a very painful lesson. You have prepared all your life to fight the geek. You dream of presenting one of their vile heads to Vlaakith in Tunarath. Your skull briefly aches, and you are her. You feel the woman's anger at the dragon rider she'd confronted.
The amount you've offered proves your faith and devotion. You may now pray here once a day for a divine blessing. We offer ourselves to the darkness, that blessed Shah may give us her mercy.
Your words are unconvincing. You'll have to settle this the old-fashioned way.
The Karsite weave palpates within you.
stirred by the very prospect, especially if you have Shah's right hand on your side. As your eyes blink shut, you fall into the deepest slumber of your life. A quietness so vast it feels almost like death. Your parents wanted you to live your life on your own terms. This is how you can honor their memory.
It seems the rules have not changed in your absence. You're still trespassing.
North Worms Crossing, South Rivington. You entered the astral prism. You attacked the one inside. Disbelief and resentment rise within you, only to be stopped at your mouth. The worm has claimed you and speaks through you.
Do as Shah wishes and you will become her chosen.
But the absolute cult will know you are its enemy. A coiling, restless void stirs within you. Your patron. For some reason, this thing in the wall excites it.
Again, half-familiar images assail you. Forgotten memories or waking dreams you cannot say. Your break for freedom has been spotted. The punishment for escapees is death.
Nestled amongst your books and papers, Tara bore witness to your greatest triumphs and your greatest failure.
You feel Shadowheart's deep protectiveness of the artifact. Though she doesn't understand it, she believes that her fate is entwined with it somehow. He catches his breath and his lips straighten. Sheer dread twists his face.
Death or glory, Will. This way lies only death. Bittersweet it is to remember the life of one ended by your hand. But you are not that person anymore.
Your reasoning is hard to argue with. You're free to speak to the prisoners.
New merchandise from Arm, Cormier, and even Far Damara, all brought here to glisten before your gaze.
Your gold buys contempt, but not freedom. You're about to be detained. You are flush with untold power. You could rip apart mountains and bring gods to their knees. This is the ultimate you, the commander of the plains, the director of fate.
Lae'zel remains quiet in the face of your lie, but her eyes betray her contempt. Scratch barks merrily in something like agreement. According to what you've read, you have but 7 days to find a cure. Well, that's the end of you. Better get moving.
If there's any hope of finding a cure, it's not here. Not any longer. Perhaps it will open the nearby pod.
But not as alien as the creature hiding deep inside your head. You must get rid of it. Witness the charms of Shimmer the Siren for yourself. Will you blush like a mermaid? Urkta, 11th month of the year, more commonly known as the rotting, the time in which all things decay and die. The tadpole is a death sentence, and the clock is ticking. You need a cure.
As the horror subsides, you are left with only one coherent thought. You must do whatever you can to subdue the Githyanki. The scrying eyes have borne witness to your actions, and they reveal no violations.
Once the crown is restored, you could return it to Mistra, fulfilling her wishes and ridding the mortal world of such temptation. Too many layers of shadow and curse obscure the familiar latent magic of the child. Touching the lamp seemed to satisfy a condition to the magic trapping the djinn. You realize what this must be. You hear an explosion, the earth shuddering beneath your feet in response. It must have come from somewhere nearby, perhaps in Grey Harbour.
As the echo of the drum fades, silence reasserts itself.
Your father is the most beloved man of all Baldur's Gate. He will honour his only son in raucous celebration. As for Vlaakith's Kithraki, let them come. Confusion crosses Zevlor's eyes as he takes you in.
As Amelia watches your performance, something stirs in his mind, unusual for an illithid. Joy, agitation overcomes imagination. Like it or not, the Gate has bested you this day.
Can the rumours be true? Are you the mind flayer who could save the city? Geraldus isn't nervous, he's terrified. And for good reason.
Soluna's tears is an old Harper code meant to indicate an ambush by imposters. Beneath the silent stone surges a relentless current of purest weave. Her summoning channel, the kind commanded by Mystra herself. This would have been your fate too, were it not for the Dream Visitor's protection. The Vampire Lord is no more, but his legacy remains. What to do with the thousands of vampire spawn he created? It's an astrolabe of entrapment. It could hold a dozen djinn within it, perhaps even more. Your kinsfolk are found everywhere, aren't they? It doesn't narrow much down.
But her blood is still on your hands, surely.
Not so long ago, you longed to mount a red dragon and fight for your god regent. A pitiable ambition in retrospect. Soon, the Githyanki will bow to a new queen. Lae'zel of Kalir will write the slates anew.
Tongues of psychic flame lap at the memory of the goblins dying by your hand.
From there, you choose the road to follow. The blade of Avernus, a man of his own making. And what role will you play? The blood inside has not started to rot. There is a fresh hint to it.
The creature pauses, listening. Something behind your eyes seizes in recognition.
They are all interwoven to create one grand plot, ensuring everyone of importance in the city owes you a favor, a debt, or their life.
You look at your companions, resting, helpless. How badly do you need to know?
You could take the crown to Mystra, perhaps leverage it for a cure, but there is no guarantee that she will be in a forgiving mood.
The rat pauses, gauging whether his chipped tooth is in fact life-threatening. The injured man locks eyes with you. The parasite writhes in your head.
Frightened by the sharp noise, he turns tail and runs away. Something sparks in your memory about Selûnite rites of passage. You heard once about how they would send their children out into the wilds to navigate their way home. In the candlelight, Zevlor might almost be sleeping, but his empty eyes stare. His lips slack around a curl of parchment, poking through like a yellowed tongue.
The Myconid's harmonies waver, then resume. The notes carry a new air. Forgiveness, except all you can picture is citizens with their skulls splintering open. Tentacles sprouting from broken mouths. What was once a living bear is now a dead elf. You fear the worst. Could this be the archdruid of the Emerald Grove? Now that Kashitrach Ash has done his duty, the flute's duty too has been fulfilled.
Surgical lines ring the undead's head. It's been prepped to have its brain removed.
Harp and wild. A riddle to some, but you understand the meaning immediately. The wreckage. The flames. The dead. She snores loudly, eyes squeezed shut.
Her gaze betrays nothing. She doesn't believe you will do it. You can see she wants to believe there is mercy in all, even in the worst.
The corpse seems willing to speak, but not to its killer. Your confession is more than enough. The grown-ups will deal with you. Meats, cheeses, breads, and veg. Beehives keeps its pantry full, so you can fill yours.
Following your curiosity, wielding unknown magic, you feel more like yourself than you have in months. And who knows how long yourself has left. Orpheus rallied Gith's honor guard and declared the throne for himself. The War of the Comet had begun.
You are unable to speak. For a moment, you feel a cold hand on your shoulder, then an absence. Mystra's blessing has been withdrawn, as has her approval. But the lantern, that is yours to command. Your confession won't fix the damage you caused. You're about to be locked up. Radiant power flows through you as you strike the creature down. Your confession has settled it. If you're the saboteur, This is a matter for the gods. Images of goblins, their habits and histories flash into your mind. You realize he is casting detect thoughts. You feel him rummaging in your head already.
His words say that he's given up, but buried deep behind them is a fragment of hope. He doesn't want it to be over any more than you do, although you wouldn't say no to a throne. But not yet.
The smell of rot assaults your senses as the illusion vanishes. The echoes of the drumbeat fade to silence. Another breath in, another breath out. You can worry and wonder tomorrow. Until then, you must rest. Your mood levels out. You have found balance. The corpse remains silent. She doesn't know.
You can feel it in the pit of your stomach. The knowledge you'll never feel the warm sun on your skin again.
You recall a recent scandal. A patriarch of Baldur's Gate who wished to marry a commoner.
An invitation written in a frail hand, inviting you to a celebration for those who stood against the absolute.
Just as you find your flow, you slip. A soothing chill runs through you. A soft breeze seems to whisper Merkel's approval. You are swallowed by a chorus of turbulent music. Through one creature sing many voices. The harmony of an entire collective. Great wisdom lies behind Auntie Ethel's kind eyes. She can heal your infection, you're certain.
The mirror has already leached away all it desires from you. Your mind is but an empty cup.
Your tadpole squirms. These people are infected with the parasite, but something is off. Here, Thorn Mausoleum. South, Central Square.
You are kicked from the infected brain as the lance comes down. You see an altar dedicated to Saluna. Your bound companion's eurythmic breathing moves the chain slightly. At least they are still alive. For now.
Research notes. They describe a powerful venom extracted from a rare purple worm. Distiller Thizabal Thorm sought to create a fatal poison using the worm's gullet. The backpack misses the dwarf by a fair margin and lands in a clearing amongst the bibberbang.
The blade feels cool as it pierces your flesh. There is no pain, only the need to sleep. Sleep. Sleep.
Your tadpole resonates with Ravengard's. The exhausted Grand Duke is a flurry of emotion. Gratitude and relief. Anger and deep pain. You recognize the marking from the nautiloid. An illithid symbol meaning unleash. You skillfully avoid hitting any major organs, but apparently it was enough. He's out cold. A great fire roars through you. The fire of the hells you've escaped. But only for a moment. It's not your affection it craves. The moment he is inside, your mind folds over double. The old woman's face creases with false concern. You realize she's lying about seeing this girl, Mayrina.
One last look to remember. One last look to say goodbye. You are holding on to your allies by but a hair.
Its breath is dank and coarse, but it has no words. This creature is mute.
You are kicked from the Watcher as it drives a fist through the dwarf, ripping his spinal cord out with ease.
You recognize the feathered creature. It's the owlbear cub you rescued. Scratch looks at you in confusion. His tail wags enthusiastically nonetheless. He might be sneering, but you can see pain in his eyes. He needs help, but doesn't know how to ask. Your people threw off the Mind Flayer's shackles before. Like your ancestors, you would endure. In some places, a spell like that would get you arrested. Here, it seems, it gets you killed. You take the object from your companion and inspect it. With every bite, the beast seems to calm. As her cleric, even standing in her statue's presence makes you feel more sensitive to the weave and to her power. It seems your actions have earned you an enemy and a fight.
He claims his ambition is to unite the hells, but can he be trusted to stop there? Do you trust him more than you trust the Emperor?
Trepidation and awe ripple through you as you enter the water. Beyond lies Shah's domain, the Shadowfell.
Will your patron Mizora tarnish your legacy before the hells snatch your soul? Whatever magic allows this statue to speak, it lies beyond your grasp.
You struggle with the set of lockpicks until they are bent entirely out of shape. But the lock won't budge.
And besides, this brain before you, its endorphins are in a joyous flow. You don't know the woman's name, but you recognize her face. You saw it in the firelight, twisted in rage and grief, the night you stole her tribe's children.
The druids of this grove cleansed this land once.
You were met with a hostile stare. Not only are you a trespasser, but an outcast who spurned the night singer's embrace. You shall be dealt with.
Instinct tells you you must protect yourself from you. Discover yourself before it is too late. His fingers trace labyrinthine paths as he teasingly caresses every part of your body.
In your mind's eye, the symbols trade places with each other until a clear pattern forms. And from that pattern, a story emerges.
You know this symbol from the Mind Flayer ship. It means annihilate. It seems that little spell just earned you a meeting with the guards. The night skips on, filled with fantasies Shadowheart seemed all too primed to suggest.
Between the heavens and the hells, the fate of the crown hangs in the balance. And you will be the one to decide it. It was an invitation you could not turn down. For tonight, you will gather with the friends and allies who stood with you against the Absolute. He's frightened of you, but the very fact you haven't killed him on sight gives him reason to pause.
You imagine your fingers contorting into claws, and your skin rippling and bulging. Warm air, rustling leaves. A perfect night to sleep under the stars.
A hero is nothing without the right equipment. See Danthelon's dancing axe for all your adventuring needs.
You can only surmise the obvious. The owlbear is out for blood. The sovereign's song slows to the pace of a dirge. It is still in mourning.
The brain in this jar is aware that its watcher is on duty in the control center, vast and throbbing with illithid telepathy. It ignores your mind touch as a mere distraction.
The second drink hits you even harder. Nausea overwhelms you, and it takes dire effort not to throw up all over the floor.
Even though he is subdued, you feel Orpheus's revulsion, a pulsing hatred that cannot be contained. The Emperor is telling the truth. To him, you are just another wretched illithid. Wherever hardship walks, a willingness to forget does not trail far behind.
A fleshy carapace, securely sealed. It emits a noiseless hum that makes your tadpole shiver.
The dog is silent and tense.
The parasite squirms at the hag's words. Pain builds behind your eye. You sense Shadowheart's worry. This weapon sounds like the artifact you carry. Her mind touches yours. Gratitude, warmth, and relief. Your thoughts weave through the Zaithis psionic pathways, turning its own power against it. Fear pierces your mind like knives of ice. The parasite digs deeper, as if it means to hollow out your skull.
You cannot pierce Lae'zel's thoughts.
But what is its purpose? Will it free the captive, or transform her like that other unfortunate? You tried your best, but nothing gets past these guards. You're in serious trouble.
This pod is empty, bereft of memories, but for a single waft of frustrated fury. As with the boy's slate in the mountain crash, there are hidden writings among the cliffs. Inside there are no pages, only a swirling mass of blackest weave that pounces. Blessed child of Yondala, accept her protection and extend her blessing to all who need guidance and guarding.
The box is inscribed with strange glyphs that mean nothing to you.
But still, you'll persevere. You won't aid them for the glory. You'll aid them because it's right.
The tentacle pulses within the wall, waiting.
This is no act. You are an utter stranger to her. The memories you shared with her will die with you. A terrible idea, surely. He barely tolerates you as it is. The chances that he'll show understanding are vanishingly slim.
The Rothe seems calmer in your presence.
You do recognize the language, however. These people are Gur, a tribe of monster hunters, just like the one you met in the Hag's Swamp.
A straggling memory rises. Day your tyranny should have engulfed this world. It was you who were the first to be enslaved.
Resistance to the sun's rays aside, you feel no different than you did a 10-day ago.
You are still you.
With his help, you have uncovered the cult for what it really is. A plan of conquest, orchestrated by the gods of death themselves.
The tadpole prickles with excitement, its thoughts rampant and chaotic in its rush to communicate with you. It is impossible to discern any single intention.
Offer your pain to Shah's embrace. Hear the night song. The skull's empty eye sockets flare with an eldritch gleam. The crown of Karsus. You read of such an artifact, but always in veiled terms, couched in myth and rumour. Never as a reality. 2-bedroom cottage, relative squalor, poor part of the city. Indiscriminate whole family kill. Baby's first murder spree. The histories flow from Arabella into you. Creatures slain, lovers reunited, spells crackling through the air. The girl is collecting every last vision. It's as natural as breathing for her. The gold is adequate compensation for the inconvenience you caused. A pleasure doing business.
As the wound closes, the cub begins testing his weight on the leg. The American stares fixedly. It will be a joy to serve, to die for it an honor.
Mistress Summons still stands. Bring the crown to her and she may yet offer you a cure. But there is no guarantee that she will be in a forgiving mood. For the first time since the orb sank its claws into your chest, you feel your pulse quicken with a familiar sensation.
Beneath the resilient veneer, a touch of fragility. He needs comfort.
Your tadpole resonates with Ravenguard's. The exhausted Grand Duke is a flurry of emotion.
Even at a distance you feel it. Satisfaction. The feeding has nourished you. You are ready to face the Netherbrain again.
But you had nothing to fear. This was the one message you had hoped to receive. An invitation to meet with your friends and allies.
Sleep is a hazy oasis on the far side of a desert of worry. Your confession is unexpected, but changes nothing. You're about to be locked up. There's no doubt. This geik is responsible for your parasite. And it's waiting for your questions. He relinquishes the ball. It is well chewed and slick with drool. You push once more into darkness. You open the book to the first page, with its shifting glyphs and strange whispers.
But it will also bring transformation given time. Into a mind flayer.
Ahead, Mason's Guild. The corpse regards you lifelessly.
This was just the stroke of luck you needed. Life is looking up.
There is a malevolence in this bird, rooted deep. It would not be wise to touch it. Unusual runes are etched on the slate, forming an array of arcs and circles. You sense you've gone too far. Deference to your kind won't dissuade this goblin from killing you. A curious, ornate box. Its many sides are engraved with indecipherable glyphs. Under all the smiles, you can feel Astarian's tension. He's coiled like a spring, hand inching towards his weapon. He continues to slam into you until you lose all track of time, all sense of place, and almost your mind. Sifting deeper, she sees the mind flayer holding a wriggling tadpole to your eye. You notice the distinctive calluses on the man's hands, the kind only developed from decades of playing the lute.
You may have freed the world from the control of the nether brain, but you are not yet free. Like before, the glyphs require some effort to translate.
This individual is rather put out by your companion's sudden disappearance.
As the lock clicks open, the alarm triggers, and the screaming begins. You excavate the empty caverns of your useless mind, shoveling, dozing, blasting through the smooth brain. The buffet table at this party bears pie, punch, and cocktail sausages. The dog stands to attention, sternly ignoring you.
The cat gazes at you with clear disinterest, becoming the twisted surface of the door before you.
Letting him live, however, would surely provoke Lae'zel to attack. In the twisted strokes of the artist's brush, you sense the fragments of a forsaken soul, laid out in reds, blues, and yellows.
The same cannot be said for most of Gortash's hostages.
Beneath the resilient veneer, a touch of fragility. He needs comfort. And in this dream world, you can touch without fear of harming him. The Mother Superior shook her head. You were not yet ready. But you would persist. You would try harder. One day you would become a Dark Justicia.
Zarel's mind is a steel trap, sharp, strong, and ready to clamp down on anything that intrudes. There's no way in. You feel the creature writhe as it's dragged towards your ear.
With difficulty, you banish the pooling evil that bewitches your quivering limbs.
The Baal amulet trembles in frightened awe. Not everyone subscribes to what is mine is yours, it seems.
A calm settles over you. The Elder Brain is a menace, but you are the blade of Avernus. No abomination is too powerful for you to overcome.
The tether connecting this man to his soul is stretched taut. You follow it, wading through inky shadows. You sense something behind you. Instinct takes over.
Lae'zel seems to have a touch of respect for you. Perhaps you'll take the news with grace. Or whatever passes for grace for a Githyanki. One night, he tells you that these last 6 months of happy memories are the counterweight to 200 years of misery.
A shadow swims across your vision, and a familiar voice tells you to be calm. You are loved. You can't quite catch a glimpse, but you recognize this feeling. The same alien presence you felt on the Nautiloid. The cub holds out his leg, revealing a ragged wound.
The very same visitor who Vlaakith seems so eager to kill.
The flash of abject terror in her eyes.
Here lies faithful Jamie, the love of all our lives.
It seems your companion's teleportation has caused some upset. Magical energy courses through the slate, then to Lae'zel. Your own body buzzes in resonance.
Not enough graves. Never enough.
Bribery requires gold, and you don't have enough.
Debates held every 10 day. The subject of the next debate, spore use above ground. Are the merits worth the risks? The pleasure of the memory dribbles out of your leaking skull into the very air. One day, you receive a letter passed to you by a stranger who bows with deference.
Despite all your efforts, the lock cannot be opened and does not respond further.
Your worship of Lady Shah out in the open at last. You managed to keep the secret from those around you for so long. But no more. You descend from beloved stock. You've no doubts that you can restore the Council of Four and the Parliament of Peers. His suspicions confirmed, his curiosity settles into a sneer. He has seen through Gale's disguise. Lies! Gith made no such proclamation. Vlaakith seized the Empire against the Mother's wishes, but even in reverie, doubt gnaws at you like a tadpole at its host.
Tadpoles. His mind had rejected the knowledge, forced it behind a mental wall. A wall you just took a hammer to. You were just robbed.
Geraldus's nerves are nothing to do with Jaheira and everything to do with the doppelgangers beside him.
He's using Saluna's tears as some kind of code. Though the pod is empty, traces of psychic energy still linger about it, and memories of its former inhabitants spill into your mind. You remember that it is common amongst Saluna's followers to send their children into the woods alone, a rite of passage to find their way home. Perhaps this one has gone awry.
The Rothe pauses, then growls in assent.
The disc doesn't respond. Your patron might see things differently. But if the tadpole has its way, in a few days you won't be worrying about her or anything else. The Blade of Frontiers hunts monsters as a matter of course. He's more likely to see you as fiend than friend.
The cover proudly announces this book to be Flumph Mating Rituals.
Your friends and enemies alike are ripe for manipulation. And if not manipulation, then consumption.
Behold the glorious remains of Draven Mistbrug, poet, epicure, romantic, and medium. He should have lived to be 1,000. The urge flows into the strands of the weave, leaving only a sense of calm. The ranger's thoughts flit through your own, searching, probing for something specific. Until he finds, the bird lapses into silence, her head lolling to the side. The flames fall away, a mere illusion. You are one with the forest again, sitting at peace. The door twitches, but stays firm. You notice something odd on the fallen soldier. A faint glow about the face, like an aura fast fading. A magic mirror. A primitive contraption, but not without its use. As you approach your camp, the raucous celebrations have already begun.
This was the pod of someone whose tadpoling happened bloodily. They damaged themselves fighting back.
You surmise that the druids allied with the Harpers, a formidable force.
So it was that we were free from Gake shackles and turned our blades on each other. The heavens were shattered, and one great empire was divided in two. His voice catches. There's more going on here than meets the eye. Your father is angry. What foul punishment awaits you now that you have rejected him? She's aware of your discoveries. Elminster's visit betrays that much. What else does she know? What else hasn't she told you?
The nurse regards you, then disregards you. Every breath, every blink proves exhausting. Perhaps the morning will bring relief.
You're reminded of the man you met beneath the grey harbour and the submersible he commanded.
His hands close around the air next to your face, as if he's taking the hands of someone taller.
Kitchen closed during the day. Come back for dinner. Mizora eyes you silently. She wants to speak with Will.
The bowl contains an ancient rust-coloured bloodstain. It forms a neat disc, as if spilled calmly and willingly. The harder you look, the fuzzier the images become, until there is only grey.
The Lich Queen doesn't intend to reward you, but to devour you. She speaks only in lies. Again, the Emperor pries at the boundaries of your thoughts. Invasive. Curious.
The device is too powerful. You hold no sway over it.
You feel the tadpole quiver as you realize Gale is letting you in.
You sense a presence exploring your mind, feather-light yet strong and cunning. She is casting detect thoughts on you. The magic's configuration is like nothing you know. Nausea climbs further up your throat the longer you try to discern its nature.
Wanted, the Stone Man, leader of a dangerous criminal enterprise, reported to travel with a mouse.
The presence is weak now, a hollow vessel without a heart. It doesn't resist. The spider relaxes slightly, but you feel her hunger and fear beneath the surface.
Think of all the places where people live in ignorance of Lady Shah's teachings. It is nothing less than your solemn duty to usher them towards her embrace.
You've been spotted helping the prisoners. Prepare to defend yourself.
The Netherbrain is defeated. Faerun is saved. But where you should feel peace, you feel only the orb,
restless, hungry, yearning. Such a feat would surely earn your queen's most gracious blessings.
No matter. The Dark Lady does not owe you an explanation. All you can do is press on and learn from the pain.
It may have been unwise to reveal just how much gold you have on your person.
Your fate will be what you make of it. Now, you are your own master.
Boulders and stone bricks of various sizes clutter the corridor. Many split cleanly in two. Yet some walls remain fully intact.
Your marrow quakes within your bones. Behind the pain, a new sensation rises. Power. His eyes flicker back and forth as if he is reading a book. He has the schedule memorized, or it's carved into his eyelids. A Githyanki youth, and a familiar one at that. Can it be that this is the one who hatched from the egg you took from the crash? You gather yourself, building one mental wall after another against the waves of pain that wash over you.
The cruelty of the slayer leaps around within.
Without a cipher or primer to aid you, the disk's message could be near impossible to discern.
The bird's eyes are glassy, its breathing weak.
Her torturers are not dominating her. They are destroying her mental defenses and exposing her to something else. The absolute. The image within the ball drifts through the corridors of an elegant house. Corpses hang from the walls.
You picture a silver blade cleaving through Gake and their thralls, one after another. Your power spikes, banishing the urge to laugh in an instant. The squirrel freezes, muscles tensed in alarm. She gets the message.
Your companion sighs ruefully, but deep down you can tell they're pleased.
By claw and tooth, from root to thorn, the old oak's grove to wildlings sworn. You peer through the telescope.
His mind unfolds beneath yours. A still lake pulls you down into its depths. Images flash by, battles fought and friends fallen.
The box is inscribed with glyphs, similar to those used by the Githyanki. He taps the pick, and your eye springs from its socket, dangling wetly on your cheek.
What was it Mazora had said? Oh, yes.
Over your rotting corpse.
Behind Ravenguard's eyes, something stirs. A spark of life. Of self.
The head breaks off cleanly from the drow's body.
But his mother is gone. Taken.
All that's left are these creatures.
The artifact stirs in your pocket, right within your grasp, and desperate not to be relinquished. One such night, your reveries are interrupted by an embarrassed apprentice, delivering an urgent message written in a frail hand. Warning, plague risk, do not enter. This ship is under strict quarantine until further notice.
The stench of rot is a slap to the face. Suddenly she is there, beside you, behind you, inside you.
She's enjoying your company, and the liquor has loosened her tongue, but she's anxious about the direction the conversation's taking. Your magic has marked you as a criminal, and you're about to suffer the consequences.
In this endless sea of understanding, you find truth. There is no cleansing, no ascension, no chosen. Vlaakith will take Lae'zel's life essence and yours for herself.
But you feel secure in your fate. You know there is something beyond ascension. Companionship.
Stealing in plain view was a bold move. That confidence will come in handy when the guards arrive. Looking closer, you can see the skin around its face is desiccated. It's been completely drained of blood. You hear only your own thoughts. Shah's presence won't come to you. Why?
With the corpse rose petals the package contains, you might create Visibald's purple worm poison.
Your words are of no interest. All that matters is that you end up in a cold, dark cell.
And suddenly, another presence looms in your mind. Another tadpole.
The blood war. You saw it from above as the Nautiloid passed through Avernus. This woman was on the front line.
Waterdeep, the crown of the north.
Your parasites resonate. You feel Lae'zel's ecstasy as she moves to kneel before her queen. Your skull briefly aches, and you are her. You feel her irritation and indignity. You notice the Tressym guards a shiny ring and stack of letters at its feet. These spiders are loyal to the local Dwergar. In the event of a fight, they will join the fray against you. With slavering enthusiasm, your tadpole resonates with your father's, and a flash of recognition sets in. Devil standing before him is his own son.
The last nerve of a wobbling block snaps. You don't need those molars, meat thing that you are.
Trespassing? What trespassing? You were always welcome here.
The helm's alien transponder. You've made it in time.
The inscription on this bust reads Mordok Solanmir. One of Cazador's ancestors, perhaps?
That might work on more gullible individuals, but this guard sees right through you. You're under arrest.
You're almost ready to proceed, but something's missing. Ketheric Thorm's Netherstone. Hellish ice chills this portal to Mephistar.
Her torturers are not dominating her. They are destroying her mental defenses and exposing her to the presence that claims to be the absolute. You realize that the weapon Voss speaks of is the Gith artifact you carry. You cannot let him discover it, no matter what.
Burial site of Garrett Dortmel. May you finally find your rest. It was in Vlaakith's name that you learned the art of the blade. It was by her protocol that you sought purification. You see Astarion standing on the precipice. On one side is untold power at the cost of 7,000 souls. On the other, vulnerability. But perhaps redemption, too.
This blade was a warrior's sacrifice to Illustrae. Blood can only be honored with blood.
Lady Shah's parting words echo with resurgent power. Your sacrifice of the night song has strengthened her. Her grip tightens on the lands. The Saloonite enclave at Haven shall be no more.
You'd do anything to be a great hero. Or so you once thought.
She will attack and kill at the first opportunity. Their meaning, however, is garbled, as if they are codes needing to be deciphered.
The spell's power wanes. You can ask no more questions.
Her mind attempts to connect with yours and finds nothing. You have no tadpole, and no welcome in this place.
It is alive. Your tadpole echoes awareness, and the deep, savage fury of a wild thing caged.
The goblin's snivelling makes your blood boil. You could give in to the rage and end the wicked little maggot in one strike.
You realize that the weapon Voss speaks of is the Gith artifact you carry. You cannot let him discover it, no matter what.
Jaheira, left to die out in the Shadowlands. No different than murder to a mind like Minsk's. Baldur, the city's founder, gazes out to sea.
You recognize the spell. Dancing lights. It is how Rothe communicate with each other. It seems the idol of Sylvanas has been stolen. Choose your next move carefully.
It's hard to say how you find shelter, but you manage it. Now all that's left to do is wait for the familiar embrace of night.
Surrendering today means you're free to steal more tomorrow. A fair trade, in your opinion.
Once you might not have believed such a tale. But a new war is coming, and Orpheus will battle once more for the throne that belonged to his mother. The bond with others can be useful, but you must be careful to not overstep the mark. In the end, Lady Shah's counsel is all you need. When evil's shadow darkened the Sword Coast, you brought your light. You are the people's protector. To fell monsters and guard the meek is your calling.
This child will benefit from reporting your vandalism, no doubt.
The Prince of the Comet, Part 3. The heavens are waiting. And you have work to do.
You see nothing special.
just torn and faded velvet tunics. Your mind is finally quiet, free of the parasite. You revel in a moment's peace before an old tension starts to rise in your chest. There's no need to rush things after all. You have an eternity to play with, and you're going to have some fun. Whatever is within is stirring ever so slightly. She remains silent. It sits back, its eyes still fixed on you. A silent ultimatum. The crown of Carsus. The word of a devil counts for little, but in the written word you may yet find proof. Your trip to Sorceress Sundry's is more urgent than ever. You can only dream of a world where you're a peaceful, harmless, babbling buffoon. As you approach, a guttural scream and a succession of quick bangs rattle the door. It has heard the howls of slaughtered goblins. The cub tilts his head. He does not trust you. Yet. You slew the night song. You caused the Saloonite enclave at last light to fall. All for the Dark Lady. Now you are her chosen. Your call echoes as it plunges downward, before gradually fading away. We offer our pain to the Lady of Loss, that she may truly know her faithful. Long dead warriors clad in dark cloaks and fearsome armor. For what cause did they perish? You can conduct atrocities whenever you please, and get a peaceful night's sleep. You consider the fate of their children once they fell into Cazador's grasp. Your mind turns to the future. Does happiness lurk in the remote corners of the coast? Does it lurk anywhere at all for one stuck in the skin of a monster? Karlach's heart can take the strain of leaving Avernus for a few short hours, but it might burst with joy to see those friends again. Your breath catches the gauntlet of Lady Shah, where her dark justiciars of old proved their mettle through grueling trial and sacrifice. Perhaps you can join their ranks while you are left behind once again. You feel a lump rise in your throat. You recall them being an inner circle of Shah followers, elite warriors loyal to their last breath. You see a column of fire that dominates the sky in a blazing inferno. Nothing more. You feel energy pulsing from the artifact, lifting the pain from you, pushing the voice away. The parasite stirs, but it's a mere tickle. You hear no thoughts or memories, just an echo of scars that never healed. Protect the box. Find your contact in Baldur's Gate. Fulfill Shah's command. The symbols dart beneath your eyes, warping and twisting. Your head throbs, but you almost understand. Whoever you are not worthy of the secrets within. Your eyelids grow heavy, and your heart begins to slow. In the fog of your mind, a single thought sparks. He procured several parts of a worm gullet, but rinsed one in error. The poison he brewed was noxious, but not fatal. If your intention was to make things worse, you certainly succeeded. Your magic is considered the fare of scoundrels and crooks. Be careful, or you may upset the wrong people. It appears to be an ordinary sheep. He stares past you, as if you aren't there at all. Your vision narrows. You sense myriad spectres of Githyanki past. This is their fate. This is their anguish. Though empty, the flask is unnaturally heavy in your hand. A prickling flame runs across the back of your mind and the edge of your soul. You can feel tendrils of magic snaking through your veins, locking you in place. The face of the clock is downcast. It croaks softly, calmed. But the frog's eyes watch your every movement. Gold may have made your problem go away this time, but next time you won't be so lucky. A memory. The beast daubs the symbol of the Absolute on a cave wall in blood, and the murk clears to reveal a face. Yours. The portrait looks down on you, as if you were little more than an insect. The corpse regards you with unrelenting malice. You suddenly realize what has been troubling her. Shah has rewarded her loyalty by forcing her to groom her own replacement. Shadowheart, brave the gauntlet of Lady Shah. Test body, mind, and spirit with her trials. Glory awaits the few who succeed. Bibik, favoured of Ogma. Your songs live on in the streets and in our hearts. You must go to Moonrise Towers. That is where the cultists are gathering. You recall where you've smelled this beggar's rotten musk before, in Mystic Carrion's chambers. This is one of the runaways he seeks, a mark you have carried for a long time by the will of Lady Shah. The Merrigan stares, missing even the faintest echo of personality. If you believe her, killing her would be a crime. But break your pact and the consequences will be unfathomable. Your queen is as terrible and mighty as you ever dreamed. It seems unfathomable that she could be afraid of an imprisoned, impotent prince. In darkness, beauty is equal and wealth unseen. The laugh urge fades. A quiet power spreads from hand to head, then down to your feet. You recall where you've smelled this beggar's rotten musk before, in Mystic Carrion's chambers. This is one of his runaway servants. Interfering with a corpse is frowned upon. Better to let the dead rest. Your eyes turn to the control panel next to the pod. It has 2 devices marked with elithid symbols, a curious philosophy. Better suited to a follower of Shah than some common racketeer. Whatever deal you made with your patron still stands. But they are in your magics, not in your mind. The question flows through your mind. Who are you really, that you could be guilty of such bitter business? The family flees before you can draw it, heading for the risen road. And most likely, their deaths. You feel your request leave this plane and carry like a whisper on the Feywild's winds. There is no response. Now that you no longer live in each other's minds, it's hard to tell if the mind flayer is being sincere. One last tingle up your spine leads to a stifled moan. You struggle not to cry out in public. The boar prances around, haunches clenching and unclenching impatiently. You shake your purse, but hear only silence. You don't have the gold to owe your life to a deceitful illithid. You could never have imagined a truth so obscene. You shut your eyes. In the dark, Lady Shah can guide you. Can the heretic prince really be such a threat to your queen's rule? He is a prisoner, shackled, impotent. Your thoughts turn to your pact. Will Mazora ever stand in your way? And if so, will you dare resist? And yet, the history he shares with your companion seems to run almost as deep as your own. You feel Shadowheart's mind tug at the edges of your own. You know this sensation. She wants you to see whatever is about to be revealed. The Emperor stirs in the astral prism, then in you, calm, curious, and detached. That fear runs deep, stretching back across generations. The parasites connect you. A vision unfolds. Karlak's blade raised, slicing through devils, Zariel's servants, as her eyes dart around, seeking escape. There isn't enough gold in the world to undo the sight of a corpse. The printing press whirs furiously. Hopefully Gortash's death will take your spot in the headlines. Pincers pierce your flesh, and pain shoots up your arm and across your back. You taste the ale on his tongue and the bile in his soul. The guard's words are clear, but spoken without thought or intent. Behind her eyes you see nothing. She must be one of the charmed thralls Astarion mentioned. The gaps in your mind grow wider as you allow yourself to be diminished. Your mind and body swell as one. You are who you always were, but infinitely better. You belong with your people, down in the dark that never fades. She will be executed 5 days hence. Loosening your purse strings usually suffices, but not today. Your sins demand blood,
not gold. You engage in a tepid night of the most memorable, unremarkable sex. The drow seems to have the time of his life.
You shiver at the thought of a radiant future. Goblin and tiefling may reap slaughter upon one another until none remain, if you guide them true.
It's forbidden to interfere with someone else's trap. The alarm is being raised. Ravengard's tadpole clenches as Will's memories flow into him.
Its technology is far beyond anything you have ever seen. You'll need more than magic or steel to destroy it.
Setting a trap in prison was a bold move. Avoiding a return to your cell will require similar confidence.
The smell of hot ink and whir of machinery fills your senses as you approach the Baldur's Mouth printworks. She almost looks like she's weighing up whether to continue hostilities, but decides against it.
Through the Dwergar's ears, you hear the sizzle of burning flesh and the screams of tortured young. Old pain felt anew. You sense little else in the Merrigan's skull. No personality, no thoughts, just raw obedience. Your minds collide once more. Will chases the fiend ignited by rancor. She is an infernal war devil, a threat to the living. Evil incarnate. The circle's music slows. You recognize the melody as one of shame and mourning. The carcass seems to be fresh, only a few hours dead. You notice 2 small puncture wounds in its neck. It is impossible to think straight. Only the pain fills your head. Until it starts to ebb away.
It seems you've made a rather convincing case to be let off with a warning. This time, there will be dangers aplenty, of course, but what's life without a little danger?
A simple command. Your tadpole provides the means, your bloodline the message. To end these petty mortals who plague your father.
A shiny apple rests on the ground nearby. You're but one step from oblivion's stupor yourself, still wading through your empty skull to think a single thought.
Your heart pines for the love of your lord.
The Netherstone is your only hope of avoiding such a fate. If only it was in your possession. This pod's inhabitant must have taken a lot of damage while they were inside. Florig, former advisor to Duke Ravengard, has been found guilty of treacherous and seditious activity against the people of Baldur's Gate. Your days in the sun are behind you. The best you can hope for is that you find darkness and the comfort it once gave you.
The voices of the dead cry out as one. The Zathis collects memories from the infected and executes them. It is not for curing. It's for killing.
You are the blade of frontiers.
The human's eye twitches. He's about to blow.
A laughing woman, taunting you. She betrayed you. Who was she? Capability, alacrity, quickness. The feeling the world was made for you. But this body seems different. A friend calls out from the corpse, desperate to be freed.
Perhaps your bond with Will may have displeased Lady Shah. Might she see him as a malign influence?
Your allies seek to celebrate, but they know not what is to come. Yours will be a different future, a glorious one, and you will walk it alone. Lae'zel's words sound final, but within the recesses of your mind, a realization sparks. Lady Shah has exiled you. It would be foolish to think you could enjoy any favors found here, surely. Yet what do you have to lose from reading on?
Your excuses are unconvincing. You're clearly a criminal and belong in the cells. Pleasure upon pleasure, as mind and body intertwined. It was hard to tell where thoughts ended and feelings began.
And you still do not know what it even is.
The only thing your pickpocketing has earned you is a raised alarm.
The dog continues to run without a care in the world.
A fetid smell assaults your nostrils. Dead flesh lies below. A great deal of it. The Rothe regards its Dwagar captors balefully, then utters a deep, angry bellow.
Your body yearns to kill this cleric more than anything else. You know it deep down in your writhing intestines.
The page is a mess of dark colour. The delivery's location remains a mystery.
Pristine darkness in every direction.
The cat peers back. You read something in its eyes. Doubt. Resignation, perhaps.
If you didn't seem guilty before, you certainly do now. Time to turn yourself in, or face the consequences.
A metallic tang fills the air as Orin's form is drained of life. Ashes to ashes. Blood to blood.
As you step into the silent water, a foreign dread travels through you. The goblin is uneasy. Drow or not, you aren't supposed to be interfering with the prisoner.
As the woman speaks, you hear a distant rattle of chains, and she winces in pain. Will's courage and enthusiasm warms the air. With him at your side, the road ahead doesn't look so insurmountable.
Fresh, sweet-smelling water gurgles gently below.
Or you could take control of it for yourself and become a god.
You've been seen causing trouble. Unfortunately for you, this guard likes causing trouble too. Ketheric Thorm, the Absolute's chosen. Even in these depths, he has left his vicious mark. The creature reaches into your mind, its thoughts rattling against yours. Something inside you squirms in recognition. A wave of pure devotion washes over you. And with every surge, you feel a presence grow in response. Your admission just booked you a trip to the cells. Mizora's lips meet yours and Nessa's rises. You are locked in torrid struggle, each fighting to conquer the other.
His tears mingle in with the golden fountain.
Then the creature speaks in visions. Curved drow blades, crude goblin torches. Gnoll teeth dripping blood.
Quarantine. Plague ship. Do not enter.
Suddenly you feel hundreds of spiders crawl down your spine. A warning from Lolth not to displease her again.
You know right away who the figures shown in the murals are. Dark Justiciars. The dog sniffs your hand and seems more at ease.
You breathe in every scent the night breeze carries. Sweet honeysuckle, tender violets, and an earthly fragrance you immediately recognize. Oakwood. What if it's neither pest nor familiar, but another druid in animal form?
Such is the potential of the illithid kind. He sees it, yet he fears it still. There is a great pause, as if the entire universe had gone quiet. And you know the truth. You see an altar dedicated to Tyr.
The joy fades as quickly as it came.
The skull waits patiently. It has but one purpose, for you to witness its memories. The future Grand Duke stands with confidence befitting a statesman. The future of Baldur's Gate rests in eager hands. But what will you do now that your life is your own?
The boar seems to be fresh. Only a few hours dead. But you can't find any sign of a wound.
After exhaustive experimentation, he was able to make a near-deadly extract from the glands. But to complete his poison, Thizibald required one last ingredient.
You wonder if it could hear these thoughts. If it knows you're planning a rebellion. The beast eyes you with interest.
You can almost smell the hops and barley for yourself. This man's family always complained that his clothing reeked after work at the brewery.
But here, in this very moment, lies your chance to heed Mystra's call. This must be it. The end of the Absolute.
Now your future is your own. So live it wisely. Live it well. To your own nature be true.
Gortash studies you carefully in turn. He's shrewd and headstrong, and he expects the same of you. You could offer the lint in your purse, but you doubt its valid currency. With a gasp, the corpse shudders. The Merrigan has nothing to say, Nothing to think. It's little more than a tool of battle. All it takes is a thought, and Minthara's essence dissolves. You're released from her mind. Then it bites back, burrowing even deeper into your brain. The rat watches your movements, but does not speak.
The elf song patrons think that one's funny. There may be hope for you yet.
Flaming fists this way. You feel the darkness radiating from the book. It's delicious.
You recall another fact about silver swords. The Githyanki forbid their use by all other peoples. It doesn't take much. The sigils fade, the circle's tainted magic dissolving harmlessly into the ether. But Shah and Saluna's war need not be yours. Their fracture only weakened them both and pitted their followers against each other. A reprieve from the blood war. A few hours of respite with the stars above.
It is time to leave this place and see what chaos you have unleashed upon Moonrise Towers.
Somehow, false memories of contrition and penance to Shah are accepted as true and vanish from your mind.
The accusation is withdrawn. It's wisest not to accuse you of this particular crime. You see a clawed hand open a holding pod, devoid of flesh. Only darkness. Your empty purse won't save you this time.
In crafting the shadow lantern, you recaptured a taste of what you once had. The power to create, to compel, to imagine. It was exhilarating. And in Mistra's eyes, dangerous.
Desperate prayers to Saluna echoing from the past. They did not save him.
There's something in the squint of his eye. You suspect he's lying.
Volo has fallen into the goblin's clutches again and appears to be chronicling your misdeeds.
It is every sensation of a lifetime of love all at once. Your body trembles with impossible expectation. Unable to resist, a voiceless scream erupts from your mouth. Harlep.
As she winces, agony shoots through you, as if your bodies share the same wound.
You recognize the newborn mind flare from the windmill. It seems your own cold-bloodedness robbed it of a potential meal here.
Dry stones line the wall. At the bottom, something gleams in the dappled light. With a jerk, you're pulled from the vision. The presence within shrinks, begging you not to run through it. The veil snaps back. Vlaakith's mind shut out to you forever.
This tombstone shows only the graven initials MT, pain. Become its bedfellow, and you will know true pleasure through contentment.
The Zaithis psionic forces batter Lazel's thoughts. There is no chance she will survive this unscathed. A spasm grips your chest. Your strength falters. An emptiness grows within you, Paladin. Something has been lost.
Your lover sleeps yet.
The owlbear stares, then sharply inhales your scent.
For now, there's one thing you can be sure of. The Blade of Frontiers is a man of his own making. The jagged script is definitely infernal, a language you know all too well. And when you complete it, what will you do then?
The corpse regards you, lifelessly. Try as you might, your efforts are not convincing enough. The guards will deal with this. The Myconid cloaks you in dream. Dwergar spore servants shambling toward you in unison.
Carved into the bench's rotten surface is some kind of ritual circle, its sigils half faded. Darkness and decay hangs in the air around it.
The head comes free with a sickening crunch. If your guilt wasn't confirmed before, it is now. The guards are being summoned.
The whisper of Velioth says, "Lie where Cazador lies." Not exactly a god, but not far off. Your patron recoils, but not before leaving a word of advice. Caution.
Your mind swells as it subsumes everything the tadpole has to offer, everything it was and everything it was destined to be. Pure potential, pure power. The corpse remains silent. A single moment comes to you.
The returned city casts your people out.
the devils who dragged them down to hell. In the end, it is not your paladin oath that is broken. It is your faith itself. The worm's tempest and his roar hurtle through you.
You drive the stake into his chest, but it glances off a rib. You search for anything you recognize, a letter, a rune, something. But there's nothing. You can't even tell what script it's written in. Your words are compelling. You're being allowed to leave. She smells of the ashes of Avernus and the thick Minauros bogs. You could want for nothing more. She robbed you of your bloody birthright, reduced you to nothing. Nothing but pure hate. And now it burns, yearning for vengeance.
At any other moment, the crown of Carsus might seem too high a price. But to a desperate soul, Raphael's offer might even be considered charitable.
You realize you're talking to an intellect devourer, a minion of the mind flayers who abducted you.
This playground belonged to Godi, a skeleton sadistic enough that Cazador left him in charge of disciplining you and the other vampire spawn.
Your parasites link. Pain splits your head, and you hear a distant voice, a whisper of a memory. It calls for you. All of you.
She almost looks like she's weighing up whether to continue hostilities, until she notices the surrounds. You remember a method of decoding cryptic Tirsu. It appears to work, even on these ancient texts.
The two Rothe moan quietly as lights flash about their heads.
Watch Citadel, home to the protectors of Baldur's Gate.
She's anxious to find this person in Baldur's Gate. Whoever it is has a strong hold over her and can give her something she desperately wants.
But one day, he comes to you with a sparkle in his eye, holding an invitation that neither of you could ever refuse.
Your gold works wonders. It's as though the thief never existed.
You gather yourself, trying to build mental walls against the pain, but they're assaulted by one tortured memory after another. Your request leaves this plane, barreling through the fires of Avernus and frost of Stygia. There is no response. You failed to fulfill Mazora's mission, and the Absolute's cult has destroyed her. Will has failed his patron, and the Hells have taken the Blade of Frontiers as their own. His eyes glaze over as the spell takes effect. His memory lost. Elminster has served Mistral loyally for centuries. If he has any doubts, he's keeping them close to his chest.
Their empty, alien eyes haunt you through a night of fitful sleep.
To project your image through the cosmos. It can be done with the aid of your allies, the mages of Zamvadim.
You've been caught trying to flee your imprisonment. Choose your next move carefully, which quickly becomes a sneer. The blood running through you feels so thick you can hear your arteries screaming as your restless body twitches. You claim victory over the squirrel, though you're not sure why you were fighting to begin with.
You catch a glimpse of the lute playing Flaming Fist. It's the catatonic man you encountered in Last Light Inn.
Your scalp buzzes as Nir's mind reaches out, not to you, but to the nearby Dwergar.
Sorcerous sundries.
Your limbs do not obey. Your minds intertwine. You see his siblings, Andric and Brinna, new recruits, yours to shepherd.
The Velveteen elixir cannot be held liable for accidents resulting from the improper brewing of alchemical solutions.
Hums, clicks, harmonies. They drift through you like an unknown language.
You felt the magic of Carsus draining from the stones as the crown plummeted to the bottom of the Giontha. A useless trinket. Nothing more. Nine Fingers Keen, feared guildmaster, is a woman of many masks. And yet with Minsk, you suspect you saw a little truth slip through. Brilgor fell to anger and rage, taking Father Lorgan with him. May Ilmater forgive him.
The towers seized, the battle done. The moonrise broke the darkest one. Ragslin frowns in confusion at a question he would never have asked.
The wheres and the hows and the whats of this strange existence are beyond your reach.
A crime's been committed, and this guard's decided to investigate. Investigate you, to be specific.
And then it hesitates,
Gleaming muzzle sampling your scent as if in recognition.
You are a mind flayer, the very thing you were taught to hate. Whatever self you still possess is quickly ebbing away.
Her attention is consumed by an engraved box that she turns over in her hands.
She elects to tell you a story of when she left the Underdark, and how afraid she was of the sun at first.
As he drinks more and more, you feel yourself fading from consciousness. When you wake again, you will be his forevermore.
To the weak, the Zaithisk may look a horror. To a Githyanki, it holds the promise of purity.
This is a restricted area. Time to explain yourself, or this guard will be restricting you to a cell. An uneasy feeling lingers in the air. The sight of the crown atop the elder brain strikes you like lightning. Never before have you beheld an artifact of such unrivaled power. Suddenly you see what she sees, feel what she feels. Anger, bitterness, a will to survive.
The blade feels cool as it pierces your flesh. There is no pain, only the need to sleep. 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 Your body is racked by agony, but you push through it, carefully tracking the movement and position of every tear and slice. The brain in this jar is aware that its watcher is on duty in the control center, vast and throbbing with elithid telepathy. So much that it ignores your mind touch as a mere distraction. While navigating the disordered environs of limbo, you and Lae'zel heard the summons. A shiver runs across your mind. You feel sated. Any thought of resistance or control is fading. You will obey, giving yourself body and mind to them.
With a shriek, the squirrel flees. A pause, as if it struggles to compress its vast being down into terms you can understand.
You've heard tell of the prince who betrayed Vlaakith, but these writings claim he was never slain. Sheer blasphemy. No wonder the tale was so expertly encoded. The feline eyes the parasite with a glint in her eye, intent clear into the dark.
The day had been a surreal spectacle, scarcely to be comprehended by the sane mind.
And you have earned that trust, along with a small measure of her affection. It is a rare thing, well hidden in the cold fortress of her mind. And it is precious. Its thoughts slide into yours, turning through them like fingers, sifting for answers. Which it finds. Your gold is good for many situations, but apparently not here. You're going to pay in blood, but you are now your own master. The world is yours for the taking. A world of countless possibilities.
You note her grimace of pain. Something is wrong with her legs.
Cross from light into darkness. Give your life to the shadows. Why ever not? After all, you are an illithid. Whatever flaws plagued you as a human are long behind you now.
The cub seems to brighten up a little at the mention of Scratch's name.
She wears a cloak with an unusual symbol on it. Tally marks totaling the number 9.
The spell's power wanes. You can ask no more questions. You recognize the name, of course. Anyone that knows of the Red Wizards would. Your skull sizzles with Ragslin's displeasure. His mouth is still, yet you hear his demand. You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Your heart can take the strain of leaving Avernus for a few short hours, but it might burst with joy to see those friends again. Here lies Anna Marie, my nanny, but good as mum.
The man shudders with your desperation and sees the naked truth. You are a victim of the blood war. not an agent of it.
An inscription on the leather reads, "Do not open unless I have instructed you to do so. In case of doubt, await instructions near my body. Gale, Wizard of Waterdeep." But in one thought, you find comfort. You don't have to face tomorrow alone. The corpse does not stir. It will answer no more questions.
You recognize your goddess is right. A warrior's sacrifice. Only blood freely given will honor the fallen. You see now life and death are malleable as clay, to be bent and reshaped by your will, by your power. An unseen blade cleaves your mind in two. Impossible pain sears your bones and body in concert with Lae'zel's.
You know nothing of why, but you find a half-smile flittering across your face.
He moves in quickly, eagerly, and his bite is like a shard of ice through your neck.
The drow reaches out to you psychically, connecting with you for a moment. She is infected like you, and her mind is disintegrating.
As you bear down on his mind, you feel a pulse in response. 1,000 pulses, echoing from the nearby crates.
A death viper. You have milked their poison before. A single drop of it could kill that child in a heartbeat.
The pin the man wears is familiar to you. He belongs to the Harpers, a covert organization dedicated to freedom and balance.
Few are pleased to learn they are in the company of one of the Dark Lady's followers. Though Gale has no doubt done so before, to reveal this when he knows so little else of you may be unwise.
This majestic Morian helm shields the Watcher's gyronetic and targeting modules. You can think of no way to void a Devil's Pact. Your light fingers were too heavy this time. You've been caught stealing. What will you do? By Sylvanus, the Forest Father, we are granted balance. His voice is filled with determination as he prepares to flee, thankful to have found you, a friend.
The future of the Githyanki rests in your hands, and you know just how to mold it. Diabolic Forge. Every scrap of your marrow yearns to end her. Dooming the village would bring foul glory. You can almost taste it.
The mirror is not amused.
Your misdeed is bright and clear as the dawning day.
Your chest tightens as your exhausted father approaches. She probes your mind, tangling your thoughts with hers. A familiar sensation. She too carries a parasite.
You try to focus, but the pain is too much. As one cut flows into the next, you lose all track of their shapes, leaving you with nothing but a haze of pain.
The swirling bile cauldron of your brain is cooking up a poisoned stew. Your primal ferocity thrills her. Surrendering to it, she turns on her pack in a berserk rage. Suddenly you see what she sees, feel what she feels. Distrust, hostility, because you look like a Gith.
Customers are reminded that the lower vaults are the sole jurisdiction of the counting house guards above all other authorities, earthly or divine.
The man's face falls as recognition sets in. He knows you, and you know him. The so-called hero known as the Blade of Frontiers, hunter of monsters and devils. There in the dim firelight, you see him for what he really is. A vampire, a slave to sanguine hunger.
You were in the pod a long, long while, but it seems you have no recollection of ever entering the Nautiloid.
There is no peace in that truth. Only an unease that steals away any chance of sleep. Your feigned ignorance falls on disinterested ears. A thief is a thief and belongs in prison.
The names ring familiar. Two of the many crews that make up the Guild, a loose collective with ties to every criminal enterprise in the city's underworld. Enter those for whom justice and truth are thine guiding lights.
The room swims back into focus. Your mind is intact, yet unfamiliar. Inside it, the tadpole lives on, and you feel
different. You see through Gale's eyes, staring down the corridors of a dread memory. A book, bound, then suddenly opened. You stare, but glean no ill intent from the clown. Perhaps the makeup just threw you off.
Your vandalism has disturbed a guard. It appears you might be the next thing to get broken.
This will destroy the foundry, wiping it from the face of the Forgotten Realms. Deep crevasses, rocky caverns, raving beasts. The Underdark is the closest place you'll find to the asteroid you once called home.
This Githyanki looks different from the others you've seen here. Fractured images fill your mind. Curved drow blades, crude goblin torches, gnoll teeth dripping blood. Perhaps the guards will find your words to be of interest. They served little purpose here.
You are not the last of your name. Not yet.
In amongst the rot is an unmistakable sweetness. Succubus spittle. The meat is charmed.
Your name here. Plan ahead so distant relatives don't do it for you. Your journey through the darkness has brought you to land at last.
The palace is full of inscriptions like this. Cazador always forbade you from learning the language, but you have picked up a few words. The distant chatter of the goblins explodes into angry shouting. They are running your way, swiftly as they can.
A chance to meet with the friends and allies who were by your side in the battle against the Absolute.
Magic infuses every thread, allowing the doll to teleport, curse, and do harm. However, with the right spell, it could be negated. The lantern gives off a chilly glow, protecting all in its vicinity from the surrounding shadows.
You feel the Emperor's fear as if it were your own. An elder brain enslaved is one thing. An elder brain unleashed will be the end of everything. All smiles and salutes. You're clearly not the thieving scum they took you for. The dread is quick to set in. This was a mistake. You catch a glimpse of a busy street through the Watcher's eyes. But that is all.
Whatever horrific creature was growing inside the hyena dies along with her.
You feel it. A sudden shift. The brain is weakening, its grasp of itself slipping. This is your chance.
The sound and your movement agitate her. She prepares to strike. The hole yawns back at you, impossibly wide. A single tentacle burrowed through stone. The corpse regards you lifelessly. With startling clarity, you realize the mind flayer was telling the truth. If it dies, so do you.
The targeting module, an optical focus device, is fitted within the Watcher's helm to enable aiming of the harpoon bow.
The Zaith'isk overwhelms the both of you.
The weight of the astral sea crushes your mind and spirit. The Death's Head does not speak, only stares. Her eyes are not only filled with zealous awe, but also pure hatred. At least you would not be alone. If only you knew where Karlak was.
The servant is silent, or perhaps not, you think. Whoever struck this blow could be long dead themselves, but worth investigating all the same. A victory of the celestial Saluna over her dark sister, Shah.
Please refrain from entering until a staff member has opened the way for you.
Your stealing has caught someone's attention. What will you do?
Cutting through the dreadful buzz of the wasps and the screams of the damned, a familiar, comforting voice echoed in your mind. Withers.
You feel its breath merging into yours. Cold, smelling faintly of vanilla and garlic. Mostly junk. But her boots catch your eye. You feel Shadowheart's anxiety. The weapon the Absolute seeks. It's the artifact that she carries. The same one that protected you as you entered the goblin camp.
Unlike his elder, the younger halfling, Foss, is stone-cold sober. For some reason, he's feigning drunkenness. This tombstone still bears the dust from its recent engraving. Vari Vanthampur. Unwanted in life, welcomed in death.
And as it threatens to consume you completely, you swallow it down. and reject it as if it were an unpleasant clot in a fine vintage. Your actions have drawn the ire of someone nearby. A fight is inevitable. There's a hunt underway. A crime has been reported, and you appear to be under suspicion. Approach the fairy in Lathander's grace. May his gaze shine upon you, pilgrim, as the night dances on. He ravages you.
You feel your goddess's presence once again. As her chosen, you have already made the ultimate offering.
The fate of the grove's inhabitants hangs in the balance.
Beneath the resilient veneer, a touch of fragility. She needs comfort. And in this dream world, you can touch without fear of harming her.
The rat sounds like it's describing the sacred rites of Shah's dark justiciars.
There's something strange about this creature. He looks like one of your own, but he smells of blood and moss. The city needs Grand Duke Ravengard more than ever. The city needs you. Rats have ki like all living things, but it is not usually this frenetic or powerful. Minsk is a name you've come across more than once in your studies. A fabled hero from the time of troubles, immortalized by books and bards alike. There is so little of you left as you catch the tiny thing between only a finger and thumb. The hope she had all flickers away. Will thinks highly of you. Perhaps he won't judge you too harshly.
You've been seen re-entering a forbidden area. Apparently it's becoming rather tiresome.
You could take the crown to Mistra, perhaps leverage it for a cure, but there is no guarantee that she will be in a forgiving mood. The beautiful broken heap smells oddly enticing. You find you can't resist inhaling her offals. Somewhere on the wind, you almost feel you hear a rumbling laugh.
How cruel your old life must have been. What could have happened to make you forget? You feel the slightest of stirrings in your head. The Dwergar is not infected, yet your minds resonate.
A parasite stirs within the pickled brain, twitching. As your mind connects, you feel yourself become strong, powerful, metal.
You approach the dying Gake. The foul thing is at your mercy, and you would have its head.
There is another. The abomination wrapped in flesh you saw in the colony. Orin.
Gone fishing. Catch you later. Ellis.
Your fate belongs to you, and you alone. What will you make of it?
Scratch's tongue lolls out happily, his tail wagging even faster. You may want to move on, but the witness doesn't. The guards are on their way. You are suitably persuasive. The responsibility for this act of sabotage clearly lies elsewhere. So, it seems, will the families of all the hostages rescued from the throne.
An echoing clang, and you're back to yourself, left only with a firm sense of a place, a grand forge.
It is a fitful night, haunted by the bitter memories of the past.
Kill Orpheus and you will ascend. Let him live and you will never know Vlakith's honor. You will be Hashalak, traitor to your people, traitor to your queen. And then there's the fire in your chest, filling you with white, hot power ready to be released at any moment. If Gale were alive right now, he'd impress upon you the urgency of his resurrection. You might want to look into that. You've been caught casting suspicious magic. Hopefully it will help you in the fight to come. Shah, singer of eternal night, protector of the lost and forgotten.
He's still staring right past you.
Lord Gortash, handsome and imperial, looks down on the people of Baldur's Gate.
You might almost pity the creature, too full to move yet desperately starving.
Perhaps it would be wise to focus on finding a cure. As wonderful as the sun is, you can hardly enjoy it if your face rips open.
Your minds connect, and you hear a whispered voice. The Absolute, or just the echoes of his fractured mind reverberating in the dark.
The Diabolus ritual was no parlor trick. If you had any doubts, they evaporate the moment you arrive. You are in the hells. With a jerk, your mind is transported. You look down, your body of pure steel and power whirring. A dwarf cowers before you. The raven stares at you. Without an infected companion at your side, you cannot pass among the cult undetected. There she stands, Mistra, your goddess, your lover, your past, and no ordinary idol. Since you already convinced the guard to let you in, better leave her alone, lest she changes her mind. Today is a wonderful day for murder. Gwyn Highberry, stillborn but not forgotten.
The eagle seems satisfied, but keeps a watchful eye on you. Nature seeks balance. Yet in Korga you see more shadow than light. Now you may yet rule, and rule unhindered, rid of your domineering father. The voices return, louder, stronger, commanding you to stop. You recognize his movements. Mole's hand signal. The presence deep in your mind is awake, unblinking. This is it. A single word pervades your consciousness. Soon, the door remains firmly closed as the presence shrinks, twisting with fear and despair. The broken helmet bears the mark of your goddess Shah, the Lady of Loss. The snake's hiss of approval reveals its intentions. Should the child struggle, it is poised to strike. No, you refuse to accept it. If there's magic that can hold cities afloat, there has to be magic that can wither a damned tadpole. Drawing on a lifetime of practice, you center yourself. Your body is an anchor, implacable and calm. A calm settles over you. The elder brain is a menace, but with the blade of Avernus at your side, you know you can triumph.
Shah will protect you from their whispers and conspiracies. She loves you. She must.
You decipher the symbol. It's an illithid sigil, meaning unleash.
No manner of duke should be tied to a devil's leash. No manner of duke should save a city, only to open a gate to the hells.
The corpse jerks and gasps lifelessly.
In memory of Brent Crivens, taken along with his family on the same grim night. May their deaths be avenged. It's one thing to have fallen from such heights, but to have Elminster himself now witness your humiliation is almost unbearable.
A gift of gold, and just like that, your troubles are over.
Mayrina blinks in rapid succession, clearly trying to tell you something.
The coin disappears into the darkness, landing with a soft clink.
A good Githyanki knows when the battle is won.
Your head tingles as Nia scans the room. The clink of gold leaving your purse, the sound of repercussions deftly avoided. Cazador's presence rises in your mind, a towering red wave that seems capable of drowning the world. In fact, one of the few memories you can still lay claim to is of being lost. Lost and afraid. The boar grunts and eyes you warily with its beady eyes.
B. Gardenson gave her life protecting fellow refugees. May the one who endures shelter her.
Chaos ignites in the ruins around you. Goblins howl and spit, clawing for their weapons. The flames cool, dispelled, as the image you know emerges again. Wild, glorious magic. Curious. Despite your form, the creature doesn't understand you. You know it for what it is. A chant of war. Glut's reign would not be one of peace, but terror. The contemptible pervert within must have lavished slash after slash upon the girl.
Whatever killed this werewolf burned it up from the inside. Its throat and innards are more liquid than solid. A lifeless eye stares at you.
You discreetly take the box from where you'd hidden it and turn it over in your hands.
It's a trap. One that this clown is eager to spring.
Your skull sizzles with Ragslin's displeasure. His mouth is still, but you hear his demand.
You catch a faint odour, one without any discernible source. Wet ash, dried mud, and a hint of sulphur. What comes next for Lae'zel of Kirlir? Of course, she darts in front of the attack. Silly woman.
Letting yourself die will only doom your herd.
Your thoughts turn to courage. A deep sleep soon follows.
The joy in the owlbear's eyes is clear. He would happily fight and bite for you.
A great taut drum sits before you. One strike would likely ring for miles, alerting goblin reinforcements.
In memory of Reuven Corley, who lived stoically and died without complaint. Trust in the purity of my light. See the constancy in its inconstancy, and you will be guided aright. There is the slightest flicker of acknowledgement in his eyes. The blade feels cool as it pierces your flesh. There is no pain, only the need to sleep. 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 Nothing catches your eye.
As she kisses you deeply, it feels as familiar as breathing. Any food you had is gone. The owlbear will go hungry.
That great mind is little more than a playground for a parasite right now. The tadpole must be disposed of.
You were seen killing someone. Best explain yourself before you're added to the body count.
Your heart can take the strain of leaving Avernus for a short time, but it might burst with joy to feel the comforts of home, if just for an evening. Together, you have the power to thwart the dead three. If you follow this path to its end, the elder brain will not answer to the chosen. It will answer to you.
The owlbear glances quickly back, then squares its gaze at you. You follow its glance. Your mind spins, your heart races. There is only endless void, an ocean of grey and violet. He moves his hand in a quick flurry of gestures.
Frank Peartree, Our Lady's traitor. His life now given, gladly taken. The sailor is busy preparing to leave. She doesn't notice you.
In Ketheric's place, you feel an absence. No psionic power. No tadpole at all. You realize that it could change everything. Your own course, your own life, the destiny of worlds. A soul coin, true to its name, holds a mortal soul inside. It serves in the Nine Hells as very valuable currency. This cannot be a coincidence. Dare you dream of joining the ranks of her elite? You recall nothing of how you ended up here. But your head pounds and aches.
She fears the Emperor's influence on her mind. She trusts you with this power more than she trusts herself.
They tell you of an inn called Last Light and promise you will be safe there.
A lopsided grin stretches your face as the madness saps your wisdom.
A wave of psychic force batters your mind, cruel and calculating. You are nothing to it. You are small. Your bribery attempt has caused some offense. Violence it is.
This seems to be the person from the memory recovered by eating the noble stalk, but changed, and with a different name. When debts are paid and afflictions cured, rejoice in the new life granted to you by my benevolence.
You try to wrench your head back, but your jaw refuses to obey.
The penitent doesn't respond, holding your gaze almost unblinkingly with his. Another of Lady Shah's trials that her initiates must face. This one would challenge their combat prowess.
For the first time in over a century, silence falls over the Baal temple. No chants, no screams, no prayers.
The portrait's eyes seem to follow you around the room. Did it just wink at you? Lae'zel is not exactly the forgiving type. It might be best to keep your bloody secret to yourself. Pass at your peril.
Hollow-eyed faces stare out of the cells. Some meet your eyes, but most look away. There's an almost physical stink of decay and neglect.
All he has to do is reach for it. Of one thing you may be assured. The world will be safe from the crown's power, thanks to you. The illithid that defeated a netherbrain.
And of the weapon. She will seize it. In the Absolute's name. The creature's whiskers go still for a moment before resuming their nervous jitter.
As you choke down the acrid mushroom, a memory hounds you.
It seems you've crossed the wrong threshold. Time to defend yourself.
Yes, you think. Your answer is out there somewhere, and you're going to have fun finding it. They will call you a hero, and you'll march forth with pride, knowing you've earned the right, perhaps. But you need to help her before she can return the favor. High time you got back to the hunt. The cultist refuses to speak further. It seems she doesn't want to waste her breath. Your mind is full, bursting with ecstasy and terror. Finally, it is coming. You are becoming. Or perhaps it's Mistra who fears she will be erased. The heart of the Absolute not only threatens mortal life, it threatens her too.
It seems the prisoner you killed was rather valuable. Now the price is on your head.
Your bodies and minds weave together in a masterpiece of intimacy. Never have you felt such wonder, such love, as vast as the universe itself, and just as heavenly.
There's nothing of value left inside the holes. The Myconid denounces your theft. It means to punish you. To all appearances, the dust seems quite ordinary.
But such power has a price, and yours are not the only dreams. You feel compelled to follow the will of the illithid hive mind, to enact the grand design. Fiends will see the blade of Avernus and tremble.
Your pulse quickens through veins, nerves, thoughts, rising to a fever pitch. By claw and tooth, from root to thorn, the old oak's grove to wildlings sworn. The price of freedom runs higher than you thought. A prison cell beckons. The blank-faced mask suits the hollow-minded creature behind it.
The rock resists all attempts to shatter it.
The runes are carved in deep, brutal strokes, but the jagged letters mean nothing to you. Whatever language this is, you don't recognize it.
Hope, a sentiment you thought beyond your reach. Yet it is the word for what you feel. You survived, as did your lover, and the future, while not guaranteed, is at least promising.
There is rare magic in the Underdark too. Fairsress. It radiates from the earth, warping, teleportation, and divination magic. The tunnels were created deliberately, but whether by tools or claws, you cannot say. The scroll misses the dwarf by a fair margin and lands in a clearing amongst the Bibberbang. You recognize the odor. The foul scent of carrion crawlers, centipede-like aberrations that feast on the dead. Deep purples swirl into familiar shapes. Gnomes in mining gear, chased by Dwergar. Your lies only inflame the matter further. Things could turn ugly very rapidly.
Warmth suffuses your body from within as you feel the righteous will of Bahamut, grandfather of dragons. Your magic has caused a panic. The alarm is being raised. In the 6 months since the Netherbrain fell, you have seen more of Faerun than you ever thought possible. A huge, polished disc looms before you. A mirror, one used by the Sharans to plunder memories from the minds of others. As long as you carry the prism and the one inside, you remain Vlaakith's prey. You feel the chill gaze of the Moon Maiden upon you. Seluna welcomes you.
Fresh bite marks, an old puncture wound, and a faint pulse of something not entirely natural. Or maybe, well, only if you find nothing tastier. The monk-like Githzerai, sibling race to your own Githyanki. The only beings your people hate more are the Illithids themselves. A timeless space, bounded, compressed in a fold. A pocket of astral plane.
The mirror is shattered and beyond any use.
As you pass the strange glyphs, you can feel the book resisting. Ghostly voices whisper at you from the dark, probing and fighting your mind. You feel a presence in your head, the Kithrak's presence. Your tadpole recoils defensively.
You'll have to feed, move through the world relying on your wits, and avoid the many people who'll want to kill you. It will be very, very dangerous.
The gake's corpse twitches and collapses again. It will speak no more. Still shaken, they approach you. They thank you for rescuing them, but ask for you to perform one last miracle.
You command great respect within the rebel army. The allied mages of Zamvadim are employed to project your image through the cosmos, back to Faerun. Blessed by Tiamat, the flame of the Dragon Queen seems to roar in your breast like fire in a furnace. Let your enemies beware. Will has personally handled the rebuilding of the city and the recovery of its people. The scars run deep, but Baldur's Gate will wear them proudly. The herbs you know for salving sores would take effect immediately. It seems unlikely this child's mother will return.
The corpses seem willing to speak, but not to their killer.
The disc is formed from slate and engraved with Tirsu.
He runs away. Only time will tell if he'll reappear. Happiness, excitement, and the promise of a good feeding swell within you, eradicating all doubt.
A gathering for those who rose to the cause against the absolute. An invitation to return to where your adventures began. Where once the mirror showed nothing, there is now something. Memories, experiences, skills. Your own. Surrendered once and now offered back to you to choose from.
Your party's prior transgressions are reflected in its stare, as witnessed by the cult's ever-alert, scrying eyes. The cub's feathers ruffle in distrust. With a defiant squawk, he bounds away.
The murderous glare of a redcap, a fey creature known for its bloodlust, greets you.
Your skull pounds in response to the prisoner's white-hot stare. Her lips don't move, yet you hear her voice. You note a flicker in Gortash's eyes. You have already destroyed that which he held dear. His promises are empty ones.
His old master lies dead, never to control Astarion again. He's free, unlike the thousands of spawn still trapped in their cells.
The hottest of flames smoothed the stone and left sulfuric crystals behind. The fires of the hells have touched Grimforge. The presence deep in your mind is awake, unblinking. This is it. A single word pervades your consciousness. Soon.
Your companion is otherwise engaged. You'll need to dismiss them at a more convenient moment.
The swelling is too great. You cannot lift the brain out of the skull. You note the ale on his breath. Few Dwergar partake. Alcohol can awaken racial memories of your illithid bondage.
You are kicked from the Watcher's brain. The family runs into Baldur's Gate, unnoticed by the parasite. Walker, you are blessed by my Leaky. And even here among the stones of the city, you smell the fragrance of the forest and feel moss beneath your feet. You were taught that she would reward her most vicious adepts with ascension, an invitation to the imperial city of Tunarath. Once the crown is restored, you could return it to Mystra, fulfilling her wishes and ridding the mortal world of such temptation. It sighs, though from your hollow words or believing your false dreams, you know not. Desperation, pain, terror. Cultists raided his village. He was the sole survivor.
You rack your brains, but it is, for all intents and purposes, a particularly pretty rock. Besides a slight tingle, your stomach doesn't react to the poison. Your mind swells, tadpole greeting tadpole. Your companions waiting to be drawn upon.
But be wary of your confessors. Will friend turn to foe, knowing what you are? You and Gale have travelled long and far, seeking out knowledge and adventure in the hidden places of the world.
A bloodthirsty rush of fury engulfs you. You want to butcher the crowd, women and children alike, and soak in their innards. It is glorious.
It reads, "Show your devotion with an offering in your God's name. Blessings may follow. You are permitted to pass with your legs intact." This time,
The blur resolves into an image. Two gnomes feverishly removing debris. Warm, wet tentacles wrap themselves around your head. And for the first time in your life,
her ice melts away.
she was furious when she realized what you'd done. Seeking control, trying to prove yourself her equal. You were in love with her. Now you're a danger to everyone you know. A theft has been reported, and it seems you're the only suspect. Choose your next step wisely.
A deep, ancient contempt wells within you. To steal a boon from these upstart gods would only be right. You gave her everything. Yet she's turned your own people against you, just as the dream figure warned.
You feel Shadowheart's anxiety. The weapon that Voss seeks. It's the artifact that she carries. The brain won't budge. Will's tadpole resonates with Ravenguard's. The exhausted Grand Duke is a flurry of emotion, gratitude and relief, anger and deep pain.
To the Flaming Fist, a bonus of 10 silver on successful recruitment of friends or acquaintances to our ranks.
You can't recall anything this esoteric. There are too many rituals about swords to count.
The red dragon appears, poised to carry you to Tunarath. The Queen's covenant is fulfilled at last.
Your gentle spirit speaks for itself. You can't be the one responsible. Suddenly, you feel an unfamiliar weight amongst your belongings. The telescope points to the left. You know Maglubiet, a tyrannical deity who treats his goblinoid followers as slaves. The forest rose with claw and tooth to tear the darkness from its roots. Your bribery attempt has caused some offense. Time to fight.
Your kill of your poor friend can only mean one thing. The degraded Sceleritas will be back soon enough.
Ravenguard sees Mizora and her infernal sisters. He sees the agony in your face as an impossible choice is set before you. As soon as you raise the dagger, all doubts disappear from your mind, replaced by pure pleasure. Whatever awaits you in these lands is important and must be found. The Dark Lady wills it, in her own way. If you are fortunate, no soul will be able to know you were behind this murder. Not only is the disease gone, you see it's left no scars. An impossibility for the bite.
This sturdy door is a dizzyingly complex system of cogs and gears. A worn but still capable warhammer, sized for a halfling. A tingle runs through your head and down to your feet. How might he take it? Difficult to say. You have some rapport with him, but is it enough? You won't know for sure until you tell him.
The corpse feels carefree, peaceful, and loving to linger beside. The tadpole's essence courses through you. Where it touches, your flesh, glands, organs contract and flood with pure thought.
Between you and the crown, there's the small matter of the elder brain to contend with. Not to mention the deal you made with Raphael.
You feel its connection, its longing to be opened, to share its secrets. Immediately, your mind is swept into a greater vortex, a psionic storm with Minthara at its center. The monster's tentacles twitch weakly. It won't last much longer. Sleep comes as you count the fields of the dead. Soon to grow. A shiver runs through you. Your mind is awash with ancient resentments. She is still ravenous, her mind a hungry pit. The flesh of the survivors wasn't enough to satisfy her. A shudder of fear runs through you. Lady Shah asked you to prove yourself. And you failed. The memories blacken into oblivion, only to be replaced by a number.
Another pod, just like yours. How many more of these can there be? You struggle against the parasite, but can only watch as you raise a mighty leg.
The moment is over. The awful, horrible joy has passed. It is like fireworks in your skull. His trust is quickly waning. It's no good. You are in his domain and he will not be denied. His presence fills your mind, erasing your personality. The squirrel flicks her tail at you and turns away. Despite her protestations to the contrary, it is clear that Minthara is afraid. You are a steel watcher, a guardian of Baldur's Gate. Before you stands a group of humans. Here lies the best smith in Rythwin. Our swords will never slice as true. The rat twitches nervously. Gnolls. Vicious, monstrous humanoids can spawn from the corpses of dying hyenas.
Vlaakith gifted Gith to Tiamat in exchange for the red dragons. A ludicrous claim. You focus on the source of the power, but it is quiet and still. It needs to rest.
The guard appears convinced. There's no need to take this further. The creature cringes, overwhelmed by the throngs.
It's a poem. It continues. Is a burden to great and to small.
You immediately recognize the symbol of your lady. You know these uniforms.
The elf from this painting. He knows you. He was a trifling stain in your bloody past. But who is he mourning? A Gondian hostage. The one crouched in the corner of the submersible during your escape.
Your groin feels strangely warm. Your thievery has been noticed. Choose your next move carefully.
All these years alive, and you have spent almost all of them trapped in the same wretched palace. You set your eyes on the various formulas and copious notes. Uncertainty ripples through them. That a mind flayer could appeal to freedom is a confusing notion.
They appear to be in conflict. The larger spider versus the other three. Lady Shah aids you in the dark and punishes you when you stray. She is guiding you towards something.
Vlaakith will call for your head and send the Kithraki. They will chase you to the ends of the many planes. The memories start to crumble. Even the noble stalk can only do so much. Just as it finally dissolves into nothing, a name comes to you. Reynold.
Your words are of no interest. The time for talking is over. The critters start a duet of their own, attempting to drown out the bard's music. They look at you expectantly.
You feel its presence withdrawing from the fringes of your awareness. Your knowledge of religion isn't extensive enough to tell you more. Your mind turns to the future. Does happiness lurk in the bowels of the city? Does it lurk anywhere at all for one stuck in the skin of a monster?
The third drink is too much. You're spinning down a black maelstrom towards the heart of oblivion. All goes dark.
The call to song is a hollow joy. You are more suited to death's dirge. You could start with Orendal, and perhaps later Glyth itself. The world is yours to uncover. Its story is yours to tell. Beneath the resilient veneer, a touch of fragility. They need comfort.
Looking into the hole, you see only darkness. It's impossible to tell how deep it goes by sight alone. You made yourself quite clear. Children should know better than to accuse their elders. The meat tastes of rot and sour milk. Your stomach lurches, but your loins tingle. Was that arousal?
You yearn for the final confrontation. But to face the Netherbrain without the stones would lead to only one outcome. Your doom.
Rune powder is gnomish folklore, an explosive of awesome power handed down to the gnomes by their war god, Gerdel Ironhand. The herbs and spices are ones you recognize, staples in Baldurian cuisine, but the meat itself is unusual. Gamey, tough, with a distinctly feline quality.
Vlaakith has rejected you, for Orpheus still lives. The Kithraki will hunt you, gut you, and devour you. You are not Vlaakith's precious, but Vlaakith's prey. This guard has no interest in speaking to a criminal. Still though, for whatever was lost, something new shall be gained.
You try to push him back, but his grip just gets tighter. You can feel your blood racing, coursing through both your bodies. You attune your mind to it. The artifact does not want to fall into the Gith Raider's hands any more than it does the Absolute followers. Your mind lurches into her thoughts. Her gratitude is mixed with wariness, because you have a Gith with you. The corpse does not stir. It will answer no more questions.
Your people seek your head, just as the dream figure warned. Whatever this secret, Vlaakith will kill her own faithful to keep it.
Are you funny enough to cause a laugh riot? Come on in and challenge the house comedian.
The corpse has nothing to say. Its mind has been consumed. Whatever thoughts it once had are forever lost. Amusement, curiosity, fascination. He believed the horrors of moonrise to be a fleeting dream that fade on waking.
With almost no struggle. He's gone out like a light. Looking closer, you recognize the branch, and it's no druidic cure. She's holding Kalimvor's kiss, a briar from the Dale lands, and a deadly poison.
You would save his temporal lobe for last, if you were to eat Gale.
The pain rips through you, obliterating all thought, all feeling. You can feel your tadpole burning, and the power it granted you starting to wane.
The newborn mind flayer stares at you, weak and dazed. You've wandered into a forbidden area. You sense it might be time to leave.
You recognize the Overseer's uniform. She's a follower of Bane, the god of tyranny. A new quiet settles. Without the blazing hells inside you, you can finally rest and listen for the new voice, the quieter voice that sounds from within.
This imperious portrait of the Githyanki warrior queen seems somewhat less so when adorned with your embellishments.
Within the artifact, a feeling stirs. Uncertainty.
You offer a generous sum, but gold cannot help you here. You're headed for the cells. Your lockpicking has activated a response. The corpse regards you lifelessly. Again, visions flow through you. A swarm of Githyanki dragon riders, silver blades held high.
Somewhere in these shadow-cursed lands lies a power great enough that Mistra dare not speak its true name.
Will's courage and enthusiasm warms the air. With him at your side, the road ahead doesn't look so insurmountable.
The Prince of the Comet, Part 1.
The creature gulps the food down. It seems he hasn't eaten in some time. You will take this chance to overcome and ascend. Even the Kithraki will bow to you.
You realize that the weapon the hobgoblin speaks of is the artifact you carry. You cannot let them discover it, no matter what.
The spirit pauses, and you feel the astral prisms stir. Ansur senses the Emperor's presence within it. Such unbearable happiness. Laughter bubbles within you, eager to escape. All he can see is the power of the ritual, and the freedom that power brings. The freedom to do anything, to be anything. You're off the hook, at the cost of your illicit prize, then slips into view. Korga's rats might not be simple familiars, but shape-shifted shadow druids. You seek rest, but an active mind refuses you. Your intention matters far less than the outcome. The guards will deal with this.
You see a grand collection. Shelves of jarred, floating, pickled organs, neatly labelled. Taxidermied beasts and men, elegantly displayed from your killings.
The lock opens. You smile, grateful. A lucky escape for you both.
You may find some kindred spirits among the Dwergar, but alliances will be rare, and friendships even rarer.
Realization washes over you. Every drow knows of the purge of House of Blodra, but you remember the whispers of why.
As you awaken, your naked form aches with the exertions of coupling. As effusions mingle with the cesspool around you.
Taranths are the currency of the Zentarim, a network of merchants and mercenaries with few scruples. There's something in her voice that goes beyond rage. Curiosity, perhaps, or regret? Whatever it is, you cannot identify it. What was once script is now an obliterated scrawl. You have a sense these are names, a list. But of what?
You have grown close to Gale. Too close, perhaps? Does Lady Shah feel you may be distracted?
Apart from an overgrowth of moss, the well looks unremarkable.
You recall the memory Shadowheart recovered by eating the noble stalk. This must be the person she remembered.
A vessel wobbles on the lake's murky waters. Your bribery just bought you a ticket. Back to your cell.
You urge your body from the chair with every fibre of your consciousness, but can't lift so much as a finger.
Here lies Flintster Sunseeker, born 1400 DR, died 1456 DR.
It's like a shard of ice into your neck, a quick, sharp pain that fades to throbbing numbness. Your breath catches, your pulse quickens. It greets you with a harrowing elegy, cheerless as the new moon. As your hand approaches his body, it wavers. It longs to close around his throat. Baldur's Gate, northwest. Elturel, south. Moonrise Towers, west.
Jahira's false face dead here at your feet. And no true Jahira to name you friend.
One among you could not truly attend, but the pull of Wither's magic called you still. Listen and enjoy, though you'll be little more than a breeze ruffling your companion's hair.
You quiver in spite of yourself. Lae'zel shouts to the astral plane, seeking an answer. And before long, she has one.
Hauliers and merchants wanted. Sail the silvery seas, gaze upon the gate. No experience required.
The rattle of chains echoes louder from unseen places, and without a scream or a sigh, hope disappears.
You've just been robbed. Again, your speech isn't persuasive. You sense this will be resolved in a more violent manner. The symbol's meaning comes into focus. Annihilate. The beast stares at you. It is a tiefling man, his face unknown to you.
Your skull buzzes as the events of Crash Yillik flow from your mind into Lae'zel's.
The way her stark white skin stretches over her sharp features gives her a distinctly otherworldly aspect.
Your queen has bridged the plains to meet with you. An act of great power. But what drives it? Authority or fear?
The Rothe grunt softly at each other. Small lights flash about their heads in quick, erratic patterns.
A single person applauds from the back of the room. Probably out of pity. Your skull briefly aches. And you are her. She has come to this place seeking aid from her people. A cure for the parasite. Dame Aelin will not meet your gaze.
You've successfully persuaded the guard that you belong in a cell. The right gold slipped into the right pocket. If only all problems were solved so easily.
The mirrors here seem to not reflect light, but devour it.
The music shifts, still melancholic, but now streaked with hope.
You rarely rest well, but tonight something feels different. Whether it's the parasite within your brain or the darkness without, you're deeply uneasy.
Your honesty is commendable, but doesn't calm the situation. The guards will deal with you. Rage slithers through him, hot and black. It squeezes you, suffocates you. You must learn more. The book acquired from Sorceress Sundries, it surely has the knowledge you need.
Back to Faerun, back to yourself. Back to the beginning. The time before you became what you are. When your tadpole first sang in your mind.
The creature's brew is more potent than anything you ever drank before. You feel instantly drunk and unsteady on your feet.
The lingering traces of your battle intuitions are there. But the sly urge within calls you to use them for harm. You see your beloved standing on the precipice,
On one side is untold power at the cost of 7,000 souls. On the other, vulnerability and weakness. Perhaps redemption, too. Drop a coin, take a flower. May Chaunteer's blessings be upon you, child.
The guard is happy to let you pass. Minthara is rather less happy about your choice of words.
The persistent music coaxes you forward. The sovereign expects you. Perhaps there will be rats or other thoughtful vermin that you might sustain yourself on. Or if you're lucky, a cellmate.
Aside from the wounds of battle, you can't see anything unusual.
Black and red, agony and flame, Avernus and Dis united. They feed you. They sustain you.
A formula so dangerous it was stricken from history, if it ever existed to begin with.
The mystery of the disarmed trap approaches its conclusion. Sadly, you may not be alive to see it. You are the warrior who will slay the Absolute. You are the guardian who will defend Baldur's Gate. The only thing you've managed to convince them of is that you absolutely do not belong here.
The warm rush of power flows through you. You feel stronger, faster, better.
Getting caught setting that trap was a dangerous move. Resisting imprisonment may prove fatal.
You aren't as intimidating as you hoped.
You're being attacked. You can touch, taste, and talk, but your fleshy body is in limbo, the home of the mystical Githzerai. Once the Githzerai were one with the Githyanki, until bloody civil war severed the Gith species.
The realization hits you. That stench wasn't the dead. You can sense that the hyena's very flesh is desecrated.
You wonder how many years ago it was you last gave Sceleritas so much as a table scrap of your dinner, let alone any pay coin. You smile as your mind turns over one possibility after another, each scheme more devious and bloody than the last. Now your own people point their blades at you, Lae'zel of Kalir, Vlaakith's most faithful warrior. Just as your dream figure warned, or you could take advantage of its vulnerability and plunder what's left of its hollow mind for anything that could serve you.
Flee, you feel it cry.
There are others who you can trust. Withers is among them. He is organizing a celebration back where your adventures began, and you have been invited.
Ormelium turns away to prepare the potion, lost in its own musings.
While it's an odd philosophy for a racketeer, the sentiment would fit a follower of the Nightbringer perfectly. There will be no great tempest roaring through the skies, no dragon redeemer to help save the city. It is not without sadness that you leave this world, but locked away. At least the people in it will be safe. It seems Raphael was telling you the truth. The crown you saw atop the Elder Brain is indeed of Karsus's making. Entering her mind is like boarding a sinking ship. The architecture of her consciousness buckles and collapses. Thoughts yield to a flood of overwhelming power. The Elder Brain. You are the heart of the gate, a rightful Grand Duke. Your next step determines the leader you'll become. Your flesh shivers, your heart bursts. True ecstasy. For one fleeting moment.
It seems the owner of that item was rather attached to it. You're about to face the consequences.
Something stirs within you. Hope. There may yet be a chance of redemption for Gale of Waterdeep after all.
Tonight's troubled rest is, as ever, overwhelmed by your killing fate. You dangle above a dark precipice, one move away from falling.
But it seems that Gale's mind is elsewhere, a stuffed beholder. Grotesque as it is, it's part of the furniture. The elf song wouldn't be the same without it.
Under the strange and open sky, sleep claims you.
Your parasite shudders for a moment. Your companions know your path, but only one celebrates it. You've been here before, and you'll be here again. The clown is sizing you up, getting your measure. You are kicked from the Watcher's brain as your sword cleaves the woman's head from her shoulders, coating her screaming children in blood.
There is no hesitation this time. The tendrils lash out like a waiting predator. You were seen trying to move a corpse. Perhaps it should remain unmoved. The spiders skitter about, more nervous than before. Catching like wildfire, the cackling, howling laughter infects the nearby knolls. A fire blazes in your head, then spreads through your blood. His cries for mercy are cut short as the hag slices into him, dismembering him painstakingly, limb by limb.
Vlaakith has rejected you, for Orpheus still lives. The Githraki will hunt you, gut you, and devour you. You are not Vlaakith's precious, but Vlaakith's prey. Your wicked heart won't mourn. Deaths are to be celebrated, every one.
You realize your bag feels light.
You recognize the funeral rites of the Gur people, the same monster hunters you met in the Hag Swamp. Their leader is burning the possessions of those who have fallen.
The man's mind burns with empty ecstasy, utterly enslaved by the absolute. You can sense nothing else. The guards have not forgotten you killing one of their own. The screams of the prisoners ring in your ears. Their time is almost up. She'd eaten, feasted, and yet, looking into her eyes, you can see it wasn't enough. She's still hungry. As pain muddles your thoughts, your minds become entangled. A familiar sensation. She, too, carries a parasite. A sweet melody beckons you. It vibrates with magic. A harpy's charm.
Time slows to a crawl while he scrutinizes you. But was it truly nothing? The pain gripped you tight, robbing you of all composure for a moment.
The sealed stopper suggests it is inhabited. It's customary to possess gold in order to bribe someone with it.
Halsin was eager to leave the city after the Netherbrain fell, although you remained for a 10-day to help the wounded. Mistra's conclusion is based on a flawed assumption. The orb cannot be the only means of destroying the Absolute, though she may think it the most convenient. The hope in his voice is sincere, fervent even. But in spite of your desire to believe him, you know the truth. You are Geik. You will not be welcome in the Astral Sea. And nor will he. Here rests Pat, loyal dog of the Crivens family, taken along with his master. Good boy.
The statue gazes at you impassively. Its challenge has been met.
For too long you thought the only family you had was the one Shah forced upon you. But now you know the truth. Now you can reconnect and heal together. Beloved Agnes Schweitz. Her smile shined like 1,000 suns. The coffin lies silent, containing nothing but dust and memories. These fey creatures were well known among druidic circles for both their playful hijinks and malicious trickery.
You are the blade of frontiers. You'd conquered bugbears and banshees. You'd conquer this challenge too. You feel a swell of power again as the creatures redouble their prayers.
A powerful force emanates from beyond the door. It skims the surface of your mind with frightening speed and recedes. You are not the one it wants.
The flaming fist's hungry eyes lock with yours. They burn with delirious heat. No trigger or handle, though. No way to open it. The forest rose with claw and tooth to tear the darkness from its roots.
Shadowheart looks distraught, abandoned by her goddess and all former allies. And as for her divine magic, admitting who empowers her now may break her spirit for good, as you and your butler perform a vivisection. Sceleritas's claw slips, calipers cutting the aorta of the living, screaming victim.
The spell's power wanes. You can ask no more questions.
Baal has use left for you. Following your failure, a new duty swelled within you. The frost of the mountain, the sand of the beach, the mulch of the swamp.
There are hints of the trails left, but they are far away. You'll attend this little party, of course. But how appalling that they didn't ask you to be the host. It would have been spectacular.
You see, or is it sense, the presence of a woman. The woman who hovered over Gale's palm.
A whisper. The Absolute's voice, twisting the petty guild thieves before you into snarling, savage beasts, feeding on the weak of your city.
That spell usually results in a lock being opened. Unfortunately, this time it's about to get you locked up.
Once again, you feel your wisdom draining away. Hilarious. Or is it?
You notice edema, a swelling of the brain causing pressure where it strains against the shell of the skull.
A single shiver, feeling barely perceptible, but you can sense it nonetheless. A phantom caress, hands dancing over your skin.
Lae'zel's doubts turn to rapture as she considers an eternity as Vlaakith's chosen.
For as long as demons and devils imperil the Sword Coast, they will be your prey. Your previous encounter with the old wizard seems to have left him unflustered and unmarked.
It seems the guard has no interest in negotiating an amnesty. You're about to be arrested. Your body barely complies. You feel such rushes from your thoughts of the dead woman.
If anything, this is mercy.
Your companion frowns before turning away. Perhaps they expected more enthusiasm from you after sacrificing 7,000 lives.
A dead werewolf, and apparently one who died by drinking a powerful acid potion. Speak with dead will be of no use here. The current plan? Sneak in, grab a smith, and force him to repair or replace your heart so you can live outside Avernus.
This Merrigan seems faintly more alive than the others, beckoning you to look at its wares.
All it took was becoming a mind flayer.
You taste the blood in her throat, feel it pooling in the cavity of her skull. But she still resists. The creature mourns. You have brought pain, and you will pay. You suddenly feel a strange anxiety take hold. Not your own, but that of the artifact you carry. Somehow, it's afraid. A palace of memories opens up to you, separated into segments. Within one segment, you see it. The truth, exactly as the figure said. He saved your life.
You think of the thousands of souls down waiting in the Underdark. Lost, leaderless.
A shiver of revulsion passes through you. Many enemies of the Moon Maiden must have been indoctrinated in this place.
The Eye simply watches you. You will tread the same halls as your father and command the same marshals.
Your magic erupts, violent and powerful, but is snuffed out by the Susa flower, vanishing like embers in the wind. Exactly as the Emperor described. You manage only to agitate him more. Your innocence is quickly established. Whoever committed this heinous act, it wasn't you.
Vlaakith will call for your head and send the Kithraki. They will chase you to the ends of the many planes. You who bear the face of a devil. Here lies the captain. Of what we never knew.
A fine Githyanki egg, at least on the outside.
Your tadpoles connect, and you see the truth. Lae'zel speaks with conviction, but she is riddled with doubt.
You remember the stories of Elturel's fall. The city was dragged into the hells at Zariel's behest, and Ravengard along with it.
The Watcher's presence fades, but another takes its place. Confident, dominant, commanding. The elemental stares back. It is not an invitation. Your mind turns to the future. Where will you go, and how will you feed? Can you ever find stability stuck in the skin of a monster?
The fallen bear Shah's sacred symbol on their armor and banners.
He needs them to run willingly to their deaths, thinking they stand a chance against their master.
The suffocating yearning suddenly fades as the spell breaks. You are free. Tendrils snap like iron cords around your wrist. That presence in your mind looms large, closer now. A wave of anxiety washes over you as you look upon the statue. Why did Shah withhold her blessing?
Karlak seems a sensible sort. She might be pragmatic.
Then, complete silence. As you are once again closed off from the Netherbrain's mind, you've been confronted by the victim of a rather aggressive spell. What do you have to say? Nothing. He's fine. It seems the cub didn't attack Scratch, despite the sounds you heard in the night. The flask is cold and heavy in your hand. There is a creature trapped within.
You bow low and graciously, but the pigeon has no appreciation for your courtesy.
This is the victim of some potent magic. It seems the hunt is on for the one responsible. Tread carefully.
It reminds you of the symbol people say has been seen at recent ritual murder sites. You should investigate those serial killings.
You confess to disarming the trap. That's one way to get yourself arrested, but perhaps he knows something useful. Your head aches as rage fights against reason. Your attempts to deflect suspicion are unsuccessful. There's a cell with your name on it. You can feel the old fear turning in your gut, but you force yourself to keep smiling, as you so often did before, you hiding from duties in a little alcove you call your own. But the pain finds you anyway. The boredom is like an itch you cannot scratch. The sooner you deal with this flower, the better.
The torso, the largest and most complex component, is constructed and loaded with secret components on the lab level below.
Perhaps offering a bribe wasn't the best way to prove your innocence. You're under arrest, with or without Mistress' help. Tomorrow you will find it.
You are greeted as a savior, a champion, a hero. But sometimes you feel like something else entirely. An adventurer, a traveler, a survivor.
You've read that harming spiders is illegal among Loth's faithful, and often punishable by death. The campsite is secure. Blood-soaked, but secure. The growl withers to a whimper, and the hound turns away, sheepish, somewhere between pity and disappointment. The Emperor's final gaze cuts through you, signaling your joint downfall. Beneath the dirt and blood, you notice that every prisoner has a rune carved into their flesh.
The orb pulses strangely. It feels unsettled. The heart of the Absolute is close. As is the moment when you must decide if you will follow Mistra's orders or reject them.
You recall the sharp, complex lines of the script. It was written in the language of the Hells.
Here lies Melodia Thorm, beloved wife and mother. E Amiel Telere Manon here. Your companion is otherwise engaged. You'll need to dismiss them at a more convenient moment. However, the lock trapping this creature seems simple, crude even. The fuel inside must be changed relatively often.
Your words are enough. Clearly you are not the one responsible. Your mind is a canyon, and the words echo from every crevasse.
The slate also reveals their mission: to locate a polyhedric relic of great importance to your queen. She wants you to solve this on your own. Prove yourself to her. First the parasite, then the mission. You're on the right track already. The threat of the grand design is over. But your people will never accept you back into their embrace.
And yet, Lady Shah herself seems to guide you elsewhere. Surely you cannot resist her influence. Perhaps Baldur's Gate can come later. The creature responds, not in words, but memories. It is a tiefling man, the girl Arabella's father, presumably.
Here lies Yarrick Crumb, lifelong bachelor and patron of the arts. On your back in your septic nest, were you to encounter 50 a night, it would still not be enough. The Lady of Loss has abandoned you. Whatever boon found here is no longer for you, surely. Yet what harm in reading on? First tide is the Umberland holy day when the harbours first opened to spring sea trade, celebrated by sacrificing a great turtle.
Your words counted for nothing. You're headed back to your cell. Ravengard gasps as his thoughts consume yours. He sees everything. The Nautiloid journey, the perilous path to Moonrise, the astral prism, and the Emperor within. A crude hand has scratched the word Bual into the stone. The corpse twitches in response to the spell. The fresco shows a group of druids gathered in Sylvanas' name. You are on sacred ground.
They'll gawk at your horns, at your infernal visage, but soon they'll warmly welcome you as a Grand Duke.
Your willpower is not enough. The creature's mind slaps away your efforts to resist it. Another vision consumes you. A memory seen through the creature's soul-dead eyes.
The god of justice may not be a liar, but this so-called paladin most certainly is.
The eagle eyes you warily, but doesn't attack.
This is a bust of the god Bane as he first appeared to Gortash in dreams, and was then described to a Rivington sculptor.
Thanks to your keen eye, the dagger glides smoothly out of the mystery meat.
This peculiar head is part of an automaton, but it doesn't resemble any steel watcher you've encountered. It's safe with you. Lady Shah's mission can still be fulfilled.
Vague notions of rumour and myth. Nothing solid comes to mind.
The red dragon appears, poised to carry you into the skies. You will fight for Githyanki liberation as a warrior of the comet. Rivington General. The dead cannot stop you, but the living can. Get ready for a fight. Alarmed by your companion's approach, the cub turns heel and runs. But whenever he looks into your eyes, or up at the stars while he sits by your side, you know the answer.
For a moment, the briefest, weakest moment, Jaheira appears as she truly is. Simply an old woman, uncertain and afraid.
The gods are ready to receive your sacrifice.
The beast focuses on his food, sternly ignoring you. Your body is a leaden husk, abandoned as you drift along the threads into the darkness. Death awaits.
Astarion. His death weighs upon you still.
The lantern flickers ever so briefly, and you hear a slight twitter. Or perhaps it's simply your imagination. The hurt runs deeper than he's willing to show you.
You are the one villain the hero could not bring himself to kill.
The map pointed the way towards a creche nestled in the mountains.
The mural depicts druid and beast fighting together to drive monsters from their land. The view through Nir's eyes is a blur. You only make out a bit of rubble and few moving figures. Here lies Zevlor. He saved us when all hope seemed lost. Thank you, friend. Your people have survived the Drow, the Dwagar, and every monster the Underdark has to offer. A mind flayer is nothing.
Ancient bones, disturbed from their final rest to form a bizarre sort of artwork. But by who and why? You know a good deal about lithids and the process known as ceramorphosis. None of it good.
Trespassing in a prison is one way to get yourself arrested. At least you won't have far to walk. The rat chitters angrily. Whatever broke his tooth is in this room. When the proud deed of her death was yours, why do you have no recollection of it? There is a beautiful blush on her cheeks that was never there while she was alive. As if following a well-worn path, your mind reaches out and knows where to squeeze. Apparently, you can't put a price on murder. You aren't convincing enough. This guard wants you locked up.
You remember the shattered windows of Alteral's High Cathedral, the burning black sky of Avernus beyond.
Well, the same cannot be said for most of the Gondian hostages. At least one of them survived. The device is part organic, part synthetic. But you can't tell how it was made, or how it works.
It was not happenstance that brought this idol of Lady Shah to these lands. Dark justiciars were once a power around here. Destroy the crown without first destroying your contract with Raphael, and there will be hells to pay. The devil will make sure of that.
You discern subtle emotions in the light's patterns. There is pain, sadness, and fear. This guard seems rather put out. If locking you up hasn't worked, perhaps a more violent solution is required.
Or so it would have been, had you not indulged too often in the power that the Illithids provided. Now the scales demand to be balanced. Ceramorphosis beckons.
You see only the most mundane of rocks and minerals.
The child rounds a corner to find a dead end. She turns to face you, tears streaming down her face. She is no more than 7 years of age, and you are building an army of your own. The outcasts, the exiles, and the rebels flock to your cause. She joins her thoughts with yours, and you are as one. You share in her strength of mind and formidable will, but also the doubts that eat at her conviction. An inscription reads, "Let all who worship the changing tides of life and knowledge feel the blessings of Selûne, the devil's fee."
You speak, but you are not listened to. This will be decided one way. Violently.
Fresh from the sea, but still giving off a pungent, fishy tang.
If sleep won't come to you, at least darkness will.
Menzoberranzan, the jewel of the Underdark, lies beyond.
Your minds intertwine. You sense a touch of uncertainty, a touch of disgust.
The stakes of the task ahead are clear. The Absolute threatens more than Faerûn. It threatens the goddess of magic herself.
You feel her will surge outwards and envelop the creature, inexorable as the tide.
Baal demands the birth of a horde. If the dream visitor speaks true, then the entire Sword Coast is under threat. It will take a true hero to save it. But is that really you? The penitent blinks. You think? You are dismissed. Lae'zel's thoughts become yours. The sight of Orpheus looms over her mind. Voss's words echo within it. She means to forever turn her back on Vlaakith.
The man's face falls as recognition sets in. He knows you, and you know him, the so-called hero known as the Blade of Frontiers, hunter of monsters and devils. He has a divine aspect, yes, a reflection of death itself, eternal and inescapable. Another bowl, bearing the stains of an ancient blood offering. Your vandalism is causing considerable anger. It seems this individual is more than ready to put a stop to you.
Your tale ends here. Farewell.
A case of mistaken identity. You obviously aren't the criminal in question.
You feel the hunger and desire of countless souls bound to the pillar, unable to escape. Arabella seems not to notice you as you approach. She's as intent on examining a peculiar stone as she is unbothered by the corpses littered on the ground, jammed permanently. No one will be using these controls to send any more hanging cages down into the caverns below.
Volo tears the pick from your brain with a violent jerk. Your eye plops down into the mud.
The pain is too great. The visions flicker, but refuse to come into focus.
Finally, the device makes contact. You feel your spirit unraveling, drawn from you in sinewy threads.
You notice the gnome slip a lockpick into his pocket.
Catharsis falls over you as you pour out your heart for hours.
This feels like home. The allies who stood with you against the Absolute are gathering. And you are invited. Now, doubt gnaws at you like a tadpole at its host. Nature provides some soft comforts, but your draw to it is only some faded instinct. Your fingers twitch with the desire to rip its tender, moist meat to shreds. He's telling the truth. You've never been more sure of anything. Though you can't shake the feeling you've seen it before, the emblem's purpose is beyond your recall. A memory shard. A container onto which brief mental impressions are projected and stored for years at a time. You attune your mind to it. The artifact does not want to fall into the Gith Raiders' hands any more than it does the Absolute followers. It appears the guard you killed will not go unavenged, served and seasoned by that venomous butler. The history they share may be long gone, but the threat of violence between them is as fresh as newly spilled blood. Neither party will let the other walk out of here alive. Smoke rises like hot breath. But whatever semblance of life once powered the Zaithisk is gone. The knoll's rump seemed to become his temple's graven altar where you once led worship. The lava elemental stares back at you as your eyelashes start to singe. You realize this is what it's been like for people facing your infernal heat. This was the crown you witnessed atop the Elder Brain. Not just any Netherese artifact, but the means of Karsus's godhood. The glyphs resemble the language of the Githyanki, but the dialect is ancient, unfamiliar. You sense her trying to understand what just happened. She silently begs her goddess for guidance. Shah, an invitation to a gathering of friends. Those allies who stood with you against the Netherbrain. Those who thwarted the grand design. Dedicated to Rondel Peak, stonemason, never missed a day's work due to illness, barring his last. You would wield a silver sword, ride a red dragon of your own. You would not just be ascended, you would be Kithrak, one of those the voice spoke of, one of the chosen. The vision fades away. You burn in the fires of Avernus. The lightning storms of Dis strike your flesh. Your soul passes through each layer of the hells, gaining their essence and their torment. You almost catch a glimpse, but the darkness within the wall is too deep. The masterful painting she depicts of the massacre awakens you hungrily. Memories flood back of a Cambion named Florenta you knew in the hells. The closest thing you had to a friend. You drive away all fears and give yourself to the darkness. A deep sleep soon follows. Suddenly you are pulled into her mind. You feel her frustration, caution, determination. See Baldur, taken by Umberlee's rage, recovered by her grace. In this endless sea of understanding, you find truth. Detour. Your protestations have only confirmed your guilt. You're about to be arrested. You sense a matriarch's flush of pride. She will soon be a grandmother, and the child will bear her name. Maldred. A hero's life won't be an easy one, of course. You'll have to face down every beast, fiend and lunatic out there, all while dodging assassination attempts, plots and intrigue. Your minds become one. The man sees a familiar figure in your thoughts. Red skin, curled horn. Karlak. The creature's inner song breathes hope into the Myconid meld. The boat beckons you aboard. You've seen this before. The book. The black tendrils of chaos weave that lash out and overtake you. Suddenly you see what she sees, feel what she feels. Anger, confusion, resolve. A happy, faded memory comes to you. A woman walking along a beach, holding hands with her husband-to-be. Chief Houndmaster Paul, who trained our pack to perfection. The apple. The painting depicts a red-haired man stealing a shiny apple from a cart in the open-air market called the Wide. A vampire in your midst. And you let him get close enough to strike. The bird says nothing. Only the sound of its laboured breath fills the silence. Coup. But you are now your own master. The world is yours for the taking. A world of countless possibilities. The injured man locks eyes with you. A familiar squirming churns in your head. The parasite is quiet,
You feel no bond with the creature.
Her faith floods into you, a tide of shuddering ecstasy. Her tadpole nestles within that mania, secure, hidden.
You sense Nir's frustration, tinged with rage, as the connection fades.
Especially one with a built-in loophole. The song's last couplet is a clause that's nearly impossible to fulfill. This man takes orders from General Thorm. Helping him may be just what you need to gain deeper access to the cult.
Your words may be false, but they ring truer than moles' tails. You're off the hook.
You fumble unsuccessfully with the printer and hear a loud thud. The machine leaps into life, printing whatever was already inside.
Your insides seem to churn uneasily. You feel strangely rejected, strangely unwelcome.
Try Hoot's Hooch now. A once-in-a-lifetime booze extravaganza. No need for bloodshed. It appears Faerun's Fellowship of Financiers respectfully disagrees.
You have to protect it. You have to get it to Baldur's Gate. Shah is counting on you.
The monks may be gone now, but their work endures. The Morning Lord's light is still present in this image, and it feels like hope. You recognize this as a trial where initiates would prove themselves to Lady Shah. This one would challenge their combat prowess.
Weary Jahira. Over time, her stresses may have shrunk her hippocampus, making its taste more intense.
Too sweet, odiously sweet. The vomitous gall within despairs at your kindness.
Approaching the cells, you're met with hollow-eyed faces. There's an almost physical stink of decay and neglect.
The creature coos happily. He feels safe, and you're not alone.
The room swims back into focus. Your mind is fractured, but intact. Inside it, the tadpole lives on, and you feel different. The circle's hum grows to a buzz. The deceit in your words is clear. There's little to discern, aside from his obvious desire to be left alone. The gate lava is curled up in your skull, no doubt pleased with itself.
That voice, it's oddly familiar to you. But why? Your wicked heart won't mourn. Deaths are to be celebrated, every one.
If you let it, it will evolve you. Just as the Emperor said, the magic in your fingers sparks, but your spells fail again and again, consumed by the Susa flower. Your words are suitably persuasive.
This time, the ancestors of Catherick Thorm arranged into macabre totems. But why? Ansur's essence still lives within the helm, instilling you with power for as long as you wear it. You can make it till dawn. If you gather every bit of strength you have, you can survive the night. One last night to say goodbye. One last night to live. Your fate belongs to you, and you alone. What will you make of it?
And yet, you know you will never be free of your urge if you don't confront your past. The brain tenses, as though querying an unseen advisor. It stands quietly, awaiting its Myconid master's command.
Your music echoes through the darkness, and it makes a connection. Something notices you.
The console hums steadily, awaiting command. Your escape attempt has been cut short. You're about to be put away. Permanently. The concentration of psionic force is small but unmistakable. This must be a pocket of the astral plane.
The lava elemental looks at you placidly. For the first time since you've had your infernal heat, you've met something even hotter than you. Your parasite shudders for a moment. Your companions know your path, but none celebrate it. Reunite the crown with the Dead Three's netherstones and you would have total control over it. The power of a god in your hands.
This individual doesn't seem particularly fond of you. Perhaps a gift would improve their sentiment.
Your pores flood with heat and frigid water. Your parched tongue searches for the right response. Your friends and enemies alike are ripe for manipulation. And if not manipulation, then consumption.
Minthara is supposed to be in a cell. You have some explaining to do.
For the first time in too long, you can afford to dream of the future. So, what shall it be? You feel a gentle tingling on your skin, a faint prickle that starts to spread across any exposed flesh. But there's no guarantee that Orpheus would be on your side. But tonight, you are parted from them briefly. For you have received an invitation that you cannot refuse. Maintain your distance. Area under active investigation by order of the Flaming Fist. Praise be to Mother Gith, Queen of the One Sky. Praise be to your son Orpheus, the true heir, Prince of the Comet.
It seems this individual doesn't think very highly of you, but few can resist a well-timed gift.
Why should you be the one to make this sacrifice? You could let someone else take the fall, or give the stones to the Emperor, and when the moment comes, kill it and take control.
Disgust churns deep in your stomach, leaving you resigned to a night without sleep.
It's a diagram of mechanical designs, not just written, but ridged, so that blind fingers can trace out their shapes. His voice carries the weight of untold centuries, and his ridges are scarred with uncounted battles. You slew the daughter of Selûne for the Dark Lady. Now you are her chosen. Little remains of the person this skeleton once was. Only polished bone and brittle teeth. You have made a fortress in the Underdark with Astarion and other outcast vampire spawn. It is not civilized, it is not safe, but it is home.
Your mind is full, bursting with ecstasy and terror. Finally, it is coming. You are becoming. Perhaps it's best not to accuse you of this particular crime. As you were,
And your dominant arm aches. It aches from stabbing over and over. The way is blocked now. For good. Astarion pouted when you read the invitation to him. He'd gladly accompany you, but he would have been happy to host the party himself.
it seems trouble's brewing for whoever was casting spells nearby. Respond with care.
He had dreams of boarding a ship in Baldur's Gate and seeing the world. But then the darkness came.
Ragslin's mind is clouded by doubt, surprised once more by a question he didn't expect. The Tresem is at its ease, a glint of satisfaction in her sparkling eye. Her guts start to spill and flow everywhere as you shift her.
Many eyes in the room dart away when you try to meet them. Hells, they all know you. Even the dog knows you. Still, you are free. Your future is finally your own. Now you just have to decide what to do with it. To your surprise, the false memory is accepted. It fades from your mind as easily as it was conjured forth.
7. In 7 days, you'll be a mind flayer.
All is as you feared. You are a spawn of Baal, his heir, his scion.
You stop resisting, your arm bending with the movement of the flesh. And suddenly an opening appears.
The presence deep in your mind is awake, unblinking. This is it.
A single word pervades your consciousness.
Soon.
Then there are 3 figures before you. An armored male elf exuding power and command. A handsome younger man with a quick, easy smile. And a pale young woman with even paler eyes. The guard is impassive. Your little speech was unconvincing.
Find all the remedy and alchemy ingredients you need at Bonecloak's apothecary. She is anxious for you to drink the wine first, and it's an anxiety you recognize.
You try to muster a defense, but it's not enough. You're about to be locked up.
Aradin the Elder, open the bloody gates.
You note the look in her eye, the slight tilt of her head. She is sizing you up.
Foster parents who cared for a lost Baal spawn. Dreams of your own future before the awakening of the urge.
Your authority is new, untested. Perhaps there will be dissent to quash, examples to be made. And once your place is secure, who knows? As she looks you up and down, her mind touches yours. You feel her hand at your neck, her lips closing around yours.
There's enough out there that it would take 1,000 lifetimes to see it all. Thankfully, you may have 1,000 lifetimes to spare.
You prove hard to argue with. You're free to go. And half hidden at the center of her desire, you discover something unexpected. Fear, overwrought with grief, the connection begins to fade.
Your magical ward is greeted with fear. If you're caught again, there could be trouble.
The pain blurs your vision and ushers forth strange, half-familiar images. It chooses to die docile in animal form. Only after its eyes fade does it become the monster it once was.
This is a dear moment to play the Reaper you play so well. Why let him take her alive when you could flood them both with a bloodbath?
Your heart sinks as you realize the Emperor is right. It's over. You wonder if all your problems could be so easily solved. For now, it's enough to have solved this one.
Shraktalor. You recall the name. The capital city of the Githzerai, and the home of their immortal god-king, Zareth Menya Agith. You glimpse a young harper on the eve of battle against Thorm long ago. He and his comrades toast each other in last light.
You've merely saved the guard the bother of searching your corpse. How considerate. Even stripped of flesh, the warhound is formidable. Spectral eyes meet yours as it growls a challenge. The boy is unconscious, the wound on his chest slowly bleeding him dry.
A long, sleepless night awaits. But come dawn, you will have reclaimed a little piece of yourself.
Lae'zel's touch is unusually gentle. Her fingers lightly graze your bruises and wipe away your sweat.
You notice a child in the crowd, a falling tear leaving a trail on his cheek. This creature can't activate the transponder. What must you do next? Blasphemous words, looming as large in your mind as the towering figure of Vlaakith herself.
No doubt they test the unseemly virtues Sharons hold dear. Stealth, violence, skulking in darkness, and other such craven pursuits.
You know of this man. He is Voss, Knight Supreme, a legendary warrior revered among the Githyanki people. This tower, a part of you knows it. A part of you hates it.
The memory fades, and the corpse awaits the next question. You hoped it was your good looks inviting attention. Sadly, it was your attempt to disarm that trap. Better leave it alone. Another memory seizes your mind. You race through the burning wastes of Avernus. Curious, the frog leans in, ribbiting softly. That might work on more gullible individuals, but this guard sees right through you. You're under arrest. No matter. The truth will be revealed in time. This Merrigan is the one who applied potions to the spider carcass to charm a beast for its master.
It mourns, moved by your emptiness.
The Merrigan stares. Its mind houses little more than base instinct and utter obedience. The text on the plaque is a mystery to you. It reveals its own home in reply. A humid cove filled with decaying myconid corpses.
Her darling pups will not be of her own species. Gnolls bring forth their iniquitous litter from many corpsed wombs, including hyenas. Brave and loyal Rocky, who saved his master from an ambush.
The room swims back into focus as sensation returns to your body. You are intact, as is your tadpole. You've successfully persuaded the guard that you belong in a cell. You've been spotted interfering with a trap. Tread carefully. This guard looks every bit as dangerous. Your mind twists. You're looking out of unfamiliar eyes, prowling dark, busy streets. Her lips meet yours and you feel your body flush with heat, racing through your limbs, followed by the dancing tingle of her cold fingers.
Davella was right. Not just an imitator, but Saravok himself.
The buzz of celebration quiets to a soothing hum as you approach your bunk.
This dwarf in the audience matches the description of that serial killer. He bears watching. Your soul opens to their divine power.
Officially, he was keeper of the palace's kennels, but you knew him as Cazador's muscle, beating you when the master didn't want to do it himself. His ears twitch as you speak, but his eyes don't shift from your tale. He sees you as a threat.
You do not remember receiving it, or even its true purpose. But its influence over you is undeniable.
The parasite in your head trembles. It's time you find your people and cleanse yourself of this abominable affliction.
The construction is too alien. Nothing looks familiar.
Shadowheart's attention is fixed on a damaged old statue. The threat of the grand design is over. But your people will never accept you back into their embrace.
That settles it. You won't be disturbed any further. You can sense something dark about this tome. Something profane.
You know in your heart that the distant edifice you spied were dedicated to Lady Shah. Only dark justiciars could have the strength to build such a grand stronghold.
Fresh fish, for now. But it won't be long before that briny odour takes on a more acerbic quality.
Unlike your patron, the presence isn't separate. It's more part of the boy. You focus your gaze on him.
Here lies Sister Kevin. A more devoted mendicant never lived.
For a split second, you wrest control. The steel watcher's legs lock. It crashes to the ground.
Her condition is familiar. Poison, derived from a wild weed common to the Underdark. There's a criminal on the loose. You realize you're about to be accused.
And the home of the mystical Githzerai. Once the Githzerai were one of the Githyanki, until bloody civil war severed them. A prison guard has spotted you. It's either lie or fight.
Power courses through you, to be wielded not in Shah's name or Saluna's, but in yours alone.
But was it truly nothing? The pain gripped you tight, robbing you of all composure for a moment. A prickling dread rises along your spine. You have disobeyed Mistra. Again. If you survive this, there will be consequences.
All three sowed chaos at the height of their power, and all three now walk the plains as mortals. Or so it's believed. The book's pull is irresistible. You feel changed, bettered for having opened it. Suddenly you are capable of anything. Felling mountains, darkening suns, conversing with the dead. You consider your kin, dead by your hand.
Lae'zel, her death weighs upon you still.
You can read the Emperor's expression better now that you've connected on a deeper level. You know it feels the same way. The cat ignores you, but her eyes stray to a small tunnel hidden in the wall. It seems a name was once carved beside the inscription, but it has been scratched away by vermin or vandalism. You suspect handing you over will be quite the coup for this child. The adults are on their way. She pulls you close, close enough that you can feel your hearts pounding against each other, and kisses you deeply. It turns away, unimpressed.
Attention! Donations desperately needed for refugees. Every copper helps. Your rapport with Lae'zel is surprising, perhaps even troubling to Lady Shah. After all, your mission to retrieve the artifact put you at odds with the Githyanki.
One last threshold to cross. The Night Song is an ancient potion that allows its drinker to become irresistibly attractive to man and god alike. The time has come. You may be an illithid, but perhaps your queen may yet ascend you for your deeds alone. The red-haired man has a 10-day left to serve, judging by the scratchings on the wall behind him. You see your challenger's expressions soften into welcome. Though you have trespassed, you are recognized as being a favorite of Lady Shah. It seems you're not welcome here. You should choose your next steps with caution. Alulthrin. It is a word used rarely, describing the deepest bonds of trust and love. The door shudders. It has no choice but to let you inside, a warrior of this world, his name raised alongside Jahira's own. Together they helped end the time of troubles a century past.
Something within the Steel Watcher reaches for your mind. Your parasite shivers, but cannot make a connection. Its talons bite deep into the earth, every muscle trembling. You realize it isn't afraid. One breath in, one breath out. Slowly, gently.
A moment passes, and you feel Lae'zel relent.
Without answers, you lay haunted for the rest of the night. The eye's glassy black surface reflects your gaze.
You may yet have cause to remind her.
Your voice draws their attention. They are suspicious, then curious, and finally, at peace.
You were no Merkel cultist, that much is sure. You sense in your soul you were something far greater. You feel her mind recoil from yours. Disappointed, Orin's chains still bind your companion to her bloody altar.
It seems the tunnel collapsed mid-dig and suffocated him. A crooked heart is embroidered on his left shoe, but there is something else. An emptiness to be filled, a hunger to be sated. It is overwhelming, all nothing compared to what came before. Compared to the tadpole.
Mizora was captive in the Illithid colony. In your haste, you ignored her and left her for the Absolute's cult to destroy. Will has failed his patron, and the Hells have taken the Blade of Frontiers as their own. They may not welcome you as a hero. They may see only a devil. Frightening and despicable.
A cold, suckering wetness grasps at your mind. A voice, familiar to you from the Underdark, wraps itself around your brain. You sense a faded memory of marching in an army against Ketheric Thorm. Victory seemed possible then.
Power that is now fully unleashed and yours to command. All you have to do is decide what you're doing with it.
The place where the Netherstones can enforce control.
Uncertainty. Shadowheart is wrestling with what this pain means. Perhaps it is connected to Shah, she wonders. Or perhaps not. Messing with the dead isn't appreciated. Think twice before doing it again.
Your words are futile. The goblin will not be allowed to leave. Neither will you. The tadpole spasms, seizes. It's fighting the potion even harder than you are. Several glassy stones stand out in the debris. Their borders are coated with tiny yellow crystals.
And then, clearer than any other image, the face of a child. Your face, smiling proudly as you follow your father, Duke Ravengard, through the corridors of the great fortress at Worm's Rock. Your fate will be what you make of it. Now you are your own master. The gods are ready to receive your donation.
You realize that the weapon the Drow's mind dwells upon is the Gith artifact you carry. You cannot let her discover it, no matter what. As the lock opens, a loose page comes with it. Magic pulses from the parchment. Your blood slows. Your senses strung so tight they could snap in an instant. You read aloud the words on the scroll.
And for a moment, you share in a vision tinged with his awe. Imaginings of the astral sea, an immense horde of wild space hamsters, drifting in the endless expanse. Ketheric Thorm dishonored the very bones of his ancestors to make this totem to Merkel. Your parasite tingles. Minsk knows that Will speaks true. In a secluded place all alone, It would be too easy to do away with her, far beneath your talents. 6 months since you faced your father and refused your birthright. 6 months since you cured yourself of the urge. You feel a tickle of mirth in the Emperor's thoughts. If they only knew the truth.
Face the prisoner. Consider the implements provided. Then
The corpse is saturated with darkness, flesh and bone corrupted by a dense concentration of shadow weave. Sharan magic, summoned from beyond the weave's boundaries, beyond Mystra's control.
the front lines of the blood war. With every swing of her axe, Karlach fulfills Mistress Zariel's purpose.
The fates of gods and monsters were decided by your hand.
Suddenly, the scent of rosewater and a sense of well-being. A sliver of weave that tastes sweet on the tongue.
These notes are no mere diary. These are the visions of Karsus himself, designs for the crown he hoped to forge, and the new form of magic he planned to create with it. So it comes to this, the devil's final offer, and your last chance to face the Netherbrain and survive. Or not. Perhaps you are unique among illithid kind. Perhaps you will retain enough of who you are to resist your nature.
It's customary to possess gold in order to bribe someone with it. You see her hand in your bags, and the shame in her heart. Evensong before the Zenith Day, celebrated by Dawnmaster Stockhold.
And what of Duke Ravengard? Will may never forgive you if you abandon his father to this fate.
She lies limply on the table, completely still.
None can truly know what goes on beneath Elminster's tattered old hat. Just because he has centuries' worth of wisdom doesn't mean he's direct or honest in sharing it.
A fierce thing burning with potential. It feels your burden, your strife. It wants to evolve you.
To slay a Gaik was your sworn duty. To execute Orpheus will be an honor indeed. You will surely ascend, and ascend in glory.
You're being allowed to walk away, which is more than can be said for your victim. Wide, gaping sockets that see nothing. And still they seem to watch you. A magic mirror. You've read all about them, but never seen one up close before.
You've earned Tasha's hideous laughter, and you're all the more foolish for it. Congratulations. Is Lady Shah punishing you? Or perhaps testing you? Is it the tadpole or a curse? You cannot say.
Your show of fidelity is answered by silence. Your heart numbs. The statue offers you nothing but silence. Whatever secrets it may guard will remain hidden. He stares right past you, as if you're invisible. Or boring.
On the pillow rests a skull with a scroll clamped in its bony jaws.
There is no conquering the agitation. Like it or not, mind flayers have bested you this day. Such a generous individual could never be up to no good. Your donation is gratefully received. Yes, you feel hate. And you deserve to be punished for it.
The chaos of the crash site confuses the landscape. You'll need to find a settlement or landmark. You must surrender some part of yourself. But what?
The cat pays you little attention, so focused is it on the hunt. His dreams have the form of an endless ocean of blood, vast and unknowable. Do you accept Shah's test of your intellect?
You feel a presence, dark and ancient. It approves of your fealty. Baal may have been your beginning, but he will not be your end. Lady Shah's favor is worth everything. You would have gladly done what she asked 1,000 times over. The spirit's aura flickers, changes. She is confused, lost, dragged here unwillingly by a man who refused to let her leave. Few know how to find you, and most that do are unwelcome. So when a message arrives addressed to you both, you fear the worst. The very air around you thrums with anticipation and fear. Can you really handle such power? Such
authority.
They battle silently for a long moment, the knoll's heart drumming with strain. Then all at once, his heart stops.
This is the truth lost in your mangled memories. You are a spawn of Baal, his heir, his scion.
We offer our prayers to the Dark Lady, whose comfort and grace heals all. An older man turns his head away in shame. His neighbours would not renounce Seluna. Now they hang in the town square.
As it is, you'll gather in a familiar place, and one altogether more suitable for your reunion.
A map of Faerun, with indigo circles inked next to Neverwinter, Waterdeep, Thornhold, and Baldur's Gate. It looks like the Mother Superior has plans for the Sword Coast.
You hear a sound like the rattle of a chain, and an agonizing scream in your head as hope flickers from view momentarily.
With a thunk, the armored man collapses, unconscious.
Oren demands a fight to the death. The prize for the victor, the Netherstones, and the chance to control the crown alone. Darkness once more swallows Astarion. Without Cazador's lurking presence, perhaps he will find comfort there now. All is as you feared. You are a spawn of Baal, his heir, his scion.
The beast reeks of brimstone and offal, every breath thick with blood. Almost gagging, you mutter a quiet prayer to your god.
Your mind tingles as it opens to Will. He learns of Mazora's meddling and Floric's tale of the dragon Ansur.
Your offer is of no interest. This will be settled with blood, not gold.
Warlock pacts tend to be unforgiving from what you know of them. Will was lucky he didn't face a more severe punishment. Mazora's voice rings in your mind. If you continue without freeing her, you will perish, and the hells will claim your soul as their prize.
Fungus and mold glaze the grotesque creature's face and body. It doesn't seem to notice you.
She no longer shies from wolves or water. Nothing in the world frightens her anymore. And you feel you could face anything by her side. The Orphic hammer is within reach, but your theft won't go unnoticed.
But you are intercepted before you can join the party.
Experience fills you, a lifetime in service of darkness. Yet, most curious, there is light there also. Adventures long past, friends and companions remembered with a secret fondness. With your father at your side, you've no doubts that you can restore the Council of Four and the Parliament of Peers.
As the Githyanki prince takes his blade, a silent cry pierces your head. It's unlike any sensation you've ever felt.
The revelry is falling to a lull. Your witching hour draws close.
Frustrated, the door rattled. You see the hag and yourself.
Tonight, you will celebrate those who stood against the Absolute and honor their sacrifices.
The book snaps closed. You've seen too much. What profane knowledge is now seared inside of you you should never have known. You're free to go, but you know that you're being watched. It would be wise not to slip up again. Volo slowly brings the ice pick closer to your eye. The beast shudders, a moment of pleasure. The creature is disturbed, its breath quickened by anger and fear. The corpse collapses, silent once more. You search your mind, successfully recalling various details of goblin behavior. Then there is nothing, only darkness and silence. Your menacing words fizzle out like a match dropped in a latrine. If you want to be free of your urge, you must confront your past. After a few moments more of scrubbing, your hands begin to sting.
Exhumed bones put on display with a profane flair of artistry.
A sharp pain shoots through your arm as the bone pops out of place. The chains hold tight.
If only you could free Orpheus.
Perhaps he could help you succeed where the Emperor failed.
A splinter of ice works its way into your mind.
Magic tickles your senses. Someone or something has tampered with his memory.
There is no way to prevent bloodshed. You must choose.
There is a food shortage due to absolute raiding activity. Citizens are advised to buy food in moderation so that all may eat.
There is a light here, in the tight space beneath the floor. Secret things that shine. The Tressum seems a little tense, but you aren't sure why. The boar seems to be fresh, only a few hours dead. But you can't find any sign of a wound.
A crackle at the edge of your consciousness. The Emperor has been silenced once more. Yes, you think to yourself. This is going to be fun.
You look at your companions, sleeping, helpless. How badly do you need to know? It utters an angry bellow and charges.
In memory of Kayla Bellsworth, thrice married, thrice widowed, always smiling.
You recall Volo's treatise, Libations in the Realms. Dwergar seldom drink, as it can reawaken memories of mind flayer enslavement. As you look at the skeletons, you realize they are all clad in the same dark armor.
She will be executed 3 days hence. Her mind reels, but is no longer clouded. She accepts the truth. She has no choice.
The printer whirs, ready to print an edition with the currently loaded headline. Your stomach falls briefly as the acorn touches your hand. You shiver with melancholy and hope.
You are overcome with visions of grand battles and ducal intrigue. Your future looks bright indeed.
Everything you ever dreamt of and more. The single greatest experience of your life. Black strands of weave curl all about you, only to sink as into graves as you try to grab hold. Necromantic spells, tantalizingly powerful, slip away forever. The corpse says nothing. Its dead eyes convey no pain, only acceptance.
Mizora was captive in the Illithid colony. In your haste, you ignored her and left her for the Absolute's cult to destroy. Afterwards, Lae'zel can strike down Prince Orpheus. Flacketh's bidding will be done. You can't make sense of the symbols, no matter how hard you try.
Perhaps you shouldn't go around vandalizing things. It seems to make people want to kill you. Killing someone is one way to get a guard's blood pressure up. You're destined for the cells. If you're lucky.
A cracked wooden mask with female features in the Rashemi style.
The girl's mind is closed to you.
You can remember only the mangled orgy of dead flesh you've dug up. But not a single name or face.
A pocket of psionic energy reaches out from your mind to Orpheus's honor guard.
Your plea has been heard.
Someone's been rifling through the wrong pockets. You sense now would be a good time to clarify if that someone is you.
The vampire lord is no more, but his legacy remains. 7,000 vampires spawn, including the stolen children of the Gur-hunters. What will you do with them all?
Your vandalism has been spotted. An explanation is in order. As the lock opens, a loose page comes with it. Magic pulses from the parchment.
They may have succeeded, but your prince has been sacrificed, and you have been abandoned by your queen.
If you let him regenerate, he's sure to come after you again.
With all Minthara's hate, you wonder if her cerebrospinal fluid will be bitter to sip.
Stone seals this chamber against the world.
The first victory of many. Your former kin have fled, but they cannot hide. No one can.
The pleasant scent gives way to the muddy taste of something you try not to identify. You carefully slide the ring off. You and the corpse seem to have been alone together for quite some time. The woman's senses are heightened and her fire stoked. The mind flare is no mere curiosity, but an object of desire.
Avernus's powers still course through you. You will turn them against its own creatures.
Your little speech isn't enough. You sense this will be resolved in a more violent manner.
Here lies Satida Atana, born 1411 DR, died 1485 DR.
You try to find a clue among the thorns, but there's nothing. You have no idea what poisons tainted your veins. The dog lowers his hackles, his head tilted inquisitively, and then the vision lurches. And you are looking through her eyes as a tadpole squirms into her skull.
You've been caught stealing. This guard looks ready to cut your sentence violently short.
For a moment, you do hear it. Flesh sliding on stone, like a living being extending through the walls.
The blushing mermaid. Perhaps there you might learn how much time has passed since you last graced the plains as a mortal man.
The hyena brightens, cautiously pleased. Her mind focuses. Their suspicion cannot be aroused. They cannot discover that the weapon they seek is within their grasp.
You still do not know the full extent of the scars that you left, but you will heal them one by one.
A pleasurable shiver runs down your spine. You feel as if you've unburdened a troubling thought and forgotten it forever.
Here rests Alistair Manley, taken too soon.
The matter is quickly dropped. Clearly, you aren't the one responsible.
The pigeon avoids your outstretched hand. It glares at you. Your skull briefly aches, and you are her. She has come to this place seeking aid from your people, a cure for the parasite. Your power echoes through the darkness and makes a connection. Something notices you.
This woman sees a fairy tale hero in the making. But you are the grinning villain. You always will be.
Hopes, nightmares, and the screams of legions upon legions of unborn illithids. The people may not welcome you as a hero. They may see only a devil, frightening and despicable.
The countless distant silhouettes leave you no doubt. A veritable army swarms the path ahead. You can tell the blood is washing away, but your heart mourns its loss so dearly. The drow is silent. His dark eyes stare at you, eager for this danger to be banished. You see drow and goblins restraining her, a mind flayer reaching out. You recognize the corpse being tended. The girl Arabella's mother.
You should have known. You should always have known. And what part do you mean to play? Will Lae'zel of Kalir wield a blade in the name of Mother Gith's son? Or will she take up new causes, pursue different dreams?
You close your eyes and try to focus on his delightful screams. But they quickly turn into your own. They only stop when tentacles burst from your mouth, your hand shying away from interrogating a captive enemy. The pain bites in punishment. A human man awaits you, a spell crackling at his fingertips.
Alvin Muffle Fieldwick gave his fortune to the poor, died in the arms of friends. He will be missed, a jawless skull on a marble stand without name or inscription. Apparently, whoever uses this desk needs no reminder of whose skull this was. The judgment. A stern judge, his pockets full of coin, orders a red-haired man to the gallows.
The symphony already plays in your head, every toe snapping like a twig. Lines and arcs are etched into the metal, but you see no pattern in them.
An ornate hammer hovers above the pedestal.
The symbol's meaning comes into focus. Annihilate. The cub's eyes lock onto the food in your hand. The telescope points straight ahead.
Borrowed scrolls must be returned within a 10-day. It seems the Temple to Murder has a lending library.
Your mind is quiet, free from the parasite and Cazador both.
You're not sure you've ever known peace like it. For a split second, you see a swirl of untamed magic.
Then his defenses drop like a portcullis. For too long you allowed yourself to be defined by your faith. But no more. You shall not bow or pray or do anything that is not your choice. So choose. The Absolute lies broken at your feet, the first god to fall, but not perhaps the last. Lady Shah's values are clear. Her children must excel in stealth, combat, and navigating her sacred darkness. A trap's been disarmed in this area. You have a horrible feeling you're about to be accused of doing it. You feel Shadowheart bristling. This is important to her. You may yet have the chance to dissuade her from doing her duty, but not without risk to your bond. The egg is warm to the touch, the rough shell like slate beneath your fingers. You begin to feel a creeping dread. This was a mistake. You cede control. It's almost comforting to be part of something far grander than an individual. You are the crest of a great wave that will consume all and redefine all. Though you are not governed by your father anymore, your blood bears his taint. If you were to have sires of your own, they would be born Baalspawn. Well, that explains where all the Dark Justiciars went. Here lies Brunt Hallow, man of few words. More than that, you can see that each prisoner is marked with a scar, the same as one of the runes from Astarian's back. If your refusal to detonate the orb did not get her attention, perhaps pursuing the crown will. But until then, it seems you are on your own. Reality dawns. You've been outsmarted by an ogre. Scratch's scent lies heavy on the toy, the scent of play, comfort, safety. For a moment, the skeletal tail twitches. Your minds collide once more. Will chases the fiend ignited with rancor. She is an infernal war devil, a threat to the living. Evil incarnate. You're fortunate your sorceries come from your instincts and not your mangled head. Your face, the Stone Lord's face, mirrored in bloodied steel. In the heat of burning buildings, you hold your blade high above pale, frightened faces. Your guilt is unsurprising. It seems you have a choice. The cells or the sword. No more devils, no more debts. With its master gone, the house is nothing more now than an empty carcass. Your tadpole forms a telepathic connection with the device, and a chorus of static energy fills your mind. You see the streets of Baldur's Gate, the emblem of the flaming fist, martial drills and courtly dances, pipes and pumps. That must be how they keep this basement dry, though it's clearly below harbour level. Ansel binds you despite your best efforts. Yet thought flows effortlessly between you. Danthelon's dancing axe. In the corner of the painting is a small symbol you can't quite place. Perhaps you'd better earn some gold before you try giving it away to others. Your efforts reveal nothing. If the Merrigan is angry at your attempted intrusion, it doesn't show. Lockpicking is one way to enrage a guard. This one seems about ready to teach you a lesson. The ring slots perfectly into place. But nothing happens. However, you get a feeling from the door, as if it expects something else. It's still inside you. Does it watch the night sky even now? Through your eyes. What a coincidence. You like breaking items. This guard likes breaking teeth. Choose your next move carefully. Someone is sure to see the evidence of this darling sin. You may only have a few moments before the others awaken and begin to cast blame for the hot sin before you. It's from no songbook you know of. Likely an original.